and Essex had a fairly untrammelled path, reaching 107 at lunch, 210 by tea, and 350 for 4 wickets by the end of the day's play. The full 96 were bowled. Wesley with as good an innings as I've seen him play for several years. 124 not out. Came in at the dismissal of Elgar for 33. Then put on 132, the day's main partnership with Paul Walter, who, as is so often the case, he gets so near to making 100 and finds a way to get out. It was a rather bizarre way that no one could quite have predicted. Out for 86, the ball nipping the outside edge and rebounding in the air off the thigh of the wicketkeeper Kai Smith. And Alex Davis lurched forward from slip and just got his hands under the ball. An even more bizarre dismissal was that of, I laugh at the very thought of it, Jordan Cox, with the occasional bowler Zen Malik on, just final over before the second new ball from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And it was an absolute half-tracker. And Jordan Cox went back to smash it through the offside and missed it, fell over in an undignified heap, and the ball just nicked the off bail, took both of them off in point of fact. So he went for 34 when he looked set for much higher things. That brought in Matt Critchley, threw the bat a little bit, was out for 19, the final man to go. And that left Charlie Allison to come in, and after a slightly wayward start, played some delightful shots to go to bed on 25 not out, 27 not out, I can even make him. 2 umpires, Ian Blackwell and Tom Lungley, making their way out to the middle. I always think the county ground makes a pleasant sight looking out on a sunny morning, which it is at the moment. It's predominantly cloud, but high cloud. And although there could be a little bit of rain later in proceedings, maybe around about tea time, we got away with it yesterday. I have a feeling we'll probably get away with it today. What's rather more disturbing is the prospect of heavy thunderstorms forecast for tomorrow. But even then, I wouldn't be totally surprised if Chelmsford, that gets off so lightly compared to many parts of the country, avoided them. But you do feel, if yesterday's play was anything to go by, that it's going to be very difficult for any side to bowl another side out twice within the 4-day schedule. So any interruptions to the original schedule are not going to help matters. And it's Paul Newton here on behalf of BBC Essex. I'll shortly be joined by Richard Wilford of the BBC in the West Midlands, and we're hoping yesterday's third commentator Roland Butcher will be arriving shortly. But Ethan Bamber going to bowl the first over of the day from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And as you probably picked up in the effects mic, Tom Wesley will be on strike. One thing I always find interesting in cricket, there are so many interesting aspects, but it's amazing how often a man who bats all day one day is out almost immediately on day 2. I'm certainly not wishing the Essex skipper out, but it does seem to happen quite often. And he certainly played splendidly yesterday. Apologies, you'll probably pick up a bit of music in the background. I'm due into the 11 o'clock BBC Essex News shortly, and similarly Richard Wilford will be joining us about 11:05 after he's updated listeners in the West Midlands. Just to complicate things in terms of either side achieving a result, the late withdrawal for personal reasons of Simon Harmer yesterday leaves Essex with an enormous gap to fill, because out of every 80 overs he will usually bowl at least 30. And Ethan Bamber, I thought, bowled well in a brief spell with the new ball from this end yesterday. Makes his way in, bowls to Wesley, shoulders, arms, and no shot needed there. He raises the bat high above his head. Felt that there was a little bit of movement there, although it was well wide of off stump at the time. Just comes down, has a precautionary prod at the pitch, which isn't the dark green tone of yesterday, but it's still pretty green. But it doesn't mean it's doing anything to help the bowlers at all. Bamber has 2 slips, a little bit of sunshine at the moment, bowls. Wesley defends. And score remaining at the overnight, 350 for 4. Warwickshire going well. I think they moved up to 4th after the other day, and Essex have been struggling before they put in a far better performance than any other this season down at Hove and moved from 9th up to 7th. They could still do with more, every point they can get to dispel any threat of relegation. That's a lovely off drive from Tom Wesley. It's going out toward the boundary. I think it's going to beat the fielder, and does, in front of the big scoreboard to our left. 128 now to the Essex skipper. And Essex 354 for 4. Bearing in mind this is the 97th over. Bonus points only count for 110. And if Essex are to achieve a 4th batting bonus point, they'd be very keen to do so, having taken all 5 at Hove and generally not taken as many as they should have done this season. They'll be disappointed if they don't get the 4th bonus point. They need a further 46 runs in in 13.5 overs. Going into the BBC Essex News in about 2 minutes' time. Bamber just wants one of the slips to come out and field at short extra. That's Bo Webster. Bamber in. Bowls and thick inside edge. Wesley, they're looking to drive into the offside. Rehearses the shot now after it's gone. In fact, we're going into the news right now. Stand by. No run off that ball.
The county championship this morning. The Eagles have resumed this morning on 350 for 4. There has been some play already, and Paul Newton's watching at the county ground for us.
Indeed, there has been play. It's a rather nice sunny morning at the moment, although there is a lot of high cloud around. And we've had one addition to the score. We're in the first over of the day, bowled by Warwickshire's Ethan Bamber, so far exclusively to Tom Wesley. And Tom produced one of his glorious flowing off drives to pick up the first boundary of the day. Moves on to 128 not out. With him is young Charlie Allison, a really exciting prospect if ever there was one. And he spent the early part of the season opening the innings, but he's now very much established in the middle order. And he is on 27 not out, having not faced the ball yet so far today. And that's the end of the first over as Wesley leaves one well outside off stump. Essex very keen to pick up every point they can, because although they moved out of the relegation places with a great win at Hove in their last game, they could do with another win. And on this batsman's pitch, that's going to take some doing. 354 for 4 in the 97th over.
Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
And similarly, Richard Wilford will be joining me at any moment. And Ed Barnard is going to bowl the first over. Lovely to see Roland Butcher has arrived. Very good morning to Roland, and he will join us at 11:30 to replace either myself or Richard. Richard just manoeuvring himself into the seat. There's not a lot of room in our little commentary box here, but we get a great view of the play, albeit with the pitch a little bit over, or it's pretty central actually. We're sort of looking over second slip's head, or as the next ball by Allison, the first that Ed Barnard has bowled, and the first that Allison has received, and a lovely flowing cover drive, just waiting for the ball to come onto the bat. No great effort in the stroke, and perfectly timed to reach the boundary just before the chasing fielder can catch up with it. So the score to 358 for 4. Very good morning, Richard.
Yeah, morning to you too. Fine drives for the two batters to get off the mark today. Interesting that Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's having this tough season, isn't getting this 16, now 17 over old ball. And that Barnard's having a go.
Over to you.
And Barnard is in just back of a length and left alone by Allison. From the Warwickshire perspective, they would love to take 2 wickets before the end of the 110th over to get another bowling bonus point. It may be a tall order. The wicket not quite as green as it was yesterday. There's still tinges of it. But the one thing we did establish last night is that it is a hybrid. And the concern you've got there is they tend not to deteriorate.
Yeah. What with that and the Kookaburra ball, no effort has been spared to produce a draw.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the weather chips in as well as it's suspect it will tomorrow.
Yeah.
When storms forecast around the UK. Barnard in, just again back of a length. That's a nice line. He did admit that yesterday they perhaps didn't get their line of length right in the morning session, that they maybe should have got more from that. And it will be very interesting to see what Cook, Porter and indeed Snater can do with a new ball.
Yes, of course, in the old days of uncovered pitches, the thunderstorms might actually help make it more helpful to bowlers, but that is not going to be applicable. Covered pitches now, of course. Here's the next ball. Very watchful in defence. Barnard bowling to Allison. Batsman plays it into the covers and there's no run.
Yeah. I mean, what you're saying is that with uncovered pitches in a thunderstorm, we could turn it into an absolute lottery.
Yes.
So I think there's probably good reason why we don't have them.
It was what was called a sticky. And people like Jim Laker used to make hay. That's when he got his 19 for 90, which remains the best figures ever in the Old Trafford Test of 1956, as England beat Australia on their way to the Ashes. Here's the next ball played back to the bowler and there's no run.
Rothesay is warming up significantly down below us at the moment. It's only the second over of the morning, both seam, but it may well be that they want half a dozen overs of spin. There was a little bit of turn, most of it slow. There were a couple of balls though that Rothesay produced to Paul Walter that were considerably more threatening.
Yes, Essex will rue Simon Harmer not being available for this game. Here's Barnard in bowls, and again copybook forward defensive shot from Charlie Allison, who after a wayward start yesterday when he took a few unnecessary risks before he played himself in, but since Tom Wesley went up and had a quiet word with him, at least we couldn't hear it, in mid-over at one point yesterday evening, he's not really put a foot wrong, playing impressively. 358 for 4.
So in the absence of Harmer, with Allison and Thane, effectively, whichever one wasn't going to be in the team, coming into the team, does that mean there's an increased likelihood that Tom Wesley might have to brush off his spinners?
Yeah, well, a lot of supporters have said to me that Wesley should bowl himself, and I agree with that. You didn't get a full over there, so you take this one.
So Ethan Bamber comes in with the sun on his back. More sun than we saw at any point yesterday. And that's full outside off stump and left alone by Wesley. Essex's target, another 42 runs in the next 12 overs, will get them to that fourth batting point. They've firmly put the idea of 5 on the back burner. They'll be very pleased with the total they've built here.
Yeah, perfectly put. And it is, you do have to sort of go pretty much hard at it from the word go to get all 5 bonus points. But I think they'll be rightly very cross with themselves if they don't pick up a 4th.
The reality is that do you bear in mind the weather when it comes to a declaration at some point today? Because that's something to cogitate, as Bamber's next delivery is wider outside off stump and left alone by Wesley. And that if you felt this game was going to played over a full 4 days, if you're Essex, you think, well, there's no reason why not we don't bat on to 550 and put them in just after tea on day 2. That wouldn't be a tactic that's foreign in these situations. The thought that tomorrow, and the forecast is still saying it for pretty much all of the UK, that we could get some pretty vigorous storms tomorrow, do you have to bear that in mind to create a chance for a result? As Bamber is in once more, left well alone because it's well outside off stump. Bit of hide the ball from Warwickshire here. What would you be doing, Paul? Would you say, I'll actually, in this circumstances, 450 and get them in mid-afternoon?
I might myself, but I tend to notice that players don't take the weather that seriously, and rightly so in many ways, because the forecast can be hopelessly misleading, and it could lead to a situation where you declare in all good conscience, but effectively set up the victory for the opposite side on a plate because the forecast is wrong.
Yeah, one significant change in the wind, you never know. That's a better line from Bamber, and a good length as well. bit more rhythm about his bowling this morning, and Wesley again is watchful and allows it to pass beyond off stump.
Yeah, I mean, the or my perception of weather forecasts now, they're so afraid that someone could have a serious drop of rain that they will sort of even vaguely say there could be thunderstorms everywhere, or rather anywhere, but they're not for everyone. And so quite often you find thunderstorms, what happened to them?
Bamber, back of a length outside off stump, shouldering arms is Wesley. Hasn't really played at a delivery in this over. And these days you get a yellow weather warning for a slight breeze.
Yes.
So it's astonishing, isn't it? So
yeah, I mean, I think it's a pinch of Saltsville. Probably the overall forecast is more or less reasonable, but some of the specifics vary enormously. I suppose, in fairness, sometimes this part of the country misses storms altogether, but they have had something pretty serious elsewhere.
Bamber in to complete the over, and that one's a straighter delivery forward in defence, and a maiden bowled by Bamber, 358 for 4. Instinctively, pinch of Saltsville, I want it to be Arizona.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just fits.
It's because, actually, I can't name you the comedy series, but it used to have that expression, somethingville, Arizona.
Oh, yes, there is something there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it probably wasn't Reggie Perrin, but it was in that sort of period.
Oh, I might have to look that up later.
Yeah, and it sticks in the mind, doesn't it? You know, I'm with you all the way on that, because many's the time at home I'll say somethingville, Arizona, depending on whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. As we're going to see Ed Barnard continue from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Charlie Allison, who leaves outside off stump. So that was a maiden over in the previous over. And we're now into the fourth over of the morning. So after this there will be 10 overs. Essex currently needing a further 42 for that fourth batting point, and Warwickshire a couple of wickets for their second bowling point.
Well, this is a classic game within a game. If Warwickshire play hide the ball outside off stump and try and force them to take a risk, and see if that run rate needed to get to 400 will go up.
Indeed, here's the next ball. It's nicely driven by Allison, 4 runs. And he angled that superbly, beating the short extra cover to his right and the mid-off to his left. Inch perfect, 362 for 4, 12 runs this morning, all in boundaries, 1 to Tom Wesley, 2 to Charlie Allison, and all offside drives of one sort or another.
Ed Barnard said that he didn't feel they necessarily got their length and line right at times yesterday, and that one very much over-pitched. Long half volley, dispatched immaculately by Allison.
Barnard bowls again, and that's a good delivery. Janked back in to Charlie Allison, who was pushed for room, but he played it well. Just forced it down. It was getting up a little bit more than most. The bowler put quite a lot into that, having just been hit for 4. And Allison did well just to dig it out towards short extra.
I have news of my evening to come in the break in between overs here.
Jolly good.
There's something that people will want to know, they won't want to know. We'll tell them anyway.
Quite right. This here is the next delivery, just the one slip, and Allison goes very much on the defensive. Everything right about that. Head right over the ball and plays it all along the ground to Bo Webster at short extra. No run.
I've set myself a challenge this week and I've achieved part 1. So that's a tease.
Yeah.
It's not anything very exciting, but it's a tease. And then there's the disappointment when I tell the people what it is.
Barnard again to Allison. Again defensive. Just to the onside of straight this time, and fielded by Tom Wesley, non-striking batsman. The ball was just rolling slowly to him. He stopped it with his bat, decided he couldn't flick it up fancily, although I've seen him do it. He knows how to do it, but wasn't quite enough pace on that one, I don't think, and he bent down, picked it up, handed it to the fielder.
I couldn't decide whether he'd done that on purpose at first. I thought he turned his back to it. I thought the ball just hit him, but yeah, he might well have been trying to make that angle you described to flick it up.
Yeah. Barnard again bowls. Allison turns into the onside, the first run into the onside so far here on day 2. They get a single, 363 for 4. Paul Newton here with Richard Wilford, and will be joined at 11:30 by Roland Butcher. Delighted to have him with us here today.
So What it was, you see, I'm convinced that when I'm staying away from home, because the kind of the last thing you do is you surf the internet on your phone, you end up getting a less satisfactory night's sleep than you should. So I've got a very comfortable bed where I'm staying. I have literally no complaints about the bed or the pillows, which is very rare for me. So I determined that instead I was going to bring at least 2 books with me for the 4 nights that I'm down, and read books until I'm too tired to read a book, and then I'll get a better night's sleep. I've completed a book in the first 2 nights. That's a good start, isn't it?
It's a very good start, but how much sleep did you get?
Oh, out like a light at that point.
Oh, well, you did better than me. I couldn't get to sleep at all last night.
Well, it's the excitement of watching Tom Wesley's century.
Yeah, that's it.
It does it to us.
It's too
all.
much for me.
Bamber to bowl to Allison, the first ball of a new over, back of a length outside off stump, and Allison, rather like Wesley, leaves it alone. For those who want the book recommendation for our cricket book club, it isn't a cricket book, but that's neither here nor there. It was Bob Mortimer's debut novel, The Satsuma Complex, that I read over the first 2 nights of the stay.
A terrific man, Bob Mortimer.
Yes. Well, he very much writes in the voice that you would expect Bob Mortimer to write in, but at the heart of it is a really good yarn. So yeah. But I've got his second novel with me as well.
Oh, brilliant.
Will I get confused, or will I enjoy it just as much as the first one? 8.5 out of 10 I'm giving it. Bamber full, pushed down towards cover by Allison. So you come for the cricket and you get a book recommendation. That's the BBC offering value.
Well, he's a terrific raconteur, Bob Mortimer, and hugely enjoyable. And I didn't know he'd written a book, actually, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's 2 novels in there. The second one's got the word avocado in the title. I forget what it is now.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
And his autobiography is great, although then it does spoil some of his appearances on Would I Lie to You?
Yeah.
Because you know that some of the stories are true because you've already read about them.
He's so funny on that.
Oh, he's superb. And David Mitchell gets so frustrated.
Yeah.
Bamber into the pads of Alice, and he clips him into the vacant short mid-wicket area for a single. 37, steady accumulation from Essex this morning, 364 for 4.
I always take the view, and I like to challenge myself to tell when someone's lying, but I always take the view with Bob Mortimer. His anecdotes are so ridiculous, they've simply got to be true. You couldn't make them up.
There was one appearance where he started talking about this old woman who lived nearby who they all thought was a witch, and they looked in a window and she got a tiny horse in the lounge, and that was in his book. As Bamber comes in, and playing and missing there is Wesley. That's a rarity in this innings. It's been a much better line generally from Bamber this morning.
Yes, but I feel he bowls better from this end than from the Graham Gooch end.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Paul. 364 for 4, 5th over of the morning, 14 runs added, no wickets taken as this is left alone, and Bamber ends up on the deck here, whether that was an effort ball or not, but he goes down Mark Wood style, and then I think he's saying that the foothold isn't the best, and umpire Lungley goes to have a look at him, and he was a pace bowler himself, so he'll have some sympathy, so I'll keep an eye on that just to see whether he's shouldn't be on a hybrid, but he's none the worse for his tumble. Bamber, who took the 1 wicket yesterday, that of Matt Critchley caught behind for 19. Comes in the bowl now, and this is driven nicely, but that's a good half stop from Hannon Dolby diving to his left, and he keeps them down to a single, which was a good effort. Wesley to 129 at the end of the over, 365 for 4, so Essex will want 35 more runs in the next 9 overs. It's nothing that will worry them too much. They wouldn't want a couple of maidens now, though. That would concentrate minds a bit.
Absolutely right. You'd certainly like to think that the batsmen have got their eye firmly on the target. I'm sure they will have. But there have been occasions, it has to be said. And I think one of them was Edgbaston about 4 years ago when they absolutely missed an open goal in terms of an extra bonus point. And that is careless, you know, if you're sort of within range, you don't like to just miss out.
Big news just breaking, by the way. There are 2 Warwickshire players in the England 11 to play injured in the 5th test.
Right. Here's start of a new over, and Wesley has driven this out to the man now out in the deep, and that's a deep cover, and they get through for a single, and applause there, the 50 partnership, which Wesley has got 11. Now, it doesn't mean that he hasn't been contributing. It means he hasn't been on the strike very much. And Wesley 37, but Allison 37. Allison has played very well.
Yeah, Wesley has been quite becalmed during this partnership, to be fair.
As is Allison, letting the next delivery from Ed Barnard go through to Kai Smith, no run.
He did look a little weary in the last 20 minutes. Anyway, the news is that both Chris Wokes and Jacob Bethel play in the 5th test. It'll be a first home test match for Jacob Bethel. Bethel's place in the side is because Ben Stokes has been ruled out.
Ooh.
So the captain has a shoulder injury, so that's a fresh injury. So Ollie Pope will captain the side. Liam Dawson misses out. They're going all seam. So Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Josh Tongue come into the side.
And the next ball is just played out into the covers by Allison from Barnard. And the score remaining at 366 for 4. Yes, actually, many of those changes I would have to agree with, because the attack looked very tired on that final day. And there's only been 3 days rest in between. I think they had to do something. Dawson didn't really... I'm a terrific fan of his, but he didn't really cut the mustard in terms of getting the vital odd wicket here and there that Shoaib was getting. And here Allison slashes this into the offside. They get a single, and the score moves along to 367 for 4. So good luck to Jacob Bethel there, but as we were saying, it wouldn't half have helped if he'd had a few games for the county to get his eye in.
He's had 2 first-class innings this summer, both of which were brief cameos. He'll be batting at 6, apparently. So Root and Bethel will be the 2 spinners in the England side for that match.
Barnard bowls to Wesley. Oh, he has a swat at that. I think it's the right verb. And fortunately, it doesn't just edge it through to Kai Smith. And it can't have been far away from doing so. But it's just an instinctive response as Wesley got a short riser.
It's a good bounce of that, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, I think so.
From not the quickest of the bowlers in the attack.
But he can bend his back and get the ball up rather well. Terrific cricketer, Ed Barnard. Comes in again, bowls, and this is a leave outside off stump. And it's getting a little bit challenging from an Essex point of view if they're going to get this extra bonus point. They're 367 for 4. And there are 33 runs, therefore, more needed. And just waiting for them to update the number of overs. It's 8 overs left, so now it's getting above 4 and over. It shouldn't be a big issue, but with Warwickshire hiding the ball a good few times, they're certainly going to have to get a bit of a move on.
I mean, they're playing the percentages here, Warwickshire, which I understand, but they also want a couple of wickets, and what they want is to force a risk here and there. Bamber to continue into Allison, who whacks this through the covers for 4. It was part cut, part drive, if you sort of mean. A bit of a cross-batted shot, but hit imperiously. And it takes him into the 40s. 42 for Allison, 371 for 4. Lovely batting conditions at the moment with that bit of sun. There's a slight possibility of a couple of showers later today, but I think there's a strong chance that we'll get away with it.
Yeah, I agree. That was a very, as you say, imperious, just the word. He left nobody in any doubt that was bound for the boundary.
Well, there's a boundary fielder, but he had no price. Oh, now he's wrapped on the pad. I think there's 2 touches there, and they come through for a single. Let's see whether it's a leg bye or not. Let's see, it is going to be given as a leg bye. It was cutting back. It's probably doing too much. And what we've seen with LBW appeals in this match, often they'll be disallowed on height as much as anything. Yeah. 372 for 4.
Yes, I mean, absolutely everything's against the bowlers, you know, the pitch, the kookaburra, and the fact that, as you've just rightly said, height becomes an issue with most LBW shouts.
Bamber approaches Wesley, who's driving through the covers, and that should be 4 more. So this is the over in which they get on with things and try and turn that 400 into no doubt, and Bamber over-pitching. Really overcompensating for the delivery 2 balls earlier. 376 for 4, Wesley to 134.
Yeah, lovely shot again from Wesley, and although he rightly has a reputation for being strong through the leg side, but if you saw only this innings, you'd say, well, no, actually, all the good shots I've seen from him have tended to be either straight or into the offside.
Yeah, he's played pretty risk-free as well, as he leaves the ball alone. That's a much better delivery from Bamber, and he is getting a bit of pace. And the one thing we know, we're always conscious of the fact that, yeah, this is a big score, and it's looked pretty benign, and we know about the Kookaburra, we know about a hybrid, but we'll just see whether the quality of the Essex attack shows itself. And 2 or 3 early wickets puts game pressure onto what is, in some parts, an inexperienced batting lineup. Let's put it that way. With, as well as Malik has done, debut for Jani in this match. Bamber's next delivery is whipped wristily in that Wesley style out towards the deep mid-wicket fielder Mosley, who looks more comfortable. He's throwing in right arm there. Let's see if he rubs his shoulder. He suffered a bit of an issue with his shoulder in the field yesterday, and he's just waving his arm, but I think he looks a lot more comfortable with it. Scratches the back of his head, puts his cap back on, Dan Mosley. Great character. He's just again flexing that shoulder. Bamber in, pushed into the leg side to that short mid-wicket, and a comfortable single. A lot of runs off that over, I think 9 in all.
I think it's 11 actually. I think
11.
It was 367 at the start.
Oh, that'll be it. 378 for 4, so 22 needed in the next 7 overs, which shouldn't be too much of a problem in terms of getting themselves to the 400. And I thought for a moment Hannon Dolby was going to bowl. Just to mention, I said Dan Mosley's a great character. If you want to hear any of this season's episodes of the Bears Pod Blast, they're available on BBC Sounds. There are 8 episodes this year. If you go to BBC Sounds and just search for Pod Blast, you will find all of them. Ollie Hannon Dolby was co-host on most, but not quite all, of the episodes this year. Dan Mosley, Ed Barnard, Ethan Bamber amongst those who were guests, and also from the women's team, likes of Laura Harris. Davina Perrin is an England player in the making. A lot of good listening there for you.
Barnard begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end, and here, lovely shot from Charlie Allison. It's not going to bring him a boundary, but goes to deep backward point, running round, nice throw, good bit of fielding, but single takes the score along to 379 for 4, and suddenly from the last 7 deliveries 12 runs have come, and Essex now look well on course for the 4th batting point.
Today a few jumpers as well. That tells you that it's warmer today.
It is. You can feel a big difference actually.
The only one that has is Alex Davis, and I'm pretty sure he sleeps in his.
As Barnard's in. Bowls, Wesley defence down to mid-on, and there is no run. Just going back to the England team for the Oval, perhaps I could ask you if you wouldn't mind just reading it out again, because we get new callers coming in at regular intervals, but principally I'm asking you because I've forgotten 1 or 2 details.
Yes, I mean, it's 4 changes, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, did you say Gus Atkinson?
Yeah.
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 And presumably Joffer Archer isn't.
No Archer, no Carse, no Stokes, no Dawson.
Yeah, of course, Barner comes in, bowls, and flicked for a single by Wesley. In fact, he's going to think of coming back for a second, but decides against it, and a good decision. Lovely bit of fielding there down at long leg. 380 for 4, but Stokes was holding that shoulder all the way on the last day earlier this week, and I think it's a great blow to England, but I was quite impressed with Pope's captaincy, the little I've seen of it.
Yeah, I think the only concern you've got going forward is Stokes robust enough to get through a 5-match Ashes series?
Yeah, the answer might not be yes. Barnard's in, bowls, and this ball is pulled into the ground, and then one bounce to Rob Yates at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Corey Rocchiccioli is trying to persuade his captain that they need to bowl a bit of spin. I think they've reached the point now where the restricting Essex to make them chase hasn't quite worked out. It worked for a while, but the 400 is going to be gathered surely. So now they've got to find the best way of taking wickets in the next 38 balls. They need 2. I'm not convinced they're going to get them, but they have to try something different, I think.
You're quite right, as Barnard comes in bowls and played up to Bo Webster at short extra. And on that point of trying something different, look what happened when Zen Malik came on for 1 over yesterday. Now, it was in many ways an absurd delivery, a candidate for worst of the day, but it got a wicket. And this can happen. It's worth having try something different.
It can't be a candidate for worst of the day when it was on target.
Well, yes, fair enough.
It was a delivery that hit the stumps without being deflected.
Yes, worst straight ball of the day.
It was a very ordinary looking delivery.
Yeah. Here is Barnard in bowls, and no shot there. I'm not wishing any offence to Malik at all. I think he's a terrific young prospect.
Well, you could make the case that it was the worst shot of the day because
yes, well, definitely.
Jordan Cox tried to cut the ball, ended up on his backside.
It was pure vaudeville.
It was. Anyway, you wanted the England 11.
Thank you.
It is as follows. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, the openers. Ollie Pope, captain in the side, batting at 3. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jacob Bethel, his first home test. Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Josh Tongue. Yeah,
there are aspects of that I like. I mean, for me, the changes had to be made. Our attack looked absolutely out on its feet the other day. Cars has bowled heroically at times in the series, but he looks exhausted, and I don't blame him. You know, it's been back-to-back tests on 2 occasions, and not a big gap on other occasions, as Rothesay is about to come into the attack at the Sir Alistair Cook end. But I do also, bearing in mind England are 2-1 up in the series and will win it if they don't lose the game, I like the fact some of those tail-enders are pretty useful with the bat.
Well, Atkinson, the last man to get 100 and take 5 wickets in the Test match for England until Ben Stokes did.
Yeah.
I'll do this over and then I need to make way for Roland, don't I? So
right.
So Rothesay is going to bowl this over. His first of the morning, and he's in to bowl to Wesley. Gives it plenty of flight, slapped back past him, but fielded on the tumble at mid-off by Ethan Bamber, who gets up like a man who's got a lot of let-overs in his legs in the last fortnight.
Was that at the Oval when Atkinson got that 5-wicket haul and made 100?
I'm not sure, it might have been. Can't remember now. Next ball is just pushed nicely up to long on. Dan Mosley down in front of us. Let's see how he throws. Oh, Roland, are you saying it was at Lord's?
No, I thought it was the Oval.
Oh, Roland saying Lord's.
Oh, right, yep, no, he knows a lot better than I do.
He knows Lord's like the back of his hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roland.
They've named one of the plant pots after him. That's how. Here's Rothesay again, just back of a length, defended by Allison.
But people like Atkinson, and then Jamie Overton's no mug with the bat.
Yeah. And
even Josh Tongue at 11 is not the worst tail-ender I've ever seen.
He can hit a long ball.
Yeah.
But I won't go any further than that. This is driven straight towards short mid-wicket, picked up by Yates. Allison, we're grateful that he got that one along the deck. 381 for 4, 105th over.
And it's probably about due that Chris Wokes makes a good score. You know, he's very capable.
Charlie floats this one up forward in defence is Allison. Like a lot of people, he's been a bit short of cricket. He's had a lot of cricket in the last 4 tests. But he's played 1 half-decent knock, didn't he? He got into the high 40s. But he just hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket in the last 2 or 3 years. But Rothesay in to complete his 25th over. He's 1 for 89 so far. That one did offer a bit of slow turn. Fended out into the leg side by Allison. 105 overs gone. 5 more overs to accrue bonus points. Essex 381 for 4. Paul Newton will keep you informed and entertained, whilst Roland Butcher comes nimbly into position.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard Wilford. And 19 needed off 5 overs. So after that very expensive over, Rothesay's come in and kept things down to a mere single. So I'm sure these 2 batsmen will make sure Essex do get to the 4th batting point. Might they lose a couple of wickets and yield Warwickshire a second bowling point in that attempt? Here is Ed Barnard in from the Gooch end. Bowls edged, and that's no, it's not quite going to go down for 4. Just a single. Rothesay was suitably placed. There hasn't all that often been a third man, but there he was and made smart progress to his left down beneath us. I could just see the top of his head coming round through the railings of the Riverside stand from which we commentate. 382 for 4. Very good morning, Roland.
Yeah, very good morning to you. And yes, it is a good morning. The sun is shining. good crowd in, it's good batting.
Here's the next delivery, and the ball just played a few yards into the offside. Yes, certainly a lot nicer morning than yesterday, where it was a rarity for any sight of the sun, but we've got quite an area of blue sky developing above us.
Yes, it's a much nicer day, certainly for spectators and for players. Yesterday was a little bit gloomy, but it's good to see some bright sunshine and good crowd in at the moment.
Barnard bowls to Allison. Allison to backward point, no run there. Good cricket by Warwickshire, keeping the lid on Essex's ambitions of getting to the 4th bonus point. And Allison, I think, well, he looked as if he'd like a word with the skipper, but Wesley took one step towards him and promptly turned his back on him. Looks as if Allison's calling perhaps for another pair of gloves. Probably as an excuse so he can have that chat with Wesley. As here is Barnard in, and this ball is played down into the onside to square leg. I think he was possibly looking to play that more behind the wicket. It goes absolutely square, but he rolled the wrists and made sure he kept it down. 45 to Allison, and the score up to 383 for 4.
Yes, and both of these batters this morning look very comfortable at the crease. No alarms.
They certainly do. As Barnard gets through his over well, considering he's got a long run up, and Wesley plays it to mid-wicket. And again, there will be no run, with 4 overs to go of the counting overs for bonus points after this one, and just 1 ball left of this 106th over of the innings. Put into bat, Essex 383 for 4, and all the Essex players have got a start as Barnard bowls. Allison deflects it for a single into the offside. 384 for 4. Another tight over, just 3 singles off it, as Allison goes up to 46, and Wesley has moved on this morning to 139, and that all means 16 are needed off the last 4.
Should not be a problem, and they've been very positive this morning. Essex have got some nice balls to put away, and they've done just that, put it away with relative ease. And this morning Wesley's continued really from where he left off yesterday. Very controlled knock, and obviously looking for his 150. That's the next target for him. And in the meantime, Allison has also given some terrific support. He's moved into the 40s, so Rothesay will continue with this off spin, just trying to get his feel right. He's got a slip, he's got 2 mid wickets, 1 fairly straight catch in, 1 a little bit deeper. He's got a short fine leg, deep square leg, and can't see the long one, but I presume there's 1 in that area. And this first delivery is down the leg side, and that will probably go for 4 byes. This turn eludes the keeper, and yes, it goes for 4 byes. Turn and bounce, trying to whip that one down to fine leg. Didn't get a touch. Wicket keeper made no contact, and 4 to the total. So gets ever so closer with that delivery, and encouraging there for the spinners, I guess, the amount of bounce that was on that one. But I think generally this pitch really has been excellent for batting, and Essex have taken full control. Wesley is ready as Rothesay bowls, and he's driving. He's only going to get a single there, is he? He's looking for 2, should get the second. The return is on its way. It's a good one. Just bouncing before the keeper on the half volley, but excellent running by Wesley, just easing that one through the cover point region. There's a fielder at deep extra cover, had to come around to his left. Did well, and a fast return, but in the meantime, Wesley collects 2, goes to 141. The score moves now to 390. Rothesay in and bowls, and Wesley's turning this one into the onside to the second of those mid wickets. Can't get a single, just going with a turn. As the ball just turned into him, he just eased it on the front foot. So the field really well spread in terms of, as Rothesay in and bowls. And Wesley drives. He drives fluently, but he can't beat mid-off. It was fairly wide. That one was hit with good timing. Nice flighty delivery outside the off stump and stroked pleasantly up to mid-off. Can't score. He stays on 141. Rockachilli bowls. And that one swept hard, but straight to the fielder. They're just behind, square saving the single. That looks like Alan Dolby, who hasn't had a chance to bowl today, but that one was struck with good power. 390 for 4. And this delivery is eased into the onside, but it goes straight out of the Toodmy wickets. Can't score. Good comeback by Rockachilli, and at the end of it, Essex are 390 for 4. Allison is on 45, and Wesley on 141.
Yeah, decent over, and a bit of bad luck in some ways, the 4 byes, which suited Essex down to the ground. It was off the first ball of the over, and basically meant that they didn't really have to score many more in the over to keep this target of the 4th batting bonus point well in sight. They have 3 overs left now to get a further 10. Bo Webster, as you probably heard there on the PA, being brought on at the Graham Gooch end, and will bowl initially to Charlie Addison, who's played thoroughly well here, approaching a 50 on 45, 141 to Wesley, and they've pretty much continued in the same vein as they were in yesterday evening, when both of them found a great amount of fluency on the pitch, where it's probably quite easy to do so, but you still have to play your shots well, and both of them did. Just watching a huge disparity in height between Bo Webster discussing where the fielders are going to be placed with the diminutive by comparison skipper Alex Davis.
Yes, discussion taking place as Webster is going to have his first bowl of the day. Just trying to get this feel right.
And the man taking out a backward point heading towards mid-wicket.
It looks as if he'll be bowling without a slip.
Yeah, indeed. And a fielder who's moved not going to mid-wicket, but rather very near the square leg umpire.
Yes, I just wonder how they will be expecting to get a wicket.
Rockachilli now being summoned out of the offside to come into the onside. It's sort of all changed. Mid-wicket is making its way down towards a sort of leg gully. Rockachilli takes over at mid-wicket.
Looks like the leg side theory I had with him.
Yep.
It's got
Rob Yates in the leg gully position. Webster still scrutinising his field.
6-3 leg side, so there's no third man.
So here's Webster in bowls, and way down leg side. Certainly a one-day wide, but not in this form of the game. So Essex have a further 17 opportunities to make a total of 10 further runs if they're going to get this 4th batting point.
Yeah, it's very clear that the attack's going to be leg side, either full or short. And the first one was short. I think Webster, with his field, he has no other option because the offside field just consists of 3 players.
Webster bowls again. That's way down leg side, but not called a wide by umpire Ian Blackwell. Kai Smith has to make a lot of ground to his left to field it. Score remaining at 390 for 4. So 16 deliveries left for Essex to score 10.
Yeah, the plan is very, very clear. He's going to have to score on the leg side, so he's really asking Allison to do something different.
Webster again. Bowls to Allison. Allison defends up to mid-wicket. That was very reachable, but well bowled, and Allison felt he couldn't go after that.
That ball was actually pitched on the stumps. I don't think he can afford to go any wider, Webster, with this field. He's just got a mid-off and an extra cover. And then the third fielder is out on the point boundary, so he's got a lot of ground to cover.
Webster to Allison. Well, again, there won't be any runs. Straight to mid-wicket. Good tight bowling. And Allison biding his time, but now the asking rate's gone up markedly after 4 dot balls. 10 still needed, but only 14 deliveries for Essex to make these 10 runs. Webster, as the sun begins to go in, is in and bowls to Allison. That's a good ball. It keeps low. It's well dug out by Allison. You couldn't really blame him for not being able to score off that one.
Yeah, that one was heading definitely towards the stumps, kept very, very low. But got over this by Webster, just bowl into the plan, and the plan is very simple. Pack the leg side, bowl leg side.
Well, here he comes again to complete the over. And it's a maiden. Played down to mid-on. And well bowled, sir. So Webster bowls a maiden. OK, you could say the tactics were a little bit negative, but Warwickshire have every right to employ them. And, of course, they're hoping to get a wicket by forcing an indiscretion out of increasingly desperate batsmen. I have to say that Allison didn't look desperate in the way he played the over. He looked content to drop a dead bat on it. It's 390 for 4, 12 deliveries remain for one side to get 10 runs or the other to take 2 wickets if they're to add to their existing tally.
Yeah, very good over that by Webster. Just bowled to the plan. Plan was very simple, but he executed it very well. But Rothesay, he's got the opportunity now to work to his plan. He'll be bowling to Wesley in bowls to Wesley. Wesley's turning this one fine. He's looking for the single, but a good tumbling stop at that short fine leg position by Anam Dolby. That ball was short and just clipped it off the pads. Anam Dolby took an age to get off the ground, so that's not a good sign for Warwickshire, and the premier fast bowler is on his knees. Rothesay in and bowls, and this is gone, is out, is it? No, first bounce. Big sweep there by Wesley. The first time he's really lost his composure, just trying to lift that one over. Long on, ended up pulling it out to deep square leg. First bounce, but in the process he gets a single.
Yeah, he's looking for a 6 there, but didn't play it that well.
Rothesay bowls, and this is worked into the onside with the turn. Can't score. Little restlessness amongst the crowd at the moment.
Yeah, well,
They don't like to see a tense situation. Rothesay bowls Atkinson, who does the perfect reverse sweep. Full on the stumps, but Atkinson, equal to the task, plays a tremendous reverse sweep past square leg if he was a left-hander, all along the ground, and the result is a boundary.
And a much needed one. 2 balls left of the penultimate over, in which bonus points are still attainable.
Yeah, tremendous shot that takes a little bit of pressure off now as Rothesay bowls, and Atkinson is going to get a single here as he just eases this ball out on the offside. Gets the single, he goes to 50, and it's a very well played 50, and part of an excellent partnership here with Wesley. He came in yesterday, Allison looked in good touch, looked confident, continued today, and he's brought up his half century. The score now moves on to 396 for 4, and the pressure back on Warwickshire once more, as if it ever left, as Rothesay bowls, and the big sweep, and appeal for LBW given not out against Wesley, looking to sweep that one square. Ball strikes him on the pad, but the important thing for Warwickshire that they did not get a run. Rothesay having a discussion there with the umpire, a friendly discussion, I must add, but at the end of the over, Essex firmly in control of this game at the moment, 396 for 4.
6 runs off the over, notably, of course, the reverse sweep for 4. Really finely played by Charlie Allison, product of the Essex Academy, went to one of the leading public schools in the county, Felsted, as a number of former Essex players, people like Derek Pringle, John Stevenson. I think Nick Knight went there, if I remember rightly. And now Charlie Allison. 4 needed from this last over. Won't be easy with this man bowling. Bo Webster bowls, and that ball is turned down to fine leg. That's one of them. And Allison moves up to 51. And it's over to you, Skip, as Wesley on 142. He's played ever so well again this morning, but he's not had much of the bowling recently and just possibly lost a little bit of his earlier flow. So 3 needed from 5. And still this leg side field as Webster's in bowls to Wesley, and Wesley cracks this one down. Now that might well go for 4, and has. The deed is done from an Essex point of view. They've achieved their 4th batting point with 4 balls to spare. And that was a loose one from Webster. It was too short in length, and although it was going down leg side, it just enabled Wesley, who's no mug when it comes to playing the ball into the leg side, latched onto it in a way he tried to but failed to do 2 or 3 times in the previous 4 or 5 overs. And Essex are 401 for 4 in 109.2.
Yes, and that takes Webster much closer to the 150.
As the next delivery. Oh, that's got up unexpectedly, certainly to the batsman unexpectedly, and wrapped Wesley on the glove. There's a bit of life there from Webster. He's a strong man, so he can, when he bends his back, get the ball to lift.
Yeah, that just lifted from a length, and uncertainty there for the batter. He was good enough to fend it off, but taking a blow certainly on the fingers.
146 to Wesley. Doesn't seem all that badly affected by the blow on the hand. This ball doesn't go past the stumps by much. He kept it a little bit low. Wesley was playing at it, missed, goes through to Kai Smith, but it's interesting that the ball's just done a couple of things in this over that we weren't really expecting.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't expecting that last delivery from Webster. Obviously with the leg side field, he was expecting it leg side. Webster just got that one to hold its own outside the off stump, went past the outside edge.
Webster to Wesley. Defends, mid-wicket fields, won't be a run there. And just 1 ball left now, so Warwickshire will not be able to achieve a second bowling bonus point. They need 2 wickets to do that. If we want to go to extremes, there could be a run out off a no ball and then a wicket off the last legitimate delivery, but it's not going to happen that way. And Webster will come in to complete the 110th over, which Wesley whips through the gap between mid-wicket and square leg and picks up a regulation single to move on to 147 not out. He and Wesley, who's made 51, have taken this partnership way past 50 now. 402 for 4.
Yes, a very good partnership, and the next target really is 150, and then the question is really how much longer do Essex look to bat. And having come this far, I would imagine that the idea would be to continue and look to bat just the once in this game, put the game beyond the chance of a defeat.
Yes, I mean, Essex, let me see, 4 and 3, 7. They get 15 points if it's a draw.
Rothesay in and bowls, and that's turned off the pads, and he's going to get an easy single as it's clipped out to deep square leg. The return is on its way first bounce to the keeper, so he gets a single and goes to 146. Brings Allison on strike. Rothesay in and bowls, and Allison comes forward and works that with the turn into the onside. And the spectator's not happy that there wasn't a run or attempt to score off that ball. think they're getting carried away now with
Yes.
the success as Rothesay bowls, and that's a lovely shot. His use of the feet down the ground for 4. Just using his feet, a little push, and the ball just sped away to the right of the mid-off fielder and out to the boundary for 4. So it's a lovely shot by Allison. The important thing about that really was the use of the feet, how close he got to the ball. It was a slightly quicker delivery as well, so there wasn't any turn on it, and just really played through the line.
Yeah, arguably the shot of the morning, and there've been other good ones.
Lovely shot. Let's see what Rothesay does now, and this one brings him forward to a good delivery. That's just held back a bit, so he has to defend. Ball goes on the onside. Fielder comes from that short mid-wicket position and does the fielding. 4-0 sub for 4 as Rothesay off spin in and bowls, and he's forward again, and this one's defended to the same fielder, but this time a little bit squarer on the onside, so that short mid-wicket goes around to his right and does the fielding. So good response after that 4 from Rothesay. He's bowled a little bit slower, a little bit more air, as this delivery is a quicker one, and he has to defend as he turns it, and it goes to short fine leg. A wayward throw came in from the short fine leg position. By that time, both batters have decided that that was the end of the over. They wouldn't run, even though the ball eluded the wicketkeeper and could easily have gone for an overthrow, but they didn't take it. So the score at the end of that over is 407 for the loss of 4, and we're just awaiting this 150 for Wesley.
Yeah, Surrey 231 for 6, 78 runs now ahead of Durham. Somerset 356 for 6, put in by Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Hampshire 171 for 3 at Worcester. And Sussex all out 222. Yorkshire 22 for no wicket, 200 behind. Webster bowls, and that's caught at leg gully. So the ploy has worked. It's very well taken indeed there by Rob Yates. And Wesley will get a great ovation here. The Essex skipper just flicking at a ball down leg side. And Yates moved to his left very smartly to take the catch, which was at a nice height for him. And Essex lose their 5th wicket at 407 for 5.
Yeah, that was the plan. Obviously, Webster's plan has been to bowl leg side, try and protect that leg side. He brought in a leg gully, and that one was clipped by Wesley. And he has to go for a well-played 148. Gets a round of applause from this crowd here at Chelmsford. An excellent innings comes to an end. Even the opposition Warwickshire applauding the innings. It really was a fantastic innings. Good catch to cause his demise. But looking back, he would be very disappointed that he got out at that stage when perhaps there was a 200 for the taking. But he's got to go, and Webster gets another wicket.
Michael Pepper, Essex's wicketkeeper batsman, makes his way out to the middle, and he's well capable of punishing a tiring attack. May not happen that way, but as I say, he's another, although he's not one of the really young prospects in the way that Noah Thane, who we've yet to see, and Charlie Allison are, but he's nevertheless in his sort of late to mid-20s, and a very, very attacking and attractive player when he gets going, very useful in T20, but he's adapted his game from being regarded as perhaps principally a white ball player, but he tells me that he's just as keen to play red ball cricket, and has made a pretty good job of it as well, as opportunities, slow to come his way initially, have certainly come his way in the last year and a bit. So 407 for 5, yes, Wesley, not as I said 147, he made 148. Wouldn't want to do him out of a run, and it really was a very fine chanceless knock until he was dismissed, and Pepper just about to lean over his bat, having taken guard, had a good look round the field. We got a slip and the same leg gully. Webster bowls to him. Oh, and that keeps low. It was, I think, hitting him outside leg stump. But Webster has certainly caused problems since he was brought into the attack.
Yeah, he's mixed it up well. As I said, he's for the new batter. He's brought in no slip, so he's still got the leg gully. So it's a 5-4 leg side field, and what he's done really, Webster, today is to just try and bowl back of a length. He hasn't bowled too full, so the batter can drive. Just bowl back of a length, and just try and do something with the ball, primarily into the right-hander. And now he goes the other way to the new batter. That one goes off the seam.
Yes, I was about to say I'll bring Richard Wilford back at the end of this over, but I won't. Not because he's not prepared to, but he's got to do an update for listeners in the West Midlands. But he will join Roland Butcher as soon as he's performed that duty. And yes, Webster's certainly got Pepper hopping about a bit out there. Here he comes again. Bowls to Pepper. Pepper turns this one to square leg, and there's no run. Just looking at the Division 2 scores, Middlesex in a game that has been interrupted by the weather, and I think it's it's delayed again. Middlesex 232 for 3, and then we have Leicestershire put into bat 442 for 9. Kent struggling at the very bottom of the table, yet to bat, obviously. Glamorgan 260 for 9. Here's the next ball. Pepper gets off the mark here, pleasantly driving the ball, and it won't go for 4, but they will be able to come back for 2. 409 for 5, and that's Glamorgan scored 260 for 9 against Lancashire, and Derbyshire 377, Northants 14 for no wicket, and that completes the latest scores in all the games. Essex duly going through to their 4th batting point at the county ground this morning, as Webster is in and bowls to Pepper. Pepper defends, the over ends, and 409 for 5 is the Essex score at the end of that over. And just looking to see exactly what that partnership realised. So it was getting on towards 100 actually. They put on 91 for the 5th wicket, Wesley and Charlie Allison.
Yes, and that partnership broken by Webster, who's come into the attack today, and he's bowled very well. He's bowled to a plan. That was the important thing. And the plan worked in the end with the wicket of Wesley. Now Roccacelli is in discussion as to what type of field he's going to have for Allison. His discussion is in relation to the offside field at the moment, as the mid-off now goes a little bit deeper. So there's a short third man, there's a whitish mid-off, extra cover on the boundary, one slip in place, and then the leg side field, 2 mid wickets, 1 straight, 1 square, as Roccacelli bowls, and he's down the wicket and spotted there by Roccacelli and bowled the arm ball, and he just got down in time to get the bat on it, squeezed out into the offside, and that easily could have been a stump in there, as Allison made the move down the pitch very early, as Roccacelli comes in once more now and bowls to Allison. Short, and Allison's onto the back foot and just eases this one quite nicely out to deep extra cover. And they're crossed for a single. The return comes in on the first bounce. It doesn't appear as if there's going to be any field change for the new batter, even though Pepper's just come in. He's only on 2. A 6 now. 410 for 5. Roccacelli just got the 1 wicket in this innings. He's in now and bowls, and Pepper stands up straight to a shortish delivery which he has to defend, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Pepper 2. Pepper waits as Roccacelli is in and bowls, and that's a little scoop on the leg side. Ball much too full, and it ended up just going straight to Anna Dolby at that short square leg position. As Rothesay moves away from us now, and this delivery is swept away handsomely down to square leg for 4. This time a lot more venom in the shot by Pepper. There was nothing scooped about this one. It's a full-blooded sweep shot, obviously picking the length and line correctly, and the man at deep square leg really had no chance of getting there. He's now being moved a little bit finer, where that was struck with tremendous power. He gets 4, goes to 6.
Well, you modern cricketers love all these flicks and tricks from white ball cricket these days, but there's nothing quite like an orthodox sweep, played powerfully in this case, because Pepper's a strong man.
Yeah,
we know he can innovate, but at times you don't need to.
Rothesay, let's see his response, as this delivery is fine swept, and this one probably is going to go just for the single, read by Hannah Dolby, who started from a much deeper position at that short fine leg position, and restricts the batters to a single. So Pepper will take straight at the start of the next over. It's 4:15 for the loss of 5. With him is Alison. Good morning to you, Rich.
Yeah, good day to you, Rolly. You sleep well last night?
Yes, I did. Very, very well. You know, for some reason I was very tired last night. I tried to listen to a sports program from the Caribbean, which would have been on West Indies cricket, but I can clearly remember the first 2 minutes.
Which it's not a comment on the quality of the programme, it's a comment on your need for sleep. You'd been up quite late the night before following the T20 International.
That's right, yeah.
And then you'd driven up here
yesterday morning.
You've been up early for that. So, you know.
But
as house guests go, you were very low maintenance.
Well, yeah, very, very. They didn't have to wait hand and foot at all.
No, that's good to know. Maybe you'll be more effusive company tonight. We'll see. So Bo Webster taking a lot of trouble again over his field. Slip and leg slip in place. Mid wicket just being adjusted. Rothesay moving a little bit more central, and he comes in to bowl to Pepper, who's up on his toes to guide the ball down into the gully for a single. Dan Mosley comes to do the fielding, 416 for 5. So you would imagine the Essex plan right now is to pull out with somewhere between 500 and 600 on the board mid-afternoon. Would that be about logic?
Well, I would imagine so. With 5 wickets down, and you know, it would make sense to just try to get a total rear. You know, you've only got about once. You know, if you can get 500, 600, 500 plus, you know, you've got to bat fairly well to avoid the follow-on to start with, and then even if you don't.
Webster in, and look, advancing down the wicket there is Allison. He nearly chips a catch to one of the 2 short mid-wickets. Bounces just in front of a tumbling Rothesay. But having come down the wicket, he's checked his shot, and that nearly got him into trouble.
It nearly did, but good thing he didn't continue with the shot. But Webster has bowled well to the leg side plan. He's executed very well. He knows exactly what he's trying to do. Not to give the batter any room on the offside. If anything, err on the point of caution leg side.
Yeah, very intelligent and experienced cricketer, and he's showing that in this session. This one's down the leg side, trying to bring leg slip into play because he's taken his slip out. And it goes through to Kai Smith. After all we've said about the absence of Jacob Bethel, there he is playing his first home test on Friday.
Yeah, wish him luck. The only concern for me is lack of actual match practice. Plenty of net practice, but we'll see how that goes. But
probably plenty of golf in the current England setup as well.
So yeah, good luck to him. It's another opportunity.
Webster approaches, bowls to Allison, again pushes it towards Rothesay on the ground. Rothesay misfields. Allison sets off for a single. No, no, no is the shout from the other end of the pitch from Pepper. And there's no run. I actually feel some warmth coming in through the window now.
You're imagining that, Richard?
No, there was a bit of warm air then.
Yeah.
But there's some cloud coming.
I'm only jiving with you. But you're right, absolutely. It's much nicer morning here. You said the sun coming through nicely now. There could have been a single there if Pepper had moved out of his crease.
Makes a bit of room for himself here and guides the ball out down towards third. For a single, does Allison. He goes to 57, 417 for 5. Actually, it is temporarily really quite pleasant, and I was impressed to note, even though it was overcast first thing this morning, there were members who sit out in front of us here who were putting on a little bit of sun cream, keeping themselves safe.
Local knowledge.
When the gates open at 10 o'clock, there is a race for certain positions in the ground. Webster back of a length, defended by Pepper out in the offside. No run, end of the over, 417 for 5. Not as many people, I think, in quite as there were yesterday.
Yeah, I think first day is always a much better day, I guess, in terms of crowd, who perhaps probably haven't seen any cricket for a little while, but I think, overall it's still not a bad crowd. If you look certainly to our left and to our right in these two stands, they're pretty well populated.
Well, this is where the race is for, is to get into these spots. Yeah.
Surprised they don't leave their bag there overnight.
Somebody came to unlock the commentary box door just before I got trampled underfoot.
Rakhachali bowls, and that's a reverse sweep, but he doesn't time it properly, and the slip fielder anticipated and moved to his right and certainly saved possible 4 runs there.
Alex Davis is very agile at slip and leg slip off
he's-
spinners. He does tend to move around.
He's now gone to a second slip position. Rakhachali bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump and looking to slash that one through the offside. Allison almost loses his balance, and the ball goes through to the keeper. Davis has now moved back to traditional slip from second slip, so bit of byplay taking place, and this one is worked off the back foot by Allison, who just goes deep in his crease, just opens the face and pushes it out to extra cover, where he gets an easy single, brings Pepper onto strike. The field, slight adjustment to the field. The long on fielder, who was perhaps 10 yards inside the boundary, now goes right back onto the boundary, and also the second mid wicket, he goes probably halfway back to the boundaries as well. So Rakhachali to Pepper, past the umpire now and bowl, and Pepper's driving hard, but he won't get a single. Good anticipation there at mid-off, coming in quite sharply. It was hit with power, so couldn't get for the single. He was looking for it, almost mid-off, probably 30 meters back. As this delivery is worked into the onside, he'll get an easy single, as Anand Dolby has to come from that short fine leg position towards the square leg umpire, and the batter's cross for a very easy single. So Pepper goes to 9, and 419 for 5 brings Allison on strike. Rakhachali ball short, and Allison has to defend this one as he works it off the back foot. Good diving stop at short mid wicket. That was the final delivery of Rakhachali's over, and at the end of it, Essex have moved on to 419 for 5.
Still not an awful lot of encouragement for any type of bowler here, and you feel that wickets are only going to come if somebody makes a mistake. And Westley, after an outstanding innings, fell into a trap that had been set by Bo Webster. Alex Davis with a catch at leg gully by Rob Yates. And Allison's fascinating. It's the same as I felt about him yesterday evening, that he's a far better player when he's waiting for the game to come to him, when he's waiting for the bad ball, than he is when he's trying to manufacture it. Pepper is far more imaginative as a player. He's a terrific white ball batter. But if Allison just keeps his head down and waits for the bad ball, he's going to make 100 here.
Yeah, he's got every opportunity, but he would also like Pepper to contribute. That takes a lot of pressure off him there.
Yeah, well, he'll certainly try and do that as he faces the first ball of a new over from Bo Webster, and he cuts this very fine for 4 on the inside of third. Really was fine, that. And he gets into double figures on 13, 433 for 5.
Yeah, that's good play. Just gave himself a little bit of room and didn't try to cut it with any venom. Just it was a gentle late cut. Really, he knew that once he got something on it, whether it was edge or off the face of the bat, that it was always 4, because there's a backward point on the boundary, not a third man.
Next delivery is straighter and turns him round a little bit. Out to half of the bat, it rolls out on the offside, picked up by Ed Barnard. Yeah, Johnny is reasonably square in terms of between third and backward point.
He just brought him a little bit finer, because he was another 10 yards.
But even an orthodox third man would have struggled to cut that off, because it was very fine, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
I was looking for balcony dwellers. There's at least one out today. So this ball is short, and he leans back out of the way of it. So just like again, they've taken their morning position on the lowest level of the balcony at the far end of the ground, the Graham Gooch end. It is the same balcony. They've just got a partition wall in the middle of it, and they in the morning session they both sit at opposite ends. As if they don't talk in the morning.
Not while the cricket is on.
Yeah, in the afternoon there's a point where they were sat together. Webster in, clipped off his pads for a single by Pepper down to long leg. Bamber does the fielding. 424 for 5.
Well, maybe at lunchtime they compare notes of what happened in the morning session.
Yeah. I mean they're probably talking to each other. It's hard to tell. Leaning against walls at either side. Oh, there's a chap leaning off a scaffold and the deep square leg boundary. This is just back of length and straight, defended back into the right arm of Webster, who picks up with his right hand. Oh, he's topless as well. He's topless. There is a magnificent sign on the pavilion. No bare torsos beyond this point. Now, I did enjoy when I read that yesterday. And they have spelt bare, B-A-R-E, otherwise that would be a rather more concerning sign. As Webster approaches once more and Allison pushes out in the offside. And that is the end of the over. Essex continue on, 424 for 5. They've added 74 runs this morning for the loss of Tom Wesley. They got their 4th batting bonus point. Warwickshire only got 1 bowling bonus point. Be warned, Roland, if you are going to the pavilion today, no bare torso.
No bare torso.
In case you're tempted. You're more tempted now than you would have been earlier.
Well, maybe that's a new drink, or
yeah.
If I see that at our lunch venue, then
yeah. Cocktail. I'll have a cosmopolitan. Oh, excellent. I'll have a zombie. I'll have the bare torso. Ah, well, you can have that, sir, but you mustn't drink it in that part of the pavilion.
That's right. Beyond this point.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Rothesay will continue. Pepper surveys the field. He's on 14. Had a good look at the deep square leg position as Rothesay is in bows and has struck off the back foot short of a length and just giving himself some room. Will get a single as it goes out to deep extra cover. Goes to 15.
So I guess that workman has thought, well, if they're not going to let me have a bare torso over there, I'm going to stand on this scaffold. It's slightly outside the ground. They can't do anything about it. I mean, the ground rules don't apply. He's not inside the stadium.
Absolutely. Rothesay in bows. And that's cut away hard, but it goes straight to the man on the extra cover boundary. So just a single to Allison. Allison moves to 58. The score moves on to 426 for the loss of 5. Bid on goes back to long on for Pepper as Rothesay is in bows and Pepper has to defend. A quicker, flatter delivery and goes straight back to the bowler who does the fielding. Bit of cat and mouse here. Rothesay knows that Pepper wants to get after him. Will he throw the bait up And this delivery is up and it's driven handsomely through the offside. That should go for 4. That's the response. Tossed up delivery and authentic extra cover drive. And eluded that man out on the extra cover boundary. Dissected himself and the mid-off perfectly for a boundary. So he goes now, Pepper, to 19. The score moves to 430 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, Rothesay's not found it easy in this game at all. He's a very capable bowler. He's taken 15 wickets in his first 3 games, just 1 in this. Well over 100 already up against his name as well.
Yes, he's in once more. This delivery, Pepper just goes forward and then back. As the ball is held back. Length held back as well, so it's short. And all he can do is just defend on the onside. Stays on 19. Rothesay in now and bowls. And driven square. There's runs here again. It goes out to deep square legs. Out to deep point. And the tumbling stop there at the point boundary. Excellent piece of fielding. Really prevented the boundary in the process. They cross for 2, so the over comes to an end. And the Pepper moves to 21. The score moves on to 432 for the loss of 5.
Perfect conditions for batting in this morning session, and Essex taking full advantage of it, going along at a very decent rate as well, 4 and over for the morning, and they're not going to go any slower than that as things progress. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going to come on for the first time today, and a sign of the joy that he has with the Kookaburra is the fact that he hasn't bowled in the first hour and 20 minutes of the day. I don't think they feel he's going to get any help anyway out of this.
Yes, and maybe he felt a little bit tired, and well, I was a bit surprised, as you said, the ball was fairly new, that he didn't have the opportunity to bowl. Because he, in terms of seam bowlers yesterday, he was by far the best.
A season where he just can't buy a wicket, and that's been a massive frustration to him. Left out of the game at Worcester. The Bears almost got victory, were denied by heavy rain on the final day. But he comes in to start his spell here, and he's clipped towards square leg by Allison, who goes up high to onto a ball that was back of a length, but can't evade the close infielder there. And there's no run. Dan Mosley still not entirely happy about this right shoulder of his. Let's hope that doesn't restrict him with the bat, because whatever else happens, however flat we think this deck might be, Warwickshire are going to have to bat well to make sure they don't get themselves into trouble in this game.
Of course, it's a good pitch, but still going to need, as you said, to bat well. Need some luck.
It's been a centurion and 2 50 makers in this Essex innings. As, leading forward is Allison, who's on 59. And he plays it to Rothesay at mid-wicket. Wickets have had to be achieved by contrivance and planning or error. But Essex potentially have a more potent attack with Cook, Porter and Snater, backed up by Thane and Allison, with Critchley as the main spinner in the absence of Simon Harmer. So this is just back of a length from Hannon-Dolby, with a little bit of intent from Allison to creep down the wicket towards him. It's defended back to the bowler. Hannon-Dolby just wants the ball tidying up by the look of it. Yes. Blackwell is having a look at it. I don't think it's with a view to changing. It might just be that there's a little bit of the seam needs clipping off. He may well have the scissors out. He's too far away for us to be able to tell. I'm looking for a glint of something. He's probably got safety scissors that he's got from a school. He returns the ball to Hannon-Dolby. I mean, this ball now is in its 38th over. It's probably getting quite nice and soft, as this is short and pulled round the corner for a single. Fielder at long leg is Bamber. 60th run for Allison. 433 for 5. But there is a certain, the games with the Kookaburra, when they get like this, there's a certain inevitability about them. It's very interesting around the country. Yesterday, where some of the matches where more wickets fell early in the day, how many big last wicket partnerships there have been. where there's a soft ball and you're not getting any help at all against players who may not be great in conditions that have got something in it for the bowlers, but they're perfectly capable of holding on. And Dolby in slower ball down the leg side, gets his angles wrong.
Yes, there was one game I was checking yesterday. I can't remember which one it was, but certainly a lower order batter. Lower order batter got 100 for sure.
That was, I think Martin Anderson, didn't he, batting at 7
right,
for Derbyshire. They had some big partnerships. Leicestershire have had a huge last wicket partnership this morning, which added 95 so far in 29 overs. That's against Kent. Scriven batting at 10, he's 88 not out. And Dolby in, that keeps low and hits the batter on the pad.
Must be going down.
It's either going down or it's taken a slight inside edge. I'm going to just move this window that's a bit closer so I can see the replay on this screen. 433 for 5 at the end of the over. That's as close as Hannon Dolby has come to a wicket. And let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it's going down. Yeah, it's going well down.
Yeah.
It's a rare occasion where we've seen the bat beaten in this match. So that stand between Scriven and Hull is a big one. It's got Leicestershire, they were very close to whether they got maximum batting points or not. Glamorgan had a couple of lingering partnerships towards the end, but not quite so much as some others. Derbyshire certainly did. The last 3 wickets added 125, 61 for the 9th wicket. It was the Sussex one at Yorkshire, wasn't it, that seemed to last forever.
Cracked away that first delivery there by Rothesay. Short and wide. Fielder there at extra cover boundary, having a lot of work to do today. He's chasing right, chasing left. But Allison gets a single. Goes to 61. Now brings Pepper back on strike. Adjustment to the field. Second of the mid wicket is dispatched 3/4 of the way to the boundary as Rothesay is in now and bowls, and Pepper goes for the reverse sweep, and he's angry with himself that he's missed that because the option was there. It was outside the off stump. There was no slip in place because there's a leg slip now. He just had to get something on it, and he's angry that he missed that one out because he could have picked up a boundary. Let's see what happens with this next delivery, and it's tossed up full and it's driven hard out to long on right in front of us, so there's only going to get a single as Mosley does the field in here in front of our commentary position.
His shoulder can't be as bad as it felt yesterday because he's chosen not to throw it short to Rothesay. He's thrown it to the far end to Kai Smith. So that was a better sign.
Rothesay is in now and bowls, and that's short. He stands up straight and defends it on the onside of the. Rothesay comes across, does the fielding, and Allison rehearses the pull shot, saying to himself he missed out on an opportunity there, but it's gone as this delivery brings him down the wicket and spotted by Rothesay, who bowls it flatter, quicker, and he has to defend it quite awkwardly, but survives.
A good little battle going on between these two.
Something's going to give as Rothesay is in now and bowls, and Allison watchful and defensive, plays it into the onside, so a good comeback, and at the end of that over the score now is 438.
435 for 5.
5 looking like an 8 from here, but 435 for 5.
Yeah.
An imposing total. Allison, he's there on 61, and with him Pepper on 22.
It is a challenging scoreboard at times, a little scoreboard, to pick out the precise figures. That's for sure. 2 women's teams are in action today in the 50 over game in the One Day Cup. Essex women against Lancashire at Sedbergh School, which is rather a pleasant place to watch your cricket. Lancashire 146 without loss in the 30th. Eve Jones has 62 and Emma Lamb 68. So it's tough for Essex with the ball. It's tough for Warwickshire with the bat. We'll come to that as Alan Dolby bowls and just gets the outside edge of the bat of Pepper, and it drops in point. Kai Smith beats Ed Barnard to the ball, and they come through for a single. Warwickshire women were in real trouble against Surrey. This is at Portland Road in Edgbaston, the second ground. They were 32 for 5, but they've recovered to 154 for 6. Nat Wraith has just gone for 47. The very talented Davina Perrin is still there on 68.
Yeah, young, promising player.
Oh, she's tremendous. Real good character about her as well. Still only 18, which the mind boggles, actually. Hannah Dolby in, back of a length. That's got up towards the hands of Alison. 2 balls in a row. Just bounced a bit more than the batters expected. He's able to divert it towards Jani at square leg.
Well, that might not be the best sign for Warwickshire. Maybe that's something they don't want to see. That occasionally the ball does jump alarmingly. But well handled in the end by Alison.
A good start to the over from Hannon Dolby, his head shining as he comes in with the sun still out. And making a bit of room for himself here was Allison, and Hannon Dolby follows him, wraps him on the pad, then it bounces off him and doesn't go too far wide of off stump. Those are where the oohs and groans are coming from.
Yeah, nearly played on in the end. Gave himself some room, tried to pull it around on the onside, came off his body pad and just missed the stumps.
A couple of times now Allison has backed away to try to open up the offside, which is unusual in Championship cricket unless they've got a message that they want an early declaration, but I can't imagine that's the case. As the next ball he clips neatly towards mid-wicket. Rothesay does the fielding.
Well, I think it's mainly the frustration that with this lakeside field they can't pierce it, so the other option is to try and open up and play on the offside. It's risky, but it's also a scoring option.
Certainly Hannon Dolby reacted well. It was a little bit like a moment from a one-day game where he'd follow the batter and try and get into his pads. As the tall man approaches once more, and again he's looking to move, this time down the wicket. Yates parries the ball at leg gully. They'll come through for a single, 437 for 5. But he's on the move at the moment, is Charlie Allison. He goes to 62.
Yeah, he's wanting to score, and you can understand that, because if you think in the last 10 minutes or so, the runs haven't come at any particular pace. And now they will look at the ball.
Yeah, no, second look at the ball in quick succession. Well, they're not going to get a change. Ian Blackwell rejects their entreaties. Looking at the radar, could just be a shower coming around the lunch interval. Might freshen things up a little bit. The sun now disappears behind the clouds, and Hannon Dolby approaches back of a length and cutting and missing. And that was a really good over from Ollie Hannon Dolby.
It was, and Pepper will be disappointed that he didn't put that one away for 4, really, because it was perfect for the late cut. There's no slips, there's no gully. There's only a third man. The shot was on.
I wonder what the umpires are conferring about here. It's interesting. Don't think it's a weather-related query.
I wouldn't think so. I think the weather is fine. It looks perfect.
There are 1 or 2 darker clouds, but I don't think there's any danger of them dropping anything on us just at the moment.
So Rothesay will continue, and he will bowl to Allison, who's on 62. And this first delivery is short, and Allison just eases it off the back foot with the minimum fuss and ease out to deep extra cover for a single. Goes to 63. And that score brings Pepper on strike. Pepper's on 22. Deep square leg now has been put a bit finer, and Rothesay bowls to Pepper, and a quicker delivery, and Pepper has to just defend it into the onside, initially thinking about sweep lap, but the ball was quicker and flatter, so just all he could do was to defend. Rothesay wants more balls. Pepper sweeps, and he sweeps well. I don't think that was picked up initially by Hannon Dolby out at deep square leg. He stood like a rabbit in the headlights for a while. He had no idea where it went. By the time he picked up that it had gone to his right, the ball was on its way to the boundary, so the result of that is 4 to Pepper.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever in the equation.
That, 26.
The
It was just a
wasn't-
question of whether
yeah.
he was able to get around and stop it, but I think he saw it very late and had no chance once he decided to go. And this one does play the reverse sweep, but it's also read by the short third man, who was on his way to his left, gets around, fields, and there's only one run, so he goes to 27.
He hadn't just moved, he was on the sprint. He was on the sprint.
Yeah, he probably anticipated that at some point in time Pepper would play that reverse sweep. Will Allison do the same thing? He bowls? No, but he'll go for the authentic sweep. You'll have to wait and see whether that was bat and pad or just pad. Ball goes out on the onside. Doesn't look as if the umpire's going to signal, so there must have been some bat involved. It was a short ball.
Quite an ugly ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he tried to help, I guess, anticipating the batter would come down the wicket. No, will Pepper play the reverse sweep again, or the traditional sweep? Rothesay in, and he doesn't have to do either. He just comes into his wicket and works it off his pads down to short fine leg, gets an easy single, maintains the strike, moves on to 20. Is that 23? He's moved 28. He's moved on to, and score at the end of the over is 445 for the loss of 5. I'm going to make way and taking you two to lunch. Richard, you are the man in charge.
Okay, Paul Newton is on his way back. Galling statistic of the day. Tom Scriven batting at number 10 for Leicestershire. LBW to Everson for 99. He won't get many chances to get through the 3 figures, but after a stand of 108 with the last wicket with Josh Hull, Leicestershire 471 all out. They are the champions-elect in Division 2. And going well. Surrey 291 for 8 against Durham, a lead of 138. Lawrence made 88. Clark is 61 not out. 4 wickets for the very durable Ben Rain. Somerset 379 for 7 against Notts. Rue out for 166. As Hannon Dolby approaches, that one gets up a little bit, sits up, and he's just about to guide it, or just about able to guide it with a soft bat into the leg side, Pepper. And there's no runs. 3 wickets for Dylan Pennington this morning. For Notts, Hampshire 202 for 5 against Worcestershire at New Road. Middleton 79, Weatherly 62. Not so easy after that. 2 wickets each for Ben Allison and for Tom Taylor. And Yorkshire 66 for 1, or 156 behind Sussex. Adam Lythe is 31 not out. Hannon Dolby to Pepper again. And this one, he flicks wide of Rothesay, but it goes up to Alex Davis at mid-on. And there's no run. And Paul is back with today's shirt. It's still got very much a purple mode, but it hasn't got the floral.
No, that's right.
Patterns.
It's a sort of thunder and lightning shirt.
Thunder and lightning, very, very frightening. Could well get thunder and lightning tomorrow. As Hannon Dolby is in, guided towards square leg this time. Flicked off his pads. It was a full ball, no pace on it from Hannon Dolby. And again, there's no run. We'll build up a little bit of pressure. 2 batters who were both itching to score.
Yeah, Essex have made, I think we'd call it steady progress over the course of the morning. They've added 95 so far. It's not been spectacular, but all the time they're building up every chance of getting to, for instance, 500 or more.
Yeah, going along at 4 and over, just under 4 and over for much of the morning. Hannon Dolby, again back of a length, and again just playing to that field. Rothesay can come across from mid-wicket, and on the wicket end he flicks it up with his right boot. He's rather pleased with himself when he catches it.
Yes, he's, as you've already said, he's a very energetic and likeable character, because even when the game's going a bit flat, he's still totally full of energy.
The man on the scaffold, in fact there are two of them now, but they are both now shirted. There is nary a bare torso in sight over there, directly opposite the pavilion.
Yeah.
Alan Dolby in once more, and again driven towards Rothesay at mid-wicket and no run. But the two people on the balcony have both gone in at the far end of the ground, as if they were only there to watch the bare torso and not the cricket.
Yeah, well,
Extraordinary, although I'm not sure with the trees in their line of sight that they'd have a good view. You're lost for analysis there, aren't you?
yes, I think you've covered the subject comprehensively already.
Too comprehensively. Alan Dolby in once more to Peppery with a straight back defence into the offside, and that's a maiden over from Oliver Alan Dolby, who is none for 60 for his 21 overs, but could easily have picked up 2 or 3. But at the moment, he's just having one of those phases this season where he can't get people to nick off.
Well, what I did like, actually, on the subject of bare torsos was you're drawing my attention to the notice on the pavilion, no bare torsos beyond this point.
Yeah.
It's the beyond this point that does it for me.
Yeah. Well, see, to the right of there now is this sort of tented area in which the away changing area is. I can't call it a room. Because they are in temporary facilities, the away team.
Yeah.
Has that been the case for a while?
It has, yes. At times, the visiting team has changed in the room directly beneath us in the building here on the ground floor. Yes, that does seem to have gone on a long time. So it's Charlie Allison facing the start of a new Corey Rothesay over, and plays it back to the bowler. And he remains on 64. Pepper 28. 445 for 5. On the board, just a lone leg slip. The only man, apart from the wicket keeper, the only fielder, apart from the wicket keeper, near the batsman. And the next ball played to mid-on, Rob Yates, who's been a part of the only wicket to fall all morning when he fielding at leg gully. Caught Wesley, it was a good catch, caught Wesley flicking down leg side off Bo Webster for a top scoring 148. And next ball played to square leg, and there's no run. 445 for 5.
Essex women do have a Lancashire wicket now. Jones out for 71, a wicket for Smale.
Rothesay bowls, reverse sweep being played, and that's gone square enough for the fieldsman at a 45-degree angle to facilitate a second run by the time he can get to the ball and throw it in. 447 for 5.
Part of me wants to say it's not a sweep because he didn't put his knee down, but then I don't put my knee down when I'm sweeping the house.
No, well, there we are then.
So I don't think it is a sweep.
Around the wicket comes Rothesay, bowls to Allison, who fetches this one away to and over the square leg boundary. Fieldsman makes a good effort, Hannah Dorby, to stop it, but can't. And I think a more athletic fieldsman would, but fair play. He's been round the block a lot of times and bowled an awful lot of overs. That is Essex's 450.
Rothesay seems annoyed either by the placement of the field or the fielding, but that is a rank long hop he's bowled.
Oh, it is, yeah,
it's
absolutely. As Rothesay bowls again, it's played back down to long on for a single. 452 for 5. Yeah, absolutely. He gets only himself to blame because it was such a half tracker that Charlie Allison, perhaps mindful not to make the mistake that Jordan Cox did yesterday when he got out, but he'd all the time in the world to set his body position up and heave it over that square leg boundary, making sure he got everything, including the bat, right over the ball, which has enabled him to move into the 70s. Allison 71 not out, Pepper 28 not out.
So 27 overs in the morning so far. Good chance that we're going to get through 31 in the session. That'd be
good.
Only one behind. The official rate, I think, is level pegging, is it? It was last time I looked, it is. Alan Dolby's bowled pretty well in this spell. Wasn't used before the 110th over this morning. when they were in the need of wickets to try and get a bonus point. But that one angles back in at Allison, who chops down there, playing him with respect at the moment, Hannon Dolby, because they know that he's found a bit of a groove. 36 years of age, Hannon Dolby. This will be the first time in 5 years that he doesn't get 50 wickets in a championship season.
Yeah, I think one thing, should we say, to do with team spirit is you can't expect a 36-year-old who bowls a lot of quick overs to be quite as athletic in the field as a young 23-year-old batsman.
Well, particularly not when they're 6'7".
Yeah.
As that one is a slower ball angled in towards middle and leg, turned towards Rothesay at mid-wicket. What he's doing here is he's very much bowling to the field that he's got. So he knows what the plan is. He will, with the Kookaburra, he will often take pace off. And he's talking to me the other week about the fact he's trying to bowl some off-cutters as well. See whether he can get a little bit of help off the surface.
Well, he's just a thoroughly good county pro, and has been throughout his career.
And he comes again. That one's too far down the leg side, and it goes whistling past the wicket-keeper for 4. Did that get a bit of bat? No, it's come off the pad, so there'll be no runs because no shot was played. So effectively, he's used his pads to flick the ball away. So no addition to the score. That's a rare one.
It is very well spotted by yourself, because you had to look at more than one thing there, and just when you were wondering whether it was bat or just pad, you saw the umpire waving his arms around to signal that no run would be counted there.
So it remains 452 for 5. Again, over 100 runs in the session. That's been true of all 4 sessions.
Yeah, good point. They've never scored dramatically over 100, so it's not been rip-roaring stuff, but very consistent.
Yeah, Warwickshire just want to, in a way, delay batting for a while here now. Is that, again, a little bit of an adventure down the wicket from Allison, trying to find a route to score off Hannon Dolby, who adjusts his length, and he's walking as he plays the shot, just stabs at the ball, and finds Rothesay, who's been very busy at mid-wicket during this Hannon Dolby spell. Quite a long run up from the Graham Gooch end. White sheet acting as sight screen. Into bowl again, and that one keeps a bit low, comes off either the pad or the underside of the bat, is taken down the leg side by Kai Smith.
Yeah, there are undertones of Graham Gooch about Charlie Allison. Now, they're not physically at all similar. Gooch, a burny man, very, very strongly built, and Allison a slight figure. But the way he takes guard and slightly lifts the, well, in fact, more than slightly, lifts the bat right up the way Gooch used to do, certainly in the middle part of his career.
As he defends this next ball from Hannon Dolby into the leg side, and that's another maiden from Oliver Hannon Dolby. 22 overs, none for 60, which again in the context of this game tells you that he's bowled pretty well, but without rewards, which will be frustrating the heck out of him.
Yep, it's an awful lot of effort for little reward. There is a sense of reward, of course, if you're nice and economical as he has been, and you've made sure that the score doesn't leap up alarmingly while you're bowling. That's a very important element of the psychology of the bowler.
Here comes Golden Arm.
Oh, indeed. Zen Malik, this can only mean one thing.
It would be hilarious. I think it's unlikely he takes a wicket in this over, but it would be hilarious because he's only bowled the 1 over and took 1 for 1.
Well, it's not impossible, you know, because Michael Pepper, of whom I'm a great admirer, but he does give you a bit of a chance, you know. He's not afraid to take risks, Pepper. So Malik could well get a second. I'm not saying he will, but he's tossing the ball confidently from hand to hand. And here he is bowls, and it's a massive full toss that's been spanked out to deep extra cover where it's very well fielded, and they just get through for the single. 453 for 5, and Pepper on to 29.
The key thing I'd say to the batters here is stay on your feet.
Yes.
That'll give you your best chance.
Yeah, and that's a reference for anyone who wasn't listening yesterday. Jordan Cox failed in that detail of staying on his feet, and he was clean bowled by the man in question, Zen Malik, who comes in again, bowls. He's landed that one on the cut strip, and it goes off the edge. It was no bad ball, to be fair, and runs down along the ground to short third man.
Yeah, it takes the edge of the bat. You'll be very pleased with that. Bit of a moral victory.
Yeah, give him another pint in the pub as he is in bowls, and that one's just nudged into the offside. No run. And actually, apart from the first ball, which was a wild full toss, but since then he's bowled 2 decent deliveries. I think it's a good idea to bowl occasional bowlers when you're struggling to get wickets. Comes in again, bowls, and it gives it a nice amount of air. And, you know, it's not beyond the bounds of reason. We know that he's only in his first year and that he's a wonderfully talented player with a good temperament. It looks like he'd be quite keen to make himself bowlable for a few overs. There's been nothing wrong with the last 4 deliveries, as the next one is just stabbed into the offside for no run.
So he is bowling leg breaks. That has turned a little bit.
Yeah.
And Allison has to watch it carefully.
As he comes in again to complete the over. That was just a little bit too short, but it doesn't cost him. Played straight into the hands along the ground, let it be said, of cover. And at the end of the over, which went for just a single, Allison got a little bit more bogged down of late. He's on 71, Pepper 29. They aggregate exactly 100 between them. And Essex 453 for 5, and we probably have time for certainly 2, maybe 3 more overs before the lunch break.
The way he was backing away from that delivery, I had a sense of déjà vu. But happily for him, he did get into position to play the ball. As Hannah Dolby's going to continue. Be interesting to see whether Alex Davis. I think Alex Davis will be content if there are only 2 more overs before the interval.
Yeah.
But if we could get 3 more, we'd actually be on time. There was one match yesterday, by the way, where they got through 97 overs in the day. Congratulations. They did a lot of spin that achieved that, but nonetheless. Bonus cricket. As Hannah Dolby comes in to start a new over, and that's another straight ball that Pepper just defends back down the track, and it will roll up to Alex Davis at mid-on.
Yes, I think anyone who saw the dismissal of Jordan Cox yesterday will remember it vividly in sort of 5 or 10 years' time. You know, if someone says, you remember that extraordinary dismissal at Chelmsford? It's one that's bound to stick in the memory.
You see some quirky ones over the years. Very few topped by the day that Jonathan Trott was fielding at short leg and caught one in his pocket. And Dolby is in, driven rather more firmly this time by Pepper, but the outcome is much the same because Davis fields, throws it to the batter's end. It was caught by Smith, who then was in 2 minds as to who to throw the ball to. I think Ed Barnard was giving him not to me vibes, and he ended up dropping the ball.
Yes, that in its way was very well observed by yourself. I think that is sort of a little bit of a humorous incident in itself. The idea that you have 2 ideas but can carry out neither of them.
And Dolby once more and raps Pepper on the pad. There's a plaintive, quiet appeal from Hannon Dolby, who stoops as he looks at Ian Blackwell, because I think he knows full well there's not a wicket there. Ian Blackwell with a little angling of the head suggests going down leg.
Yeah, I think the odds are quite long against there being an LBW decision. I won't quite go so far as to say in this match, but in this innings.
Full on the foot. It'd have to be full on the foot in front, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's more chance of a spinner getting one than a seamer getting one. And Dolby approaches with vigour, and that's a slower ball, and it just sits up, and it's defended by Pepper, who's starting to get fidgety here. Just he's on 29. Roland has gone and got the lunch tickets, which is a good effort.
Oh, good. Well done.
I think he was hungry.
Yeah, well, I am. So many thanks.
See, Yesterday Paul was very busy during the lunch interval, so his lunch was very late and rushed. Today he's going to take his time, see what's under the cloche, as Hannon Dolby bowls and he's flicked off his pads. So the first run he's conceded for a while, just down to long leg, and Bamber 454 for 5. You never know with the scoreboard whether it's already ticked over or not, but at that time it hadn't.
Well, grateful that it's a lot quicker than it was before they put in this scoreboard, because the previous one was literally over a minute behind.
Oh, blimey.
What had happened. So you had all the time to sort of say, yeah, we've got to add one here.
Final ball of the over. Hannon Dolby in down the leg side, and it's just evaded Kai Smith. A leap in the air from Hannon Dolby because he thought he'd snagged Allison down the leg side, but it will whistle away for 4, brings up the 50 partnership between these two. They've added 51 in 89 balls, 20 of those for Allison, 30 of them to Pepper. But that one was not far away from the left hand of Kai Smith, almost the classic strangle.
Yeah, absolutely right. It, of course, was slightly redolent of the one that was, we thought maybe going to be 4 leg byes, but weren't correctly ruled out because the batsman wasn't playing a shot. Also, during an over from Hannon Dolby, probably 4 overs ago, I would think. But this time, there was a bit of bat on it, and Pepper moves up to 30. Here's Zen Malik. His second over of the morning, 3rd in all, already with a wicket of Jordan Cox to his name. Concedes a run from the first ball as Allison off drives, nicely cut off by Ethan Bamber at deepish mid-off.
Yeah, no, they didn't come through in the end. Just
48 now as this ball is played to backward point. 458 for 5 on the board, 75 to Allison and 30 to Pepper.
So 108 for 1 this morning. This is the 31st over of the session. So 3.5 and over. The Bears have just dragged that back a little bit.
Next delivery played to mid-wicket. There's no run there. And Allison will be pleased with this knock because he was, although originally down on the sheet, then we were told he wouldn't be playing, and then the late announcement of Harmer's unavailability, and he came back in. Made full use of the opportunity. Next delivery, tossed up, hit very firmly, too firmly for this to be a run. Bamber there at deep mid-off. Pepper the batsman, off drive, hit it pretty hard.
I quite like that he gave him a tempter there.
Yeah, no, I agree. You've got to try and, if necessary, buy a wicket here and there. Bowls again. This is not a flat delivery, but flatter than its predecessor. Pepper's able to let it bounce and then work it away to deep backward square. Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Inexcusably for a leg spinner, by the way, he just bowled a no ball.
Yeah.
So it takes the score.
Was that a no ball?
Yeah,
well spotted.
461 for 5 now.
Yeah. So 3 runs in all accrued from that last delivery. And there's a definite bit of turn there as Allison plays it down to short third. Score to 462 for 5, 76 to Allison.
So this match is all going to come down to scoreboard pressure when Warwickshire reply now, you fancy?
Yeah, definitely. As Sam Malik bowls quicker, flatter delivery, heaved away to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. That's Bo Webster. And a single. 463 for 5. As Pepper has 32, Allison 76, and there will just be time for 1 over before lunch.
Yeah, interesting who bowls it. Hannon Dolby you would think might continue, but equally they might do something funky. Is Dan Mosley going to bowl an over? I've got a feeling he might be heading in that direction. Bowler number 8. That ruins the scorecard for everybody, doesn't it? Eh? Dear, dear. So Dan Mosley had a sore shoulder yesterday. I will have to disappear during this over, but it does mean if we need all 6 balls this over, it will mean that we've got through the proper 32 overs in a session. Paul.
That'd be great.
Although then it always irritates me that they take 40 minutes from the moment they go off rather than saying right back on at 1:40. Just get on with it.
Yeah.
They got that extra 2 minutes to digest their food is unnecessary.
So, Dan Mosley, for the first time in the match, Graham Goochen bowls. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Oh, because you've got to go away, yes. So, they get a single out to backward point, and the score to 464 for 5. Single to Pepper. Brings Allison into strike as Richard disappears to do his bulletin for listeners in the West Midlands. And thanks to Roland Butcher bringing in the meal vouchers, we'll look forward to his lunch. I will be similarly updating BBC Essex. You'll just hear a little bit of music in inverted commas in the background. A dot ball. Mosley, Allison just laying a dead bat on the ball. And Mosley bowls again. Allison punches into the offside. Single at least. Yeah, just be a single. As Webster comes in from the deep cover boundary. 465 for 5. Allison 77. It looks as if he's very much got an eye on his second 100 of the season. First one was at the Oval. Prestigious against the three-time county champions. In all probability, soon to be 4 times county champions. Pepper pushes the next Mosley delivery into the offside. And he can bowl a bit, Mosley, without a doubt. And it's been an okay over as he comes in again, bowls. That's a good ball, actually. That one turned a little bit. Pepper gets well forward and defends it back toward the bowler. So we've had 115 runs in the session for the loss of Wesley, caught by Rob Yates off the bowling of Hannon Dalby for 148. Next ball, off bowling of Bo Webster, correct myself, Bo Webster, not Hannon Dalby, who remains wicketless, poor chap, having bowled well nonetheless. And the last ball's hit firmly back to the bowler, and it is the last ball of the morning session. So Essex take lunch on 465 for 5, and only 3 men involved for Essex in the morning session. Wesley out in the manner I've just described for 148. Allison, with whom Wesley put on 91 for the 5th wicket, is 77 not out, and Pepper 33 not out. Do go and grab some lunch for yourself, unless you particularly want to hear the summary of the morning on BBC Essex in a moment or two. Hello there, good to see you. Yes, he's not gone, but he's just gone to get some lunch. Yep.
Is he back on here straight after lunch?
I think he is.
Right. Tell him I came up here.
Yeah, will do, Graham.
Come back.
And at lunch, Essex are 465 for 5. It's been Essex's morning for the 4th session running. They scored over 100 in the session. And the only man out in all that time, remember Essex resumed on 350 for 4, was skipper Tom Wesley, a brilliant 148 before he was caught at leg gully off the bowling of Bo Webster. Then he and Allison, having put on 91 for the 5th wicket, Allison was joined by Pepper. And Allison playing really well here. There was a point at which he wasn't even going to be playing in the game till Harmer had to withdraw. Allison has reached 77 not out with some very handsome shots indeed. And Pepper was with him on 33 not out. They've gone past the half-century partnership mark. 465 for 5. No way Essex will lose this game. They'll take a guaranteed 15 points from the game. But it does look a pitch on which it will be difficult to bowl a side out twice.
Last season. gentlemen, you are welcome to come onto the field during the lunch interval. Please listen to any directions from the stewards during this time. If you're playing ball games, please softballs only, and no food or drink to be brought onto the outfield. Thank you. Something also to look forward to during the tea interval. Taking place in the club store today will be a book signing by former Middlesex and England cricketer Roland Butcher, who is on the ground working with BBC Essex today. Roland will be signing his new book, Breaking Barriers, Barbados to England and Back, during the tea interval in the club store.
Gucci. Alright, yeah, he's doing a presentation now.
What was it? I missed it. Was it
I think one of the players got
County Cap?
Pepper, I think it was, yeah.
Pepper, was it? Thank you.
yeah, so he's doing that. So yeah, we've got a book signing at tea time
Excellent.
in the shop.
Did you go to the far end again today, or?
Yeah, we went there. I mean, trying again. I don't think we can handle that tomorrow.
I'm not sure that suited me terribly.
Yeah, but sure, what are the options? We got the two curries, or we got pie.
Curry or pie? Are you going for the one I went for, though? You're going to the,
Yeah, I mean, the other one I had yesterday wasn't the greatest, so.
No. Well, that's not a lot better. Trust me. It's not fine dining. Hi, is Ricky available, please? Yeah, no, because he'll call me when I can't. It's just yeah, it's Richard Wilford. I spoke to him yesterday, and I tried to do the signing that he needed me to do because I'm working away from home this week, and it just wouldn't go through because he wanted ID through an online banking account, and I actually don't do online banking myself. My wife does that, so I couldn't complete the form, and that I won't be able to do it this week now. So I'm away from home, so unfortunately we're stuck. So that's really the message to get to him. Richard Wilford. Hi Ricky. Yeah, I tried to do that form yesterday, but I can only do it on my mobile because I don't have a laptop. I've got a work laptop which I can't use for that sort of thing. And I couldn't. I got as far as the screen where you need to get ID sorted, and because it insisted on it doing it through my bank, I don't do online banking. My wife does online banking, but I don't. So until I get back home, I can't sort that out. Not till Friday night as things stand, and I'm working Saturday as well. So yeah, it's just unfortunately the system makes it difficult. Because that was literally the last screen, and it was I'd gone through. I put in the bank details in terms of for the payments and all that sort of thing. But then there's no way that I could do the signing. So. Well, yeah, but it's no point giving me a call. You might as well send me an email. The thing is, if you call on the cricket's being played, I can't answer. So, yeah. Okay. Cheers. Thanks, Ricky. Bye. In life, it's very irritating when it's people you're dealing with in a hurry and you're not. I'm not in a hurry. It's just I've got to change the car. I'm a lease on the car. And we've got a good deal. deal, and it's been cheaper than the last 3 years. But they're trying to race me into them. I can't do it this week, I'm away. But they're chasing because they want it on the July books.
Yeah.
And that's not my problem if I on the July books. I'm only the customer.
I mean, years ago,
You know what I mean?
they thought you were good enough to be a first team.
Well, I think they just for the whole of their accounts, they wanted to be put through in July.
Seems to change.
And obviously today and tomorrow are the last 2 days of July. But the first part of the agreement I was able to do an electronic signature for. The other one, it insisted that it had to go through my online bank account. I haven't signed up to online banking.
I'll read you the bottom.
This is not compulsory. No.
First class debut.
It was the only way of doing it. So I think, well, I'll put it back.
Championship.
I can buy myself some absolute knowledge.
It says to recognise their which is what he was talking about when he said trees.
Oh yeah.
In December.
Coming year after year. The frustration,
Like everything else, it is complicated.
he had a cunning plan and it worked out. It did.
Yeah,
Ready? Could go for it twice.
well, pay a lot of games, so you never know what the weather's going to be like.
The weather tomorrow and Friday is really good, so that's what the rain is on.
You never know. But, you know, the worst part of Las Vegas is
Back to the feet. Well,
they'll certainly bat on.
it'll be useful to see how they perform by some which is always an issue, isn't it? First of all.
Yeah, I mean, no, they'll bat on. See so many youngsters here playing rugby. Something. Read the number in the tournament of 5 as well.
Yes, I not want to have a burger, but sadly I've just found recently curries don't agree with me anymore. It's a shame, I love them.
This curry is not the best.
Yeah. true, yeah. I nearly didn't get my piece done for Gooch coming in.
Timing wasn't ideal.
Right. You take 255 to 58. 255 to 3 or 58. Oh, I haven't played any cricket now. No, they're at Cheltenham. Oh, Cheltenham. That was right. Yeah, Cheltenham. Morning. Sorry, you're all out. 3-2-2. Oh, Darren. Sorry, these ones, one of them in the old room. Yeah, but we don't actually. It's down in Canterbury. Working with a friend of mine. And they had an AGM. Right, one of the lunches. And everybody who's been to that AGM talks about three divisions of Southern Rugby. The Canterbury, they had an AGM with their members. Oh, Canterbury? Yeah, yeah, and they were saying that, they were talking about all the bad things. And somebody said, well, the chief executive said, yeah, well, what's it? Yeah. So basically, you're going to be in the top six in Division 1 if you do that. major age. So he retired, and then he got on the board. So yeah, he told me so the last time. Yeah, no. When I look at the pavilion now with the scaffolding up, goodness me, somebody said that the showers are falling from mix up or something. Someone told me that. Yeah, yeah, I've heard that. Well, the fact they've got scaffolding up must be bad luck. Right. Right. But the pavilion's got scaffolding. You'll sum up there. Yeah, that's a point. Well, they haven't put any paint on here or there for at least 5 years, if not more than 10. I think it's nearly 10 years. You may need to. Oh well. Can't tell you about that. Just have a play at the stadium, mate, and you want all modern bones.
Tony. Sorry? Durham, Gloucester and Worcester now give caps on debut. Durham, Gloucester and Worcester.
Do the
Caps on debut.
yeah, gentleman here.
Oh,
Put it
right.
up his phone here at the bottom of the plate there.
Yeah.
Did you say, does it?
Durham,
Well, Durham always said that ever since they got first
Durham
class
have for a long
tables, yeah.
Samuel Wares.
Usually quite. You only think of it, Essex.
Yeah.
Wait for the time they take the members, man. You come in the ground.
do the middle hour again? Is that the best way, or gives you time to get over there and set up? Yeah. Yeah. So if you do 2 till 3.
Making their way back to the field are on-field umpires in Blackwell and Tottenham Lacey.
About 3:40, and they usually just leave a bit later. So it should be 3:40. It's when there are 32 overs left. But we are on schedule today. Okay. Yeah, well, that's okay. So yeah, as long as we get you over there. Yeah.
Returning to the field are visitors from Warwickshire led by captain Alex Davies.
Well, welcome back, everyone. The players are just resuming the field. Paul Newton here with Richard Wilford and a man who will be signing copies of his book later this afternoon in the tea interval. And that is Roland Butcher. Great to have him with us. He'll be with us in half an hour while Richard and myself deal with the post-Prandial session. And I do believe Rob Yates is shaping up to bowl an over, Richard?
Yeah, so there'll be an array of different bowlers have been used today. He'll be the 8th different one of the day. Dan Mosley had one just before lunch. Zen Malik bowled a couple. But, Rob Yates has been lightly bowled so far, but perfectly capable.
Oh, yeah.
But really now it's just a question of how long Essex want to bat for, what they want to put on the board. The over rate is ahead of schedule, so Warwickshire don't have to race through. And what do you think, 550?
Yeah, I think that's the most they would go after. Over to you, Richard.
So Rob Yates to bowl his 4th over of the match. One of 4 slower bowlers now that have been used. And he's going to bowl right arm round the wicket to Allison. He's on 77 and clips it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. They certainly won't want to pull out before he gets to 100. Michael Pepper, we believe, was given his county cap at the start of the lunch interval for the runs he's made in the Championship this year and 2 T20 last season. As this one's down the leg side from Yates, and it's gone past Kai Smith. Was there a touch on it? There was. Neatly worked by Allison. Fine, he goes to 81, 469 for 5.
Yes, you're right about Michael Pepper, and I took it to be his parents I saw him talking with afterwards. It looks like they'd made the journey specially to come and see him, because it is a very big moment in a player's career, the award of the county cap, and I think it's thoroughly well deserved. Well done to Michael Pepper.
Can mean all sorts of things depending which county you're at as well. As
Yeah.
Yates comes in again, and that one is down the leg side and waiting for it and dragging it to deep square for a single is Allison. He's 82, 470 for 5. More often than not, it will mean a pay rise. At most counties, a cap means a pay rise. Sometimes it means you get a car. Who knows? Company car.
Not sure.
It varies. I'm not saying it does here,
Yeah.
but it does vary. This is down the leg side again, and trying to hit it straight behind him there is Pepper. It was blocked off by Kai Smith. If he had got anything on it, there would have been potentially a very difficult chance. His shirt looks remarkably white. Floats this up, and it's driven through the offside. Bamber will try and cut it off, and does. He slides. Probably would only have been a single anyway, because Jarni was running around. 471 for 5. I don't know whether I'm going to go and get a signed book from Roland at the tea interval. I think I worry about the impact it'll have.
On your bank account?
Yeah, as most other things. As the fixed ball is defended back down the surface to Yates. I presume if he actually signs it, you get a discount. But 471 for 5 at the end of the over.
Just looking at the lunchtime scores elsewhere, Surrey were all out for 322. They've just resumed with Durham 8 for no wicket, 161 behind. At Trentbridge, Somerset put into bat 396 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. Hampshire 213 for 6 at Worcester. Sussex were bowled out for 222 and Yorkshire 80 for 2. They've just resumed there at Scarborough. Middlesex 275 for 4 at Cheltenham. Leicester 471. Kent in reply 22 for no wicket. Leicestershire were put into bat. In Lancashire, Glamorgan 261. Lancashire 54 for 2, and finally Derbyshire 377 all out. Northampton in reply 52 for 1. Ethan Bamber, as you may have learnt while I was giving those scores, will bowl the first over from the Graham Gooch end after lunch. We tended to feel he bowled better in his 2 spells from the Sir Alistair Cook end, but let's see what he can summon up now. No slip but a leg gully, or a wide leg slip, whichever you prefer, and that keeps low. Pepper steals a single by watching it and pushing it carefully into the offside, and that takes the score to 472 for 5. Pepper up to 35.
Warwickshire supporters will be glad to hear of a maiden List A century for 18-year-old Davina Perrin in the one-day cup match against Surrey at Portland Road. She made 113 out of the score of 239. She's super talented, Perrin. That's a great achievement for her.
Next ball is played into the onside. Now, you mentioned Portland Road there. That's not the football ground.
Portland.
Sorry, I misheard you. Yep.
Portland Road, which is Warwickshire's second team ground, which is still technically within the suburb of Edgbaston, but that's because Edgbaston is a strangely tall and thin suburb.
Yeah.
So it's very much the far end of Edgbaston from where the main ground is, probably about 3 or 4 miles.
Yeah, it's here's the next delivery, and Charlie Ellison has played this ball stylishly away in the offside and all the way to the boundary. It's just square cut. It's a little bit short, a little bit wide, and he helped himself there. He's moved on swiftly since lunch to 86, and it's 476 for 5.
Yeah, good stroke that, and Bo Webster didn't manage to get round in time. Essex women will need 307 to beat Lancashire at Sedbergh. Emma Lamb made 142.
Next delivery, and that's way down leg side. It is a wide, and I think legitimately so. And I dare say Kai Smith thinks legitimately so as well, because he flung himself full length to his left to prevent it going all the way to the boundary.
It's one thing to have the field set up to try and snaffle something down the leg side, and they've achieved it. I mean, the only wicket that's fallen today was to a catch at leg gully by Rob Yates off the bowling of Bo Webster to get rid of Westley. But that was a long way down leg side.
Really was. And nice use of the feet here by Allison. Takes a quick single. Good running. Essex are certainly showing signs of having been told, whatever you do, don't just hang around. If you're going to be out there, score reasonably quickly. And that's a single to Allison. Takes him to 87, 478 for 5.
Natural game for these two anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? It's not hot today. It's just over 20 degrees. There is a bit of breeze, but it's very heavy. And as a result, Alex Davis has taken his jumper off.
Well, that's a historic moment. History is made as here is Pepper playing this ball down and over the fine leg boundary. I'm afraid this isn't the best of overs from Bamber, as much as I like him and admire his steadfastness and willingness to give everything he's got to the cause. But it has been all over the place. We had the square cut that went for 4 to deep backward point, and that one, we've had the wide that obliged Kai Smith to throw himself headlong to his left to save it going to become 5 wides, and then that one down leg side, another 4. Bamber bowls, that's a better one, straight, and that ends a rather expensive over, 482 for 5, and we're only in the second over after lunch. 17 have been added. Allison 87 and Pepper 39.
A little bit of a threat of rain in this afternoon session to be conscious of. If there is going to be a shower, this is it's going to be in the next hour or two. And then the forecast a bit more dramatic for tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Paul is wisely not coming in tomorrow, so I think that's But warnings have been issued. A yellow warning of cloud cover. No. Yellow warning of thunderstorms. Area affected Essex. Starts tomorrow at 10 o'clock, ends tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thunderstorms and heavy showers may bring some disruption.
Yes, I think Victoria Polly, the head of sport at BBC Essex, may have done me a favour in asking me to swap days with her, because I was originally down to do 3 and 4 and she days 1 and 2. I may have got the better of the deal.
Robbie Yates in to start a new over, full outside off stump, pushing forward for a single is Allison. He's 88, he won't want to waste this opportunity to get through to another century, which would be his 3rd of the season, which is pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, she'll just see it as an opportunity to do admin tomorrow. Yates bowls, an attempted sweep. That's a decent shout for LBW there. Trying to play the reverse paddle was Pepper, and he gets struck on the pad. It may have pitched outside leg stump.
I think it did. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, because from our angle it looked very possible.
Yeah, the ball was probably going to hit the stumps, but if it pitches outside leg, it's a no-go. That one pitches on the stumps, and as a result, Pepper gets in behind it and defends it back to the bowler. Yates, I suspect, has probably been under-bowled in this innings. If anybody has, it would be him.
I think so.
But especially if you've got an Australian off-spinner, you tend to give them the majority of the overs. Sort of the natural turn of the ball is clubbed towards Dan Mosley at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mosley, who's over before lunch, was just a tentative try. A couple of runs were conceded. Now there's the reverse paddle, played more convincingly. A sprint round the boundary, and they will chase back for 2 on the throw, and they've judged that pretty well. You would not want to have been a yard shorter on the sprint if you were Pepper, but he goes to 41, 485 for 5.
Yeah, it only takes him about 5 strides to get from one end to the other, and further evidence of the urgency with which Essex have resumed after lunch.
Well, they're in a great position.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Why not? Yeah.
Make it impregnable. Looking for a straight 6 here. Has he got enough on it? There's nobody at long off. So as a result, it'll be 1 bounce for 4. And that was a nice clean strike from Pepper. Lovely straight bat. Lifts it for 1 bounce 4. He's to 45. 489 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yes, you mentioned that expression, lovely straight bat, and that is something which most Essex batsmen can be commended for. We've seen Paul Walter play with a very straight bat, John Wesley himself, of course, and both these two have played with very straight bats, obviously not when they're reverse sweeping, but anything that should be played with a straight bat they do. And as Trevor Bailey would have said, I had the pleasure of commentating with Trevor way back in the day, and he would say of bowling straight or playing with a straight bat, he'd say which does help. He knew what he was talking about. You do need to get your basics right if you're going to become a good red ball cricketer. So here comes Bamber, and as he rather likes to do, Charlie Allison enjoys coming down 2 or 3 paces to the quicker bowler and plays it to mid-on.
If he becomes an international at some point in his career, in maybe 10 years' time, he's a shoo-in for Strictly with his footwork.
Yes, yeah, take a point, yes.
Absolutely.
Wonder what you were going to say there.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, because cricketers are very good at Strictly.
Yeah, he's
generally
very quick and light on his feet. And the next ball goes down leg side, might have just flicked the pad. But yeah, because to do what he does, you would have to be very nimble on your feet.
I mean, Mark Ramprakash and Darren Goff had very good years doing Strictly.
Oh, didn't they? Just the only reason I ever watched Strictly originally, because I'd never have believed it would be my cup of tea. But Darren Goff had 3 years with Essex, and I thought I'll come back to that point. But here is Bamber again, bowls, and this ball is swatted by Allison, and goes out to Jani on the mid-wicket boundary to get a single, and that takes Allison along to 89 now, 11 away from 100, 490 for 5. I was working, as most people know, I'm also a racing buff, and I had a job in racing as well, and there was a gap between afternoon and an evening meeting at Wolverhampton. And during the gap, Strictly was on, as here comes Bamber again, and bowls, and that ball's played down to mid-on. And I thought I'd have a laugh at Goffey dancing, and I had to swallow that and admit, actually, he's pretty good. And of course, he went on to win the whole shebang, and even better next year. As good a dancer as Goff proved himself, but Ramprakash was something else. For me, he's one of the best champions there's ever been.
Darren Goff's quick step was one to remember.
Yeah.
That was his best dance.
As the next ball is in there, and this ball's played, and they will get a single. It was kind of slow motion as there were two infielders, but they kind of left it to each other a bit. And by the time Janney could come in off the mid-wicket boundary, the single was a foregone conclusion. But yeah, and Ramprakash, I would say the Argentine tango and the sort of South American dances were his particular outstanding feature. But they were both very, very good. Time somebody else, maybe it will be Charlie Harrison, took over the mantle. Bamber in, bowls to Allison, who's flicked it away. Chase round from fine leg to long leg, will make the second run inevitable. 493 for 5, and these batsmen are making sure not many balls go without scoring. Allison on to 91, and Pepper has 46.
See, I consider there to be another cricketer technically who's won Strictly. It's a bit of a cheat, but Harry Judd,
yes,
the drummer from McFly, is a very good wicketkeeper batter. And when he was named on the show, I said to my daughter that it was young and she was a primary school age at that point, and I said he'll win that series. Why is that? Because he's a cricketer. What's that got to do with it? You wait and see.
Yeah.
Just his footwork was so good. He's very nimble.
He was a thoroughly deserved winner. I enjoyed his performances.
I think the producers would be very, very keen to get a female cricketer on that show.
Yes, I think you're right.
Somebody retires or is available for some other reason. Rob Yates to continue. Pepper on 46, looking to paddle it down towards the third boundary to see if he can get the 4 that will bring up his 50, but it will be cut off. A relay there. Alex Davis receives from, I think it was Ed Barnard who ran around the boundary, and they come back for 2 more. He's to 48. 495 for 6.
Of course, now the competition's got so fierce. I think you have to have any chance of finishing in the top 4, you've got to be incredibly fit.
Yeah, I think some of the problems in recent years that the series has is partly because it's become so good and so serious as well.
Yeah, that's right.
As this ball is down the leg side, that the pros will push their celebrities very, very hard because that's how they were trained themselves. But but there we go. Who knew that we'd end up having a conversation about Strictly? We are the cognoscenti. Yates, he's trying to avoid that reverse paddle, so he's he sees him get into position, so he just fires it behind his legs.
Yeah.
So a bit of a standoff here.
It became entirely the wrong stroke to be playing at that. Had he sort of played the professional sweep, he might have hit it.
Yeah. See, Pepper can look at the umpire and say, well, look, he's bowling deliberately down the leg side. And the umpire will say, well, you're switching round. So actually, he's not.
Yeah.
And so Yates is within his rights to do what he's doing.
Absolutely.
And Pepper still wants to play that shot again, and he does. And this time they'll try and keep him down to 1. They attack the ball. He turns and realises he can't come back. So he's stuck on 49 for now, 496 for 5. Be interested when they both get their landmarks here, with Pepper 1 away from a 50 and Allison 9 away from 100. To get there, Essex will be beyond 500. At that point, is it just all on assault until they've had enough? I think that might be.
It might be. I still think they might go on to 550.
I mean, they can get 600 if they want, but let's see. Allison makes room for himself, falls out in the offside. There are boundary fielders a go-go right now. It's all about allowing singles and nothing else if they can avoid it. 497 for 5. Yates is struggling to contain. 1 ball left in the over, and they are not putting any pressure on this 50th run for Pepper. He can hit it almost anywhere. There is a square leg and a short mid-on who are inside the circle, if you like, and also Alex Davis is a slip. Everybody else is in the deep. And Pepper, on 49, can help himself to that 50th run into the covers. His 50 coming off 71 deliveries. It's included 8 fours, if I squint at that number, because it's very small. And at the end of the over, they're 498 for 5, Essex.
Yeah, well played, Michael Pepper. It's always nice if you've received the accolade of being presented with your county cap to make some good runs or take some good wickets on the day, and he'll be very pleased about that. Had 33 on the board, I think it was, at lunch, but he's accelerated away nicely since then, as indeed has Charlie Allison, who was a bit bogged down, I felt, going through the 60s and 70s, but he's picked up very well since lunch. And clearly, I think Chris Silverwood would have said to the team at the lunch interval, let's go for it now, let's see what runs we can get fairly quickly, and look to get Warwickshire in. They are virtually bomb-proof in terms of being beaten in the game, Essex, so the least they're going to take from it, with 4 batting points and 3, if they were to get 3 for bowling, that is, they would have 15 points. Of course, that's not a given, as Warwickshire found. They only took 1 bowling bonus point. Bamber begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end. Pepper leans on this and just strokes it sedately in comparison to the shots we've seen recently to mid-wicket for no run.
Quite a lot of pace off from Ethan Bamber at the moment. I shall be back sort of at the end of the over. I'll just go and do an update for BBC WM and BBC CWR.
Bamber, as the sun briefly returns, I say briefly because it's mainly cloud now, none of it particularly threatening at this stage. There's a poor shot from Pepper, who chastises himself as he got a ball that was dug in short, lifted, and Pepper played a most unscientific shot that was unlikely to bring a reward, and indeed didn't, and fortunate to live to tell the tale as it goes through to Kai Smith. 498 for 5, taking them 133.2 overs to reach that, but that's not a bad rate of scoring without being electric. Bamber bowls again, and that's very nicely waited for and then played, the late cut. Oh, he's coming back for a second and made it, and he probably will make most of these enterprising runs. He and Charlie Ellison are decidedly quick between the wickets, and applause for the 500 in 133.3 overs, 525 minutes, which is 6 3/4 hours of anyone's money. And here is the next delivery. That again is run down toward third man. And goodness me, they're coming back for the second again. I didn't think they would that time. But although the fielder had warning that that's what he'd be trying to do, he couldn't prevent it. And 2 more, 502 for 5. I think I said 6 3/4 hours. I meant to say 8 3/4 hours. And I think that's the better call. Apologies there. But even so, as I say, it's a reasonable rate of scoring and brought them 4 batting points. It's going to be interesting to see how Essex bowl and how Warwickshire bat in the fullness of probably not very much more time from the way these two have accelerated since lunch. They certainly won't declare before Allison has the opportunity to reach his 100. Whether he takes it remains to be seen. Straight ball from Bamber, straight back from Pepper, with the inevitable result the bowler fields to his own bowling. Pepper not quite sure what he's doing, going down doing a bit of gardening there. It looks pretty unnecessary on this pitch, but a lot of batsmen do it just for a bit of reassurance that they've followed their rule book. 502 for 5. Last ball of the Bamber over. Comes in and bowls. That's going to be 4 runs, I suspect, as it's edged down to the third man boundary, but so fine that fielder no chance of getting to that. 506 for 5, and Pepper races on very quickly to 58 with Allison on 92, ready to take strike from the beginning of the next over. So looks as if Rob Yates will continue. Pepper and Allison have a between overs discussion. May not have been anything to do with cricket. Remember, Alistair Cook was asked what they talked about between overs, and the questioner said, presumably cricket. He said, well, not necessarily, no. Might be where we're going to eat tonight. Here is Yates in. Bowls, and Allison placed the ball up to shortish mid-wicket. No run there. And Yates with a leg slip, no conventional slip, shortish mid-wicket. Bowls to Allison on 92. This is short. Allison helps himself to his 93rd run by slamming it off the back foot to deep mid-off. And the score to 5. In fact, the partnership has just raised 100, of which Pepper's made 58 and Allison 38. I think Pepper has had more of the strike. But 87 minutes and 20 overs to post that. Yates bowls again, and this ball is just lapped around by Pepper, who really is making sure he's fit out there. He's taking loads of second runs. That was a very easy one compared to a couple he ran in the previous over. And I'm not sure he hasn't got his eye on making 100 here either. He's moved on to 60.
Yeah, 23 overs and 2 balls for that 100 partnership, so just over 4 and over. But now, with the field that's being set, I'm not quite sure that the Bears are doing either one thing or the other. Yeah, they're trying to cut out boundaries. They're trying to slow the declaration down, but they're giving 1s and 2s wherever they want to take them.
Yeah, quite right. And balls played back to the bowler. And because these are 2 young whippersnappers out in the middle, what might be 1s between the older players are being turned into 2s, which makes it even less of a good policy. Yates around the wicket. Bowls again. And that turned to mid-wicket. Dan Mosley, no run.
Dan Mosley has been warming up with a view that I think he may have another bowl. I'm not sure there's any merit in continuing with Bamber. He's had 3 overs since lunch.
Yeah. Yates bowls again, and this ball is swept, and that's probably gone for 6, and has over square leg. Beautiful pick up from Pepper. And yeah, he is a man who can score like lightning. He's used to opening the batting in T20 cricket and making hundreds. He got 2 centuries in both T20 and Championship cricket last season, and I'm not sure that is a feat that's been achieved by many over the years. Of course, the T20 only started in 2003, but it's a heck of an achievement to be able to adapt your game to white and red ball. Pepper, 66 off 81 deliveries.
That's often the case with wicketkeeper batters. What you admire most is the speed of the hands through the ball. There.
Yeah.
That's very, very quick hands. And Dan Mosley is going to come back and have a bowl, and this is almost going to be T20 bowling now, you would think, although he was in his little trepidatious tentative over before lunch, he was bowling genuine off breaks. In T20 it's medium pace spears that he fires often at Yorker length, and when he gets his length wrong they almost suggest the shot to the batter. So you find him being fetched into the crowd every now and then because he's fired it in at the pads and forced them to play the shot that will do that. He's going to have 4 fielders saving a single, so it is a bit of a T20 field, this. Allison on 93. They're going to ask him a different question, as is the trend. Right arm round the wicket to a right-handed batter, and he does get a bit of turn, and he's square on. Allison gets a full face of the bat on it, but gets himself into a slightly unaccommodating angle. 515 for 5. When do they want to pull out? It is getting a little bit dark at the moment.
It is, yes, the dullest light of the day.
This one again does turn, and it's hit into the ground, and fielding is followed through by a scampering Mosley. Now, yesterday, I don't think could have bowled with the sore shoulder that he seemed to be suffering from, but he seems happy enough on this occasion. And he's quickly in again, turned into the leg side. Bo Webster will do the fielding. He's not a part-time bowler in white ball cricket, but he is more of a part-time bowler in red ball cricket, Mosley. As this again clipped into the leg side and there's no run, Alex Davis comes across to do the fielding.
But I think he will prove the most economical of the spinners. He's keeping a good line and length.
Potentially, we will see, because they'll get frustrated with him in a moment. This is into the gap, is it? Webster can't quite stoop down to pick it up. Once he knew there was a single, he wasn't going to overstretch himself, Bo Webster, because he knows he's got an important role to play with the bat later. 94 to Allison, 516 for 5.
Potentially within one shot of reaching his 100.
As Pepper will face the final ball of the over. If we are going to get a shower this afternoon, it may be soon. Just looking at the clouds at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking too clever now.
It is an if, though. As this is turned behind square, Webster will pick up this time, but comfortable enough single. 2 singles off that over from Mosley, so he slows down the hurt. 517 for 5. Which one of us is taking first break this afternoon?
I think it's me.
Okay, that works out quite well, because it means I'm up there when I'm needed at 3 o'clock. So
Yeah.
one more over before you bring Roland in, and then.
Yes, is he here at the moment?
I think. Oh, is he? Oh, he was. He's gone.
Yeah.
He knows he's meant to be on about 10 past, but anyway, he's got a book signing at the moment.
Yeah.
See, book signings can go horribly wrong. I often tell the story of going out with my wife and a friend to a restaurant near Barnsley, an area by Penistone. And it was well known for its Barnsley chop, which is rather good piece of lamb. And in came Dickie Bird with his driver, John. And he'd been around about signing books at a well-known book retailer. And he sat there, he said, "John, can't believe what happened to me in Manchester. Can you believe what happened to me in Manchester? Can't believe it. Bloke came up and he only made me sign Tufnell's book." Apologies for the impression. It was generic Yorkshire. I've just done generic Yorkshire.
The man has arrived. I will make way.
Okay, Roland is in the building. He's been practicing his signature as Yates bowls down the leg side, trying to whack it behind the wicket-keeper is Pepper, but he doesn't get much on that, and it's fielded by Alex Davis at short, fine leg. If you want even any more proof that it's a bit of a one-day field, we've got a short, fine leg. He'll probably be just outside a one-day circle. Next ball turns into his pads and is clipped towards the mid-wicket boundary. Jani comes in to do the fielding, and there's one run. It is a slightly wet light at the moment, a phrase that some people look absolutely puzzled at me when I use. But that cloud is going to rain somewhere, the one that's just coming in from the right, but hopefully not on us. Next delivery is played defensively by Allison on 94. Roland Butcher is back. Are you ready with your signature? Are you right-handed or left-handed writing?
I'm still right-handed.
Right-handed. Well, no, because I bat right-handed but left-handed. I don't bat very well. No, right very well. So this next ball is carved behind square. Should only be a single. 95 to Allison. 519 for 5.
Yes, and real pressure here now on the Warwickshire bowlers, as if there weren't pressure before. Runs come in freely.
Yates into his 8th over, trying to clip him behind square again is Pepper, and once more he can only pick out Alex Davis. Either side of him it's 4 runs, and he's looking at Alex Davis and saying, "Well, what are you doing there? What are you delaying this for?"
Kept it a little bit low, that delivery.
Yates in to complete the over. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge of the bat there with what was probably a bit of an arm ball. Played inside the line of it one way or another, Pepper. Almost fell over. Smith was taking the bails off just in case, but his foot was back in ground. 519 for 5. 55 overs remaining in the day, so we've already got through 9 in this session, so the over rate's been good. We are, and it won't last, we are quite unusually on schedule today.
Yeah, I think because the spinners have had to bowl a few overs, which has put a little bit of pressure on the fielding side, so they've got through the overs quite quickly, but Essex are moving along nicely at 519 for 5, and Allison looking to reach his 100, so Mosley will continue. And this first delivery is just worked into the onside, but it goes straight to the fielder at square leg, and there's no run. Pretty strong leg side field. There's a short fine leg, there's a square leg mid wicket, long on, and a deep square leg. Mosley bowls, and this is worked through the onside. There should be at least 2 here, is there? No, they've settled in for the 1 as the fielder from deep mid wicket comes around to his left. A long way out there, and he picks up a single, so that single takes Allison to 96. It's 520 for 5, brings Pepper on strike, who's not far behind him. Pepper, he's 68, he's only faced 86 deliveries, so he's batting at quite a pace as well. Slight change for Pepper. One of the leg side fielders has been removed and comes to short third man, and mid-off goes out to long off. So Mosley bowl, Pepper drives, and it's half stopped by Mosley. Didn't go through with a shot, just pushing it. He was easing that one up to mid-on for a single, and Mosley, who's bowling around the wicket, just dived to his right. This delivery is scooped down the leg side. It's running away towards the boundary. Has it got the legs? The ball is going to win the race. So a boundary there to Pepper, just a little fine sweep, just a little lap. It's really helped it on its way, and the ball raced away down the hill. There was a chase by the fielder at short third man, but the ball was always gathering pace over this fast outfield, so he gets another boundary and moves into the 70s now. He goes to 72 with that 4. Mosley's ready, and Pepper settles, bowls, and this one is just eased off the pads past the square leg umpire, out to deep square leg for an easy single. And really Warwickshire having tremendous problems here, stemming the flow of runs. They're just coming at will. They've tried everything, fast bowlers, spinners. At the moment this pitch is the winner, as the batters are, as you would say, filling their boots, so to speak. It's 525 for 5.
And the centre field that's allowing singles and trying to prevent boundaries, isn't it?
Mosley bowls, and this is just clipped to short square leg. Can't score off that delivery, so the over comes to an end, and Mosley has just finished another over. There are 54 remaining in the day. The question is going to be, just how long will Essex carry on with their innings? Currently they're 525 with a loss of 5.
The umpires are just coming together at the moment to have a chat. Is it to do with light? Is it to... It might be just considering
Yeah, I
the
think
fact there's a threat of a bit of weather at the moment.
Yeah, but the light, I think the light is fine right now. Wouldn't be too much of a worry.
But they did have a chat. A test match 5-wicket haul today for Matt Henry.
Okay, well that's...
For New Zealand.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Zimbabwe 148 for 8 in their first innings. Craig Irvine top score with 39. Henry's taken 5 for 38. 3 wickets for Nathan Smith. So that being played in Bulawayo.
Yes, a lot of players obviously missing from the New Zealand team.
Yeah, including Warwickshire's
one Kane Williamson.
Yes, and Warwickshire's Tom Latham, who picked up a knock in the last T20 group game. So this is short of length, pulled round the corner again, straight to Alex Davis. I mean, he's bowling to your field, and he's bowling to your field. Yeah, Latham made 100 in the final T20 group game, which the Bears had to win against Derby. It was a brilliant innings. And in fielding, he dived forwards to try and stop a ball going over the rope, which was already over the rope, and injured his shoulder and collarbone. So although he's gone out to join New Zealand, he's not made it into the test match. So that's unfortunate for him. Yates, good length that one, and just a hint of turn, played watchfully by Pepper, who's 73.
Yes, so Pepper would like to score 100, having been given his cap today.
Yeah, that would be a very fitting way to mark it. Oh, and he's got a nick on this one from Yates. It goes past Smith. It'll go all the way for 4. That's unlucky for the bowler. It's one of those where it either hits the wicketkeeper's gloves and sticks, or it goes flying through. Pepper to 77, 529 for 5.
Yeah, with no slip in place, really. It's a safe shot. Really, it was very wide. It would have gone to a first slips First slip would have moved to his left, but the keeper having no chance. Bad luck for the bowler, but 4 more to Pepper. He'll take it.
And Yates had a couple of moments like that in this spell. As he bowls again, and this reverse paddle will probably go for 4 more. Very effective, that. That's very much part of Pepper's artillery. The improvisation. He's to 81 now, 533 for 5. So it could well be that both of these get to 100 before they have to concern themselves with the declaration here, because that must now be in the front of Tom Westley's mind.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Really just read where the delivery is going to be and just helped it. It was a full delivery and just helped it on the reverse sweep for 4.
Alex Davis in a slip at the moment. If he'd been there earlier in the over, might have put an end to this innings from Pepper, who tries to whip the ball with his wrist, but with no timing, only dabs it back to Yates. Rothesay is warming up, so it may be that he will relieve Yates next time the bowling's from this Sir Alistair Cook end at Chelmsford. Yates in to complete his over. Forcing shot off the back foot will be a single. 82 to Pepper. Essex 534 for 5. You're listening to Cricket Live on the BBC Sport website, courtesy of BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. I'm Richard Wilford. Alongside me, Roland Butcher.
Yes, 139 overs bowled. They've been in the field for a day and a half now. Warwickshire should probably be wilting at this stage. I can't imagine the faster bowlers would want to have to bowl anymore, but at some point they'll have to revert to them. But at the same time, Pepper's moving nicely along. He could record 100 in very quick time, because others who batted well have lasted a long time. Allison's been there for 164 balls. Pepper's only batted 96 and he's on 82. And so Mosley will continue as Pepper looks around the field. He's on 82. And this first delivery is a good one. It just bounced a bit. And he's just groping forward. Occasionally a delivery, either from spin or fast bowlers, just leaps off the pitch. To date, it hasn't caused a dismissal in the game, but it puts something in their mind. And this one has just worked around the deep square leg for an easy single, just going with the turn, and takes his score on now to 83. Brings Allison on strike, so he's 1 boundary away from 100. He's on 96. It's 5:35 for 5. Mosley.
It's Davis moving around the square leg at the moment, so no slip in now.
He's going to strengthen the leg side field again, so 6 on the leg side. Mosley bowls, and this one he's played off the back foot, giving himself a bit of room, hoping to open up the offside, finding the ball is too straight and then having to play it straight back to the bowler. Mosley bowls, and that's just chipped on the onside to square leg, and there's no run.
I like the fact he gave that a bit more air. We don't see Mosley do that very often in the white ball game. Just floated that up a bit.
Just hoping that Allison would lose his composure and the quicker delivery, and he's onto the back foot. Defends it firmly back to the bowler, who does the fielding. Pepper comes down the wicket just to have a little prod, maybe just to take some of the tension out of the game as Allison looks around the square leg region and bowls, and he's going to get 1, maybe 2 here. He's eased it out to cover. They'll settle for the 1 as the return comes in to the keeper. So he'll also maintain the strike. That ball going on with the arm, just opening the face of the bat, playing it behind square on the offside. Picks up a single and goes to 97, so he's still a shot away from a deserved 100. It's 5:36 for 5.
Good fielding that by Rothesay, who, despite the impression he gave, isn't coming on to bowl now. There is a bit of a committee meeting to decide who is going to bowl. They've got through 12 overs in 42 minutes, which is pretty impressive. Rob Yates is going to continue in the end. It's, conversation with Alex Davis, they try and concoct some sort of plan to slow down the scoring. Somerset all out now against Notts, 438. Slightly lingering last wicket stand of another 11 overs and 41 runs. A lot of that about this week. Durham 42 for 1, still 127 runs short of making Surrey bat again. Lee's out for 20. Wicket for Jordan Clark. Rob Yates prepares to come in to bowl to Allison on 97. He's one strike away. He's trying to be patient. Makes room and guides the ball out into the offside. Zen Malik comes in to do the fielding. 98 to Allison. Tantalising. 537 for 5. It's not a situation where you should be unduly nervous given the conditions, but you know, it's notionally only a number, but it doesn't feel that way.
Yes, I would think Allison's thinking there's more than 100 to be had if Essex are inclined to continue batting.
A bit of a stop-start between Yates and Pepper. Yates came into bowl, Pepper was standing up. He's now in position and Yates comes in again and turns it into the middle of the bat. Who's just forced out into the offside for another single. 84 to Pepper, who has got his eye on a century as well. Already seen Tom Wesley get his third of the season. For Allison it would be a third of the season. And for Pepper it would be a third of the season if he gets there. And you're never turning your nose up at 3 first-class hundreds in a season. Not with the amount of cricket that's played these days compared to what it was 30 years ago. So he looks to make room for himself, so Yates follows Allison, and all he can do is drag it up towards short mid-on and Mosley. There's an encouraging word for Rob Yates, who's gone for 51 in his 10th over, but bowling in slightly unusual circumstances, to be fair to him. Floats this up, Allison gets it in between the two fielders on the leg side, but there's hesitation, they don't run when the ball goes to Webster, and that's a sign that they might just be a little nervy. There was probably a fairly long single there.
Yeah, a slight hesitation. Perhaps he thought that Mosley would move to his right to do the fielding.
Yates once more. Allison can't get it beyond Dan Mosley at short mid-wicket. No run. He remains on 98. Only 2 singles off this over, 1 ball to go. Warwickshire wanting to elongate this Essex innings. It's a peculiar situation in a way. As this is floated up and he pushes it out into the offside. They'll run the first one hard. Zen Malik is running just as hard. There's only a single, but it means Allison will be on strike for the start of the next over, unbeaten on 99 with Essex 539 for 5.
Yes, pretty tight over there by Yates, but patiently played by Allison. He in no hurry whatsoever to get those 2 singles. Now he has the opportunity by being on strike, so he will face the bowling of Mosley. Just 1 run required for his century. He's on 99, the score 539. Field comes in, so there's a short third man, cover point, extra cover mid off, and then you've got a mid on, mid wicket square leg, short fine leg, and mid wicket halfway to the boundary, so pretty much in no man's land, so to speak, as Mosley bowls Allison, and Allison's a quick. That one was very quick, and Allison very watchful, just plays it back to the bowler who does the fielding.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked to see another ball that's quick but of Yorker length.
This one's Yorker length and it's dug out.
I've watched Dan before.
Yeah. So it's knowing your players, and Allison very watchful, not taking any chances. Mosley bowls and Allison onto the back foot. Again, defensively. Mosley comes across and does the fielding off his own bowling. 539 for 5. A bit of a lull at the moment as Allison takes his time towards this 100. Settles. Mosley bowls down the leg side, and that's it. Flicked away down to the fine leg for 4. And a very well deserved 100 here by Allison. He raises his bat, takes his helmet off, salutes the fans who have supported this innings. He goes to 103, and Essex, their total move on to 543 for the loss of 5, inflicting further punishment here on the Warwickshire bowlers who have been in the field from the start of yesterday. They're in the 142nd over. So Allison, this one is onto the back foot. He plays it back to Mosley, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, he neatly worked. It's been a very good 100. When he stayed within himself and waited for the bad ball, he's been brilliant. When he's chased it, he's got himself into a bit of difficulty.
This delivery is tossed up, and he's going to get a single here as he just comes forward and opens the face of the bat, drives it out to extra cover, and picks up a single, and would also maintain the strike. Score moves now on to 544 for the loss of 5. With that single, Allison takes his personal score onto 104. And it'd be interesting, and I'm sure you can tell me in a minute, Richard, what the partnership is between these two. It's a significant one.
137.
137.
So it is now just the biggest one of the match.
And in what sort of time? That's come at a quick time, I would imagine.
Well, the 100 partnership came up in 23.2 overs. I think we're looking at about 28 overs now. So it's been going 4.5 and over, but it's no surprise the position that they're in. And Warwickshire are letting them have 4 or 5 and over. What they don't want them is getting 8 and 10 and over. And I mean, Alex Davis trying to work out what to do about bowling plans. Bo Webster's talking to him, but really they're just waiting for a declaration and just don't want Pepper to take as long as possible to get to 100. Robbie Yates into his 11th over now. He's going at 5. He's not doing anything particularly wrong, as this first ball is knocked into the ground and back to him by Allison. Allison, the player who wasn't going to be in the 11 but was a late call up after the toss when Simon Harmer withdrew for personal reasons. So talk about capitalising on the opportunity. He has most definitely done that as he turns the ball in front of square for a single. Jani comes in to do the fielding. 545 for 5.
Yes, he's certainly taken that chance and capitalised with 100 in good batting conditions, but he's done exactly what he was meant to do.
Yates approaches once more, drags that down a bit, turns square by Pepper, runs the first one hard, but Webster has got to the ball quickly. Just another single. 546 for 5.
Yeah, just neatly played off the pads. Yates just trying to really attack the leg stump and just being short of a length.
Allison, a little bit of hint of leading edge about that as he pushes forward a bit firmly, but it dropped to the ground well before it returned to Rob Yates, who picks it up to the left of the stumps. Allison on 105, turns it towards square leg, picked up by Webster and no run. Still not a lot of breeze about, but the trees just shuffling at the tops at the moment. So a bank of darker grey sky comes overhead. And Yates approaches once more, played defensively, back to the bowler, end of a reasonably tight over, only a couple of runs off that. And out comes a 12th man, a substitute fielder, a member of the Essex squad with a pair of gloves, or as it's also known, some instructions.
I suspect that's some instructions as to say to Pepper, hurry up and get that 100, so that we can make a decision at that point, and maybe even given a time frame to do it in.
Do you know what? It's interesting today because Warwickshire's over rate has been quite quick, and it seems counterintuitive, Roland, that they should do that. They're slightly ahead of the game, but actually that does just lessen the number of overs they're likely to face today, and that Essex may not bowl a lot of spin at them between now and the close of play today.
Well, I wouldn't think so in these conditions with heavy cloud cover. I would imagine that the seamers would operate for the majority of the time. I guess if Harmer was playing, then that might be different.
But you know, if they pulled out now, there'd only be 47 overs minimum left in the day. If they bat on another 3 or 4 overs, then that takes it down into the low 40s. And I think from Warwickshire's point of view, with the weather forecast for tomorrow, that would not be a bad thing.
Mosley balls, and that's one's just helped down the leg side. Attempted to scoop it down the leg side, gets it high in the air, but nobody in that position to take the catch because he was on the boundary, but he comes in and they cross for the single, so that single will take Pepper onto 86, takes him off strike because Allison is the one on strike now, and there's a fine leg slip. He is very fine, and this one he's giving himself room and then having to work the ball to mid-wicket as the ball was fired in towards the leg stump. Mosley to Allison. Oh, and Allison, he was thinking of, shall I run that down to third man, but got tapped up and end up playing the ball back to the bowler. Full toss, and that's hit for 4. Driven straight along the pitch on the offside, and obviously nobody on that side because Mosley's bowling around the wicket, dead straight and into the boundary for 4. So that 4 takes Allison to 109.
No, Roland, they can have a heck of a game. They can have a heck of a game getting this ball back, because what's happened there is it's skipped over the rope, gone over the sign for the sponsors of the competition, and it's rolled all the way up the sight screen and dropped over the lip at the top. So it's disappeared behind the sheeting. And
there's a player
going to look for it at the moment. But meanwhile, the umpires are playing a game of look at that cloud.
He's just ducked on a rail as well, a low rail.
Yeah.
A rail that you or I wouldn't be able to get on there.
Oh, I think you're considerably more agile than me, Roland. I think you'd be fine.
Well, I'll put myself in that category because that looks quite low to the ground.
He's got the ball back though.
Yeah, and this time he decides to step over it.
So the question is, what cloud are they looking at, the umpires?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe they've got local knowledge about this ground where the rain comes from.
The direction where the weather has been coming from today, they're just looking at some clouds that are looking like they might be a bit more threatening. I think we might get away with it. I think we might get through today. And you never know, change of wind and tomorrow might be lovely and clear.
5:51, and this delivery is stroked off the back foot, powerfully out towards cover point. There should only be one. Yeah, return comes in on the first bounce, so he gets the single. Allison goes to 110. Now brings Pepper on strike. Question is no. I mean, Pepper is probably should be looking to get a single now and then be on strike for the next over. That's good to see. He bowls a genuine bouncer, and it's a good one too. It was straight surprise. Pepper, he ended up having to duck under it, nicely taken by the keeper.
He's a tremendously competitive cricketer, Dan Mosley.
As the
floodlights come on, that might be the message that the umpires were
the lights are on,
conveying. Lights, cameras, action. Now, what I'm saying to say to you, you cannot play the weather despite the forecast being bad for tomorrow. However, they've got enough runs, surely. They've got 552 in the first innings. That's surely enough runs. Now it becomes a distraction that Pepper's on 86. Because really they should be pulling out, shouldn't they?
Well, I think we must remember today is only day 2. So there's still a lot of time left in the game.
There is, but the weather forecast is shocking for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I know you can't play the weather forecast, but it's 550 runs. They're not going to lose the game from here. If the follow-on target is at 403. If they're out there so long that they get to 390, you're struggling to enforce the follow-on because your bowlers are tired. I think there comes a point where you have to pull out and give yourself some time. Well, but I mean, they're not going to because Pepper's on 86, but it just becomes a distraction.
It can be, but with still a session to go today, that's enough to do enough damage. If I can keep you in the field for 1 3/4 of a day,
yeah,
and then you have to bat out one session, That's severe pressure on those first early batters. My bowlers are rested. They've been sitting down.
Rob Yates is going to continue into a 12th over. Allison comes down the wicket and flicks him in front of square for a single. So the intention of Dan Mosley's bouncer to pin Pepper at the non-striker's end is undone. 553 for 5. Allison on 111. Of course, they could get seam bowling with floodlights on as well. That can have an impact. That could work to Essex's advantage as the Yates approaches once more. Oh, and fended, airborne by Pepper, and it bounces 2 yards in front of Dan Mosley. That was the sort of miscue that gets you in trouble.
Yeah, he was looking to work that on the onside. He only needed to leg glance it because there's no lace slip or short.
Next ball he chops into the offside. They're fancying that there might be 2, and there will be 2. Because as quickly as Ed Barnard gets the ball, they have got not as far to run as him. So Pepper goes to 88, 565 for 5.
Yeah, excellent running. The moment he played the ball, they were looking for the second.
Yates none for 57 in his
And
12th.
there's a slight drizzle. No.
Oh,
Yeah.
a little bit of something in the air. Oh yeah, you can see it as well. Pushing forward.
2 more.
It's Pepper. And again, they're going to look for 2. And again, they're going to get 2. That's smart batting. He's to 90. And the crowd are trying to get out of the areas where they're being rained on. I don't think the umpire's going to be able to keep them on here. They're not. So rain is going to delay things. And that does turn into a quandary for Essex a little bit as well. 150 partnership has just come up. So they're going very nicely. But on 557 for 5, they don't want to be losing too much time from the game now. You think if they're off for half an hour, do they need to declare?
I think they can go up to tea time. I think they've got they've got good time. They're still, what's the time now?
2:40, 20 to 3.
Right. So they've still got 32 overs. They've still got another 15.
If they declared there'd be, I think, 45 overs left in the day. Covers are coming on now. And we'll see. This shouldn't be a really long break, to be fair, but there is a fair amount of cloud cover for now. But
I feel 32 overs is enough for today.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. But if you're going to lose a day tomorrow, and we don't know whether we will, but the forecast suggests that might be the case, it does make life very interesting. So, rain has stopped play midway through the afternoon session at Chelmsford, with Allison 111 and Pepper 90. They've added 150 so far for the 6th wicket. The floodlights are switched off, and we will rejoin you when play is restored. For now, at this unexpected interval, Essex are 557 for 5.
I'm still working on the basis that I'm only about once. But I'm going to have 2 days in a session for your choice. How many overs do you need to bowl now? It may still be very difficult. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But I don't think there's as many overs. If I can nip out 3 this evening. It's still going to be a difficult day tomorrow because somebody's going to get pulled off this pitch.
Some emails to catch up on.
guys, it's always been like this with a bit of rain, or like what we had yesterday, occasional sun. Must be where we are. It's always like that down here.
Yeah, I was going to say,
So imagine living down here and having that kind of weather all year in the middle of the summer when everybody else is getting fantastic weather.
I don't get much rain here. They tell me. But in most places you go, they tell you that.
take a picture of your brolly if that's all right. I feel like it could be a bit of a story for a few days.
Proper veg.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Not just sitting over.
The story was that the London said that it was too short a notice and they'll come next time. I'm sure you'll be glad to see that.
This is an old one. No, but I mean you can get little ones that are quite large, not the biggest these things, but they're probably when you're talking around in the street, you get one of the women ones that sort of see through, but you.
I was going to say, I won't be going, but I was going to say there's
Got the sort of different colours on each bit, red, green, yellow.
session. I mean, you have to stop the game writing to change the book. I think it'll take two now actually.
Well, you probably could take that to clear off, so I mean you could take 2 and 3:10, you start again at 3:30. Well, they won't be able to see because they're down here.
So I think they could work it out.
Well, I take it,
Yeah.
It's not like the old ones where you every time you turn them off, you turn them on again, you have to do some service. Yeah, but it's LED, so it's don't use so much power.
Is that the train we don't allow alcohol? There's certain trains because people work on the yacht and they get off and they'll drink. They've been offshore they try to make up lost time. So for that reason, trains sometimes have to be alcohol free because people tend to overdo it. We didn't have a free for that coming down. It might be one of those ones that no alcohol because it's that reason.
Caroline probably got here just as it's raining.
Take the tablets again. Grab the post on the floor like that. So it's probably got about 18, 19 quid on it. I've got a register. Yeah, you pay on more and then your friend goes out, you know how much you want to put on it, tablet 10 or 20 or whatever, tablet 20, and then you just stick a £20 note in, and you pay by card, and then it will say your balance is now this cap on, and you're reader again. You've got up to 23 quid or whatever.
Carried on, couldn't they? over your 2-2. The other 2-2. Are you going to France? Yeah. 15-2-2, do you keep track of it?
So I think they announced it. So I picked up the leaflet today when I was in the shop, and I just glanced at it, and I took a photo of it and sent it to your mum, and then also and it was come back and said, because I said, if they get in touch with Emma, maybe come back and said,
Ladies and gentlemen, the latest news is that play will be scheduled to restart at 3:05, so in just over 10 minutes' time. And tea has been fixed at 4 o'clock today. So the tea interval has been moved, hopefully with no further interruptions, a restart at 3:05.
Well, no, when you turn over, the leg pepper gets sweet, and then... If they have another break now, if they have another break,
Tea's at 4, let me finish that. Or as soon as after 4:20 is possible. Yeah, once they finish that, I'll just stick the stuff in the car and then...
on-site discount. Give it 20.
Do you?
Yeah, one of my best friends in football is Gary Thompson. He used to play for great Coventry Albion, and he did a book a few years ago. It's quite hard hitting actually. He's got some great stuff. But he goes everywhere. It's very smart.
They brought me in because that's not because it's normally in the box. The Essex people say that they will just put it through there.
Yeah, whereas this
So if you say, well, say you do it by reading the box, they'll bring it here. Because they'll use it. They have no Yeah, these days nobody carries any cash.
What gives me, can you see these professional makers in traffic junctions? No, but that's the thing.
There's the next thing.
So few of us carry cash.
Yeah.
So where we're saying, sorry, I haven't got cash. It's a fact. I might have a couple of £20 notes just in case. But I haven't got pound quotes. Although actually, I mean, some of them, you know, it's a professional unit working. All the bit they're not actually you see them being picked up and dropped off. They're actually working as a crew. Yeah, it really is. I mean, but none of us want to do it for a living. They are a mess.
What would you do if you were confronted by beggars and they had a card?
Yeah, exactly.
What would you do?
You would be conflicted, wouldn't you?
You'd have to think, well, I don't carry any money, so they know that you don't carry any money. You know, there may be a need. What's the decision?
I don't think you're shoving your card into a machine. You know what I mean? In that situation,
You won't be inserted for sure.
I'm going to do the 3 minutes pass, which hopefully you'll get down to there. Probably headphones in the back of the chair. I just wanted to keep the hands.
Well, you might tap for a cup.
You might tap the pad, but you want to make quite sure that they put the right amount. I'd be ready.
But it does disadvantage proper beggars. Because nobody has any money. We would have given them a pound if we had a pound.
Yeah. I want to do that for the ones when you go to a subway, sometimes there's people outside who are begging, but they've got a voucher for subway that's only valid if you buy something. So if I buy a sandwich and a drink, a free sandwich that gets there, that's fine. You're actually giving them food. I know that they'll be spending that.
Please welcome back your umpires, Ian Blackwell and Tom Nutley.
At Chelmsford, where the shower has given the Warwickshire bowling attack some brief respite here as Essex bat on well into the second afternoon. They're 557 for 5 with play about to restart after a 25-minute interval. Charlie Allison has made his way through to a very fine 100. He's on
Returning to the field are visitors from Warwickshire by captain Alex
If
Davies.
he gets through the 3 figures, at that point Essex may well consider pulling out and taking over the 557.
And resuming the Essex innings, Charlie Allison and Michael Pepper.
I just pulled those two and you see
quick reminder that tea is now due to be taken at 4 o'clock, irrespective of the number of voters remaining.
Until there's a danger at tea.
And during the tea interval, we have the
Yep, I'll take it up to tea.
And Ron needs to leave by 5:30 today, Paul. If that's okay.
Barbados to England
Yes,
and
of course,
back.
yes. Okay, then, Ron.
Well, good news, the players are back on the field after, I won't quite call it the briefest of delays, because it did seem to take quite a while for seemingly only a very minor amount of rain before the umpires have brought them back on. Not quite sure how many overs we've lost there. And Bob Yates will continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, with Essex 557 for 5. Allison already through to his 100, and Pepper hoping to get there. Allison 111 and Pepper 90. And I'll hand over to you, Roland. And
Two balls remaining in this over from Yates. He's got none for 59, 557 for 5, and Pepper, he's bowling around the wicket. Just a solitary slip bowls, and Pepper scoops this one down to fine leg, and coming off the fine leg boundary is Hannon Dolby, so he's only going to get a single.
yes, I can't help getting the feeling, Roland, that you wouldn't have mind batting on this trip.
Well, I would not at all mind batting, not just on this trip, but with this Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
4 or 5 games of that would be handy. 558 for 5, Pepper 91, 111 to Allison. And Yates with the final delivery of this over to Allison. Round the wicket. Allison respectfully pushes that back to the bowler. And the over is completed. So Yates now has 12 overs, none for 60. And Pepper remains on 99. He will take first ball off the next over. And Allison, he is on 111.
And of course, to add to the problem, really, and to make it easier for batsmen still, let alone the flat pitches and the Kookaburra balls, but the bowlers have spent so much of the season hard at work and having to bowl, a good sort of 7 or 8 overs a day more than they used to. And so batsmen are facing some pretty tired bowlers if games are close together.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not. We're up to 145 overs at the moment. It's not often that a lot of the teams will bat that number of overs. The odd occasion, but
yeah,
with this ball, it's a regular occurrence.
So Dan Mosley, to continue from the Graham Gooch end, is on his way in and bowls to Pepper, who won't get a run off this ball, plays it to mid-wicket. And the field is most definitely scattered far and wide.
Absolutely, just the mid-wicket. That's the only one we can see on the square.
Pepper again just repeats what he did to the previous delivery and uses his power in his wrist to flick a straight ball to Rob Yates at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Mosley just looking to bowl that leg stump line. He's got the boundary well protected. This one is worked on the onside.
Yes, they take a single down to backward square leg. Pepper moves another run closer to his target, 92 from only 108 deliveries, and he doesn't hang about, Michael Pepper. Scores very quickly, runs very quickly.
I think Richard was wondering when the declaration would come. At this point, with tea being at 4 o'clock, I'm not sure whether Essex would want to waste 10 minutes by virtue of declaring before tea.
Yeah, good point.
So Michael, Sir Richard, you may have to suffer a little longer.
As here is Charlie Allison bringing the deep cover fieldsman off the fence, and they get through for the easiest of singles, which takes Allison to 112, his first run since the rain interruption. Pepper will have the strike again on 92.
Yeah, just looking at the replay of that last shot there, that shot was forced off the back foot. from about 2 feet outside the
Yeah.
next stump.
Yes, that's right. Here's the next ball, and easy single again as Pepper again brings his strong wrists into play just to lever the ball round past the mid-wicket fieldsman towards square leg. Fieldsman has a cloth in his pocket or hitched to his trousers so that he can dry the ball. Shows you that there is still a bit of evidence of the rain that we've had. Rob Yates was the fieldsman there. 561 for 5. Mosley bowls quicker, flatter delivery, and it was from one such that Charlie Allison eventually reached his 100 as it actually strayed down leg side, and Allison was able to help it down to the fine leg boundary. So end of the over. That's one good thing. The overs won't take long to get through with the spinners on so much, and Essex are 561 for 5.
Yes, and these two batters don't seem to be in any hurry. There's no frantic play. They're just taking their time. If they have to defend the ball, they defend it. So they're probably being given the assurance that, bat till tea time.
Yeah, rather endorsing your point, they were in more of a hurry. There was more urgency when they came back out after lunch than they're showing now.
Yeah, I think that little bit of rain has given them the opportunity to reassess the situation. So it's 561 for 5. Pepper on 93 as this delivery goes for the sweep. He struck on the pad, but he'll get a leg by. An appeal by Yates. Umpire not having anything to do with that LBW decision. So score advances by 1. It's now 562, but it means that Pepper is now at the non-striker's end. So Allison 112, and he will take strike. Yates bowl to Allison. Allison's down the ground, and that's over the boundary for 6. He used his feet, hit that one dead straight right in front of our commentary position here, and over the boundary for 6. There is a long on in place, but he never had any chance of getting around there. That ball was very well struck, just hitting through the line dead straight and going well clear over the boundary. So he goes to 118. It's 568 for 5, and that certainly was a little bit more urgency in the stroke play. He goes again, and this time he lost his shape. He was really hammering that one over mid-wicket, but he's going to get a leg by. Fortunate the ball didn't cannon into his stumps, but it came off the pad. Just went gently out on the offside, and they ran a leg by, so it's 569.
Yeah, he took his eye off that completely.
Pepper now in bowl, and he's sweeping this one. Is it gone before? Yes, that's the boundary. Alan Dolby's down there, deep fine leg. There's a deep square leg, but that was perfectly placed. There's a short ball, and he's helped it round with a lot of power. There's a long boundary in that corner, but neither of the two fielders converging on that one could get there. So it goes into the boundary, gets Pepper a 4. He goes to 97. Just could be one blow away from 100, and it would be a very good one, and a very quick one at that. The quickest, certainly, of the innings. Wesley's 100 and also Allison's 100 would have taken considerably more time. He's only faced 111 balls right now, so in the context of this game, it's extremely quick. 573 for 5. Yates again now in bowls, and he's looking for an easy single as he pushes the ball gently towards extra cover. There is none, so the bowler has to do all the work. So he goes to 98. Score goes to 574 for 5. We're in over number 147. So there must be some tired legs, tired bodies, tired minds in the outfield. And this one is driven easily along the ground up to long on. We bring Allison a single. And that was also the final delivery of that over. So Allison, he remains on 119 and will take strike at the start of the next over. Pepper, he is too short of his century.
Yes, I've no doubt at all that Charlie Allison, who's making his 3rd 100 of the season here, is the most talented product as a batsman, most talented product of the Essex Academy since Dan Lawrence, who started emerging in 2015. So he's to my way of looking at it, the best batsman, and I think he's proved it already with the number of hundreds he's got, both in one-day cricket and particularly in red ball cricket.
Well, that's a good sign, good news for Essex. And when you think that he wasn't due to play this game as well,
Yeah.
it just shows you that sometimes the opportunity presents itself and you've got to grab it with both hands.
Absolutely. So Mosley will bowl again. Suddenly the fielder...
But why are they bringing the field in for Allison?
I'm wondering that. They're suddenly all in to save a single. As Allison punches this ball back to the bowler. 575 for 5. I'm afraid I haven't been able to work it out.
Well, it's only a matter of time before he gets it.
As
That's what
Allison's played that before, but of course it's not him that's approaching the landmark. He moves up to 123, scored a 579 for 5. So I could understand it if Pepper were on strike, but it does seem odd, doesn't it, with Allison?
It does seem odd to try and just prevent a batter from getting 2 singles. I think what is more important is to protect the overall score, just like that boundary there. So you stop Allison, you're looking to stop Pepper getting on strike to get a single, but you let Allison pick up a boundary. That's
gobbledygook logic.
And there could be a couple more.
There
could be a couple more boundaries.
Yeah, literally, we've got 5 ringing the leg side, all about 25 yards from the bat. 3 in the offside. As that one has just caused Allison, caught him on the boot to do a bit of hopping around, but he's going to be perfectly okay. 123 to his credit, and Pepper on the verge on 98. Here's Mosley, quicker delivery and absolutely hammered away for 4 over mid-wicket, and mercilessly punished by Allison there. 583 for 5. It's not that... sorry.
Very strange tactics. I think Richard's going to have to talk me through this one. Where you're stopping a player from getting 2, but you give up 8. That's
a bad bargain.
And there could be more.
No, absolutely right, because it's not made any difference to the tactics here. We've still got this ring of 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off. I said 3 a moment ago. It's 4.
And you can add some more to that.
Yeah, that's absolutely club. It may well be 6 over mid-wicket, and indeed is. So Charlie Allison moves up to 133, and I have seen him in the one-day game. He played very carefully, reaching his 100, but he can hit the ball out of the ground, no problem.
And now the field all goes back. That was quite extraordinary, that passage of play. I can't quite work out the thinking behind it, but it is not my job to think about that. But it seemed a strange option to take.
Yes, I mean, you'd almost think they mistook which batsman was which from the tactic. And they're sort of, oh dear, he's not the one, is he? He's on 98. But it's really cost them very dear. I mean, that's 14 that have come now in this over. And mostly overall has bowled quite tightly, but always with a defensive field set. Suddenly he has to bowl to an attacking field against 2 men who so far put on, I think it's 182 for this 6th wicket. It's it's by far the highest partnership of the innings.
Yeah, it could have easily have just opened up the floodgates as well, because I don't think there was any need for that.
Mosley is in bowls and played with exaggerated caution by Allison, and that enables Pepper to be on strike at the start of the next over. No run from that one, but at the end of the over, Essex 589 for 5. Remember, they were put into bat. Allison 133, Pepper 98.
Yes, and 600 I don't think is far off. That's going to be, apart from Pepper's 100, that would be the next target, and time available to do it. So not really rushing to get into position. Warwickshire as if they want to slow things down a bit, but
yes, they are +1 on the over rate, not surprisingly, with 2 spinners on it almost ever since lunch.
So for Pepper, they set the field back. He's gone for one. Will he come for the second? He will. And will he get there? He will. 100 to Pepper. Just pushing that ball into the offside. This has been a very good innings by Pepper. 113 balls for his 100. And he shared in an excellent partnership here with Allison, who has really taken Warwickshire bowling to the sword. These two, this partnership really has run them ragged. And
Yep.
Pepper has, having got his cap earlier today, he's also capped it now with a century, so good day for him. And that delivery is just pulled gently into the mid-wicket region. There's just one fielder saving the single there, and the other close fielder is a slip. Yates bowls, and that's 6 straight back over his head, right in front of our commentary position. Just opened up his body, hit through the line, Pepper, and struck it right in the middle of the bat. The ball was coming in our direction and landed some 15 meters from our commentary position, but he gets the maximum, and really the acceleration now about to take place, as Essex obviously will be looking for the declaration. Yates bowls, and that's swept away. Did he get anything on it? Did he get a pad? What we do know, it's going to go into the boundary, and it's 4 leg byes, so runs coming aplenty here at Chelmsford. The wheels have come off at the moment. The last 2 overs really has been quite significant, and that's probably the 200. What is that, the partnership for 200?
600.
600 has come up.
Yeah,
so
they're not far off 200.
601 has come up for the loss of 5, and suddenly the scoring rate has jumped to 4.04.
Another 6, and it will be a 200 partnership.
Yates in bowls. He sweeps, falls over, but he gets it down to that deep fine leg. So Hannah Dolby has to do the fielding, but just a single.
Yeah, it was almost a repeat of the Jordan Cox dismissal, that one. That's
So he goes to 107. Allison comes on strike. He's on 133, so he's got enough time, I guess, to get 150 as well. Yates bowls. Allison goes big. Yes, he could be out. No, it's a very good catch. Excellent catch taken out in the deep. Judged it well. It looks as if the declaration has come as well. And both players, batters, leave the field along with the field inside. So it looks as if Essex have called a halt to proceedings, having got the 600. So 602 for 6 with the fall of Allison's wicket there. He was going for the 6, and a good tumbling catch taken out in the deep. So
Yep.
602 for 6.
195 that partnership was worth for the 6th wicket, and it's finished with Pepper 107 not out, and Allison caught it. Very good catch by Janney, because it was going to ground as he lurched forward coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Just got his hands underneath it in time. Allison departs for a very fine 133. Wesley, of course, earlier 148. And certainly Essex have piled up a lot of runs here. 602 for 6 declared. And we will be back with you to see the Warwickshire, or to describe the Warwickshire reply for you in around about 9 minutes' time.
Well done, sir. Yeah, no. But they're not going to bowl again this game, are they? Sure. Whatever else happens. They should.
Yeah, they want 453 to save the follow-on. And if they don't make it, I think in the time available, Essex will have to enforce the follow-on. And if they do, well, we know it's going to be a draw.
Gloucestershire are sort of saying, well, we will support 12 games, but only if the ECB guarantees 2 summer matches. We want a match at Cheltenham in the summer holidays. We don't lose the Cheltenham. So I don't think they'll get that guarantee, but I still think they'll vote for 12 games. It really does. I think it really all goes rest of Essex.
Hello there.
Essex have already
Are you Nick Jones?
I am the Nick Jones.
Ah, right. Now, I've managed, thanks to Nick Lidhill's help yesterday, the laptop is just there. I can now get into it.
Okay.
So that's okay. What Nick was worried about yesterday was that when he showed me how to do it, and said, right, he said, I'll log off and you have a go.
Yeah.
Thinking it would only take, a couple of minutes before we log back on again. It was about 25 minutes later.
I wonder if they downloaded a little update in the background.
I think you could be right, yeah.
I'll log it all in and see. But yeah, that's an unfortunate part of
yeah, it came up with one of those messages, reconstituting or whatever the word is. Please do not turn the laptop off. Yeah, you obviously recognise it all.
Oh yeah.
Thanks very much for coming down.
No worries. Well, I've just walked in at the wrong time, haven't I?
Yeah, actually, I opened it up earlier today, but nobody actually emailed in, so I switched up.
The more we mention the new email address, the more.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think when they were saying it a lot when it was all set up, and they were trying to forward the old email.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to ask your opinion. Looking at the effects of getting the box down there, so it's further out away from the outside.
Yeah,
and just have it so that there's a split, so we can just plug it in here, walk it down, plug the mic in, plug it in here, and have it split so that anyone else can also get it.
Yeah, certainly give it a try.
So I was reading, so I have a system I can look at part of their install details, who's what where, and there were questions about boxes and what's about there, and they said when they were doing stuff, they basically just placed the mic down the front there, different directions, and ran the wire, and I was like, I could put that as a permanent extension and just have it set, so it's out away from us. I like to talk to people and maybe look at waterproofing a little bit, if it's going to try to say you're not going to run out of numbers, you might. Yes, it gets the effect away from because like we're chatting now.
As far as the emails go, I noticed we'll always get, by far the majority of them, in the morning session.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the day, people,
drift on, see the way it's going.
Yeah. Whereas the attention is greater. It's a bit like school teaching, actually. For most teachers, you always wanted your lessons to be in the morning, after lunch. They weren't interested. And I think it's a bit like that with the emails.
Yeah.
We got a colossal amount of emails, earlier this evening, but it was a morning session, and somebody started talking about amusing musical acts. And funnily enough, it's often not the cricket, but the play.
I mean, the last England test I've had TMS on for the last 2 or 3 days of it, and I got my son, who's 12, 13, it's the first time he's listened to it, and he sort of turned to me, I think he had it on when he was playing his Xbox and started speaking, and he sort of went up and, oh, you enjoying TMS? I was like, they don't really talk about cricket, do they? I was like, no, that's the joy of it. And we had a conversation, every time I go, Lovely cover drive has gone for 2 and that's what you get, one line every 2 minutes. They cover every ball, but not in any depth. It's quite nice to have on the back. Exactly, what we're doing in the garden.
absolutely.
Right, I shall dig through this and see if it argues back to me. But fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks very much for coming down.
It's a pleasure. I was looking at my rain.
It did. We had a
did it?
Yeah, we
not the hill at all.
had a sort of 25-minute break.
It was feeling down a while after it was raining outside, so I was kind of thinking,
yeah, I mean, it was never heavy, but...
No, there's nothing in the pavement.
He said 12 pounds is 4 options. 3 options for 12 games, and 1 option for 14 games.
I sent you an email.
Please welcome back your eyes, Tom Buckley.
There are 3 options for 12 games.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Sometimes at a meeting is the first time you actually get to see something.
Can't we keep 14 games? Said no, ECB have said 14 games is not an option, not an option. So they basically
straight in there, so it was really hanging up there.
And somebody got so upset from another county about it.
Sorry, what was that?
It was, it went straight in, so it was clearly running an update that
Yeah.
yeah.
That is the trouble with it.
Well, because then for those guys
Normally with small laptops, every month I'll run, they're releasing every month.
Yeah.
So, but this one's obviously been out and there's been an update released.
What you can do about undoing what, but Lancashire said this rubbish, 6,500 members, and 1,000 members have voted. So Lancashire said, well, we've got 1,000 members voting in favour of this option, and that's how we're going to vote. And we're not going to listen to people like Ian and his mates who are just protesting.
Please welcome to the field your Essex team led by Captain Tom Wesley.
Johnny Apps, anything?
Lisa just stood down, chief executive of Crush.
Yeah.
Yorkshire voted against it. That's because the Yorkshire members did this, got a petition, had a meeting, passed a resolution that said they couldn't do it. Sit down, otherwise I'll be blocking.
Eventually, but there is.
Opening the batting for Warwickshire, Rob Yates and Alex Davis.
Oh, I tipped up the thing. It's going pitch. Yeah. That should all run. Power.
14 minutes left in the day's game.
It'll need power eventually.
Yeah, I'll only need 5 minutes.
I'll leave you with it.
Scheduled close of play is 6:25.
Now.
Are you off straight away? Just let me read this out, because it won't take me long.
Keep it and keep the kit. Yeah.
Rob Yates will receive the first ball.
Yeah, welcome back. And Essex are about to have their turn in the field. Will they get any more out of this pitch than Warwickshire, who laboured through 5 sessions, watching Essex rack up 602 for 6 declared, with 133 to Charlie Allison, 107 not out to Michael Pepper. And Graham Fitch emails us to say the partnership of 195 for the 6th wicket. We're waiting for Porter to open up the account here. Over to you, Richard.
Yeah, Rob Yates is facing the first ball and comes forward in defence. 3 slips and a gully and a point in position. Short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on and long leg. So
Graham continues. It's a new record for the 6th wicket for Essex against Warwickshire. The old record was 140 by Alan Border, 112, and Keith Fletcher 57 at Edgbaston in 1988. And Graham's one of the splendid tribe of Essex supporters who've been supporting the club ever since I commentated back in the 80s. And many of them, I'm happy to say, are still alive and come to nearly all the home Essex matches now.
Second ball from Porter, just turned Yates round slightly as he defends. And Warwickshire know they just need to bat long here as much as anything, and they want to get some bonus points, but give nothing away lightly. That's going to be the heart of what they need to do here. As Porter comes into bowl to Yates, again forward in defence. There are no great gremlins in this surface. The question will be whether the ball does a little bit for the Essex opening bowlers or not. Yates hasn't made a lot of runs this season, but averaging just shy of 32, 1 century, 3 50s. So he's 574 championship runs, slightly more than Alex Davis, who's averaging under 30. As Porter comes round the wicket, just back of a length, dabbed into the leg side. No run as Allison comes in to do the fielding. Slip cordon will be slightly different from usual. We know Simon Harmer with those big mitts.
Yes, the slip cordon for Essex, 3 slips, a little bit like watching, I think it was called the something 1948 show back in the day, and John Cleese was the tall man, and then there was the medium, I think it might have been Ronnie Barker, and Ronnie Corbett, the small man.
This is cut through the offside by Yates. He'll beat the point fielder, he'll chase after it. They'll come back for 2. Will they think of one for the arm? They choose not to. And they are underway. They're 2 without loss, a mere 600 runs behind.
And the current slip cordon for Essex is very much like that. The very tall man is obviously Paul Walter. Matt Critch, the medium-sized man between Walter and the smaller man, Noah Thane. There's also a gully. Sun's out.
Look at that. Second time today we've had a bit of sun. Porter comes in to bowl to Yates, leaves the ball alone outside off stump, end of the first over, 2 without loss. So that's the sketch, whereas I look up to him, he's upper class.
That's right. Yeah,
I look down
memory.
to him because he's lower class, or worse, working class it would have been at the time. I am middle class.
No, it was a very good show, actually.
I think, was that not from That Was the Week That Was?
No.
It was the Frost Report.
It wasn't that. I don't think it was that either. I think it was the last of the 1948 show.
Okay.
But I may be wrong about that. People are welcome to correct me. But there were some brilliant shows. It was The Age of Satire, which has never really been revisited. Obviously, you refer to That Was the Week That Was that started it off. And then that was followed by a series on late Saturday night called BBC Three with John Bird, John Fortune. Yeah.
It was the Frost Report, 1966.
Oh, sorry, I said I'd be happy to be corrected.
There we go. I had to look it up.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, no, great memory. I mean, you even remember the lines from it, and I always enjoyed that. And of course, the ability of the comedians in that era was tremendous. As we see Sam Cooke coming from the Graham Gooch end, ball played to mid-off, and I have to say we haven't so far seen any evidence that Essex are going to find it any easier to take wickets than it was for Warwickshire.
But the scoreboard pressure
is
the one thing they've got going for them. Yes, no, whilst I wasn't born when that sketch was performed, I'm a massive Ronnie Barker fan. He's one of my true comedy heroes, and read an awful lot about him. I've got a lot of his sketches, the ones that he wrote under an assumed name. It was Gerald Wiley.
Yeah, that's right. An absolutely brilliant man. There's all ones. Appeal for LBW, it's not going to be given out. But that one, if anything, kept a little bit low and had Alex Davison spot a bother.
He gets tucked up like that very often, Alex Davis, being a shorter man.
Yeah.
Where that hit him, he's probably not going to be out LBW. And what we've seen with the seamers throughout the course of this game is the bounce is tending to go above stump height. Even from, a decent length. Most of the appeals we've seen have either been going down leg or they would have gone above the height of the stumps.
Once again, Cook. 3 slips and a gully, as was the field for Porter. Bowls, and this ball's just played a yard or 2 into the offside. And I felt, along with quite a lot of other people, that Sam Cooke has been below his usual sky-high levels this season, but my colleague Nick Gledhill, who did a couple of days of the game at Hove, was here yesterday and told me that he thought Cook was very close to being right back on form at Hove, even though he only had a wicket in each innings to show for it. And he's made an impressive start here as he runs in powerfully and bowls, and that ball is hammered away through the offside. That'll go to the boundary, and just a nice push off the back foot there, and the tight set field means that anything that beats the infield is quickly going to go all the way. 6 for no wicket, and we're in the second over.
Sat up nicely for Alex Davis. He's very strong with the cut and the pull, and he dispatched it. That'll give him a little bit more confidence in the early part of this innings. As they look to see if there are any demons that they hadn't seen when they were in the field.
Here's Cook again. Bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. They think about a run and think better of it. And I've just got a question for our technical expert Nick Jones, who's very kindly come down to have a look at our new system for us this afternoon. And if you just bear with me for a couple of minutes while I go and
Go on.
establish.
I'm bearing with.
Yep, good. I'll be soon.
You're doing this delivery and then.
Yep. Cooks in, bowls, and that's lead outside off stump. Over to you, Richard.
I'll do some latest scores. In the Test match, Zimbabwe all out for 149, 6 wickets for Matt Henry, 3 for Nathan Smith. New Zealand are 45 without loss in reply. At Chester Street, Durham 132 for 2 in their second innings, trail Surrey by 37. Emilio Gay on the counter-attack, 74 not out of 65 deliveries. It's Trent Bridge knots a 66 for 1, replying to Somerset's 438. Hasib Hamid 34 not out. A New Road, Worcestershire 26 without loss, replying to Hampshire's 293. 5 wickets there for Tom Taylor. As Porter begins his second over, into bowl to Rob Yates, who's driving beautifully straight for 4. Lovely shot from Rob Yates, very correct. And beat the infield, and there was no doubt once it had passed Snater that it was going all the way. 10 without loss, Warwickshire. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 195 for 2. They trail Sussex by 27. Adam Lythe is 93 not out. James Wharton has 52. In Division 2, Middlesex 373 for 7. They've still got 19 overs for bonus points there. Kane Williamson made 153 and Lois Deploy 57. As this next delivery is turned towards Gully for no run. Picked up there by looks like Nick Cook, who's fielding. Nick Brown, begs pardon. Looks like he's fielding there. Maybe on as a substitute. Keep an eye on that. Looking at the number on the shirt, anyway. As this next ball draws Yates forward in defence, back to Porter in his follow-through. Canterbury, Kent 108 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 471. Ben Compton is 58 not out, and Ikanch Singh, the talented young batter, is 28. Lancashire in a spot of bother in their game against Glamorgan, 125 for 5, 136 runs behind. A couple of wickets for Nando and 2 for Mason Crane on a bit of a turner at Old Trafford. Porter in round the wicket again to Yates, who gets an edge that'll go through the slip cordon and will rattle through for 4 at third man. A false shot drawn by Porter, and we haven't seen many orthodox and authentic edges during the course of this game. And Yates will be relieved to see that go safe. He's up to 10, 14 without loss. And it went through the gap and underneath where Gully is as well. And gathered plenty of pace as it made its way down to the boundary. Northants 137 for 4, trailed Derbyshire by 240. Luke Proctor made 71. Porter in again to Yates. Nicely worked through the covers here. There'll be a couple. Tom Wesley gives chase. They turn in case there might be a third, and there is a third on the throat, which goes to the wicket-keeper's end in the end. So 11 runs so far off this over. The batters change ends for the first time. 17 without loss. Still many, many runs behind. In the One Day Cup for women, Essex needing 307 to beat Lancashire at Sedbergh School are 100 for 4 after 22 overs. Smale made 38. But they're struggling there, and so too are Warwickshire's women, trying to defend a score of 239. Great 100 by Davina Perrin there. But Surrey in reply are 170 for 3 at the midway point, so they're flying. Alice Capsey, 77 not out. So there's the latest scores around the country. As Davis faces Porter for the first time, guides him towards mid-wicket. There's no run. And the end of what has been quite an expensive over, but that included a streaky 4 through Gully. The score 17 without loss after 3 overs. Is that Nick Brown on the field who's been fielding in the Gully, Paul?
You're very probably right. I haven't noticed, but yes, looks exactly like him, and that's for the very good reason it is him.
It's often the case, isn't it, that it looks like the person when it is them.
It is.
It is, yeah.
It's very subtle, but it seems to work out.
My dad still wouldn't believe that it was him, even though it looks like him and he's wearing the shirt with his name on. My dad would still not believe it. He had a history of that.
So Sam Cook coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rob Yates. Ooh, that's a good delivery. He was playing at that. Cook just getting that bit of away movement. I don't think he'll be there for very long, so Essex will need to get breakthroughs quickly if they'd have any realistic chance, you'd think, of going on to win the game. But yeah, good spot of yours, Nick Brown, and he hasn't actually played in any game this season. I think Chris Silverwood has taken the view that they have to look to blooding these younger players like Charlie Ellison, like Noah Thane, as the next delivery from Cook is played back a shade awkwardly to the bowler, but perfectly safely. And we've got this ring of three slip fielders. Paul Walter first, Matt Critchley second. Normally, as you were saying, Richard, it would have been Simon Harmer, who's one of the best second slippers I've ever seen. And Noah Thane at third slip, and Nick Brown is indeed fielding in the gully. It's good to see him out on the pitch, one of the nicest men you could wish to meet. Here's Cook. Comes in and bowls. That one flicked away, and it's a drop there, I'm pretty sure. It appeared to just flick the bat. We'll ask Richard for his opinion, but Pepper got a hand to the ball but just couldn't quite hold on to it.
That is a drop chance, a tough chance, because it was low down, but he has got his hand underneath the ball, and it definitely took the inside edge of Rob Yates' bat, and he's just getting a little bit of extra bounce this over, Cook, and you're quite right, Paul, that that may not last very long. We saw Ollie Hannon-Dolby's first over yesterday morning.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of extra bounce. There were one or two deliveries from Ethan Bamber that went through, but not many.
So Cook bowls to Rob Yates with a life, and there's no run from this one. Played down to the skipper, Tom Wesley, at mid-arm. Normally, Pepper's very good at taking those low catches down leg side. Seen him take some absolute beauties. He took two tremendous strangling catches up at York. Not that it did Essex a great deal of good, but that wasn't Pepper's fault. And he'll just be slightly disappointed in himself there. I've seen him catch more difficult ones, even though it was not easy. Full stretch, outstretched right hand. Came into the glove, but didn't stick in it. And here the next ball takes Yates on the pad. No appeal. It would probably have gone down leg side.
Enough going on in this over just to put a bit of pressure on the batters. It's not easy to engage players with pressure and on this surface and with a kookaburra. And when you get that little opening, you've just got to make them feel a little bit like they're under fire. And Yates at the moment is in that position.
Yeah, Cook and Porter are good at making batsmen feel under fire as he comes in now and bowls. And it's very well played by Yates. A good delivery. Played up to mid-off. Shane Snater fields. Snater, who didn't play at Hove, but has come back into side. He's been brilliant for Essex this season, Snater, because Essex have been quick bowlers short, and he's burdened, or he's shouldered so much of the burden of making up for the likes of overseas players who weren't available. Sam Cook, sometimes with England. He really has done a fine job. 17 for none, and that's the end of the fourth over.
Porter to continue. Mentioned Ronnie Barker used to write under the name Gerald Wiley, and it was very important to him when they were recording the two Ronnies and when they were preparing each series that nobody knew who Gerald Wiley was, because he wanted his scripts to be judged not as Ronnie Barker scripts. Cook comes in and bowls, and is driven nicely by Davis, but well fielded in his follow through. So for year after year they had these scripts for Gerald Wiley. They'd send him the paycheck. He would be invited to the end of season dinner and wouldn't ever go. And then one year, with great excitement, the producer said, Gerald Wiley's coming to the dinner. He's coming to the dinner. So they go to the end of season dinner, and there are name tags on all the seats. And there's one there for Gerald Wiley, and they put it at the top of the table because
why not?
Excited to meet him. As this next delivery is turned off his pads by Davis. It was angled in. There was good pace about it from Porter, but he'll get a single behind square. And it takes it for 18 without loss. So they've had the start and they've had the mains, and everybody's really disappointed that Gerald Wiley's not there. And just before they have the dessert, Ronnie Barker gets up, walks around the table and sits in Gerald Wiley's place. And it takes a little while for everybody to twig what he's doing. But that was the big reveal. You'll have enjoyed that. He's quite a private man, Ronnie Barker. His next delivery is towards Yates, who comes forward, gets his head over the ball.
Yeah, most great comedians are, pretty private. But Ronnie Barker for me, number one, because he was incredibly versatile. When you think of all the different things he did, my own particular favourite would have to be Porridge.
Oh yeah.
The scripts for that were off the scale. You know, it wasn't he who wrote them. I don't think he probably helped with them.
As in comes Porter again round the wicket, bowls to Yates, angled in towards him, and he just defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. But, yeah, it was Clementon Lafrene wrote Porridge, Dick Clementon Ian Lafrene.
Yeah.
But his characterisation certainly will have created some of the stories, because he inhabited that character.
Absolutely.
Brilliantly casted, that series.
It was not just Barker, you know, everybody was brilliantly casted in that.
Around the wicket again, and angled in towards leg stump, defended by Yates. Good length that Porter is bowling. Essex felt yesterday that Warwickshire didn't necessarily hit the right length and line in the morning session. Ed Barnard said much the same to me, so he was in agreement. Nothing controversial about the opinion coming from the Essex camp.
Just going back to what we were saying, brilliantly casted, not least Mackay, you know. Absolutely fantastic.
Once more, Cook in, and that one just back of a length, defended again up towards mid-off. Wesley comes in. Fulton Mackay loved rehearsing. So his scenes, they'd go over again and again and again, which would drive Ronnie Barker daft.
Yeah.
But the end result was superb, because the timing of the interplay between Fletch and Mackay was quite extraordinary.
It was. I mean, it's one of the great sort of, they weren't a duo as such, but one of the great regular features of a comedy that's ever been. Two magnificent actors. But whereas the Fulton Mackay part was a one-off, really, you know, but Barker could just play absolutely anyone under the sun.
Yeah.
Right, back to some cricket. 18 for no wicket, and Cook is in with 3 slips in the gully from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and it's very, very well fielded by Nick Brown. And I'll tell you one area where Nick Brown is particularly outstanding. Big man as he is, he's a magnificent bat pad. Some of the catches he's taken there have been, you know, quite extraordinary.
Well, what he's doing at gully would also stand true when he's at short leg.
Yeah.
In that he stays low.
Yes.
And for me, the key is to stay low. He wouldn't stop that if he doesn't take a good low position.
Which he does now. He's irrelevant to the ball because it's dead straight, and played dead straight back to the bowler by Alex Davis, who remains on 5. And at the other end, Rob Yates has 13 with that life when Pepper dived a long way to his right, got a glove underneath the ball, but it just didn't stay in the glove. Normally with Pepper it does. He's had a pretty good day anyway, because presented with his county cap at lunchtime and went on to make 107 not out. And his next ball turned into the onside, and there's no run there. And we learnt from my good friend Graham, who also has a career in racing, which I once did. So we've had plenty to talk about over the years, and he was able to tell us that that partnership of 195 was a record against Warwickshire for Essex, beating a long-held record well under the 190, 140 between Alan Border and Keith Fletcher back in the 80s. Here's the next delivery, and that ball is just dabbed into the offside frighteningly. I think I probably remember seeing the previous record, but it's 18 for no wicket, replying to 602 for 6 declared.
I may have been if it was at Edgbaston, I may have been there as a junior member.
Yeah,
I was a junior member through the 80s, so I can't jostle with you or joust with you on the subject of horse racing. I've never seen a horse race.
Oh right. Well, you must stick to that. You know, that's quite a feat.
It's not intentional.
Yeah. Cook's in, bowls, and well left by Davis. He was tempted, set out as if he was thinking of having a square cut at that, but pulls out of it. And at this stage, for Warwickshire, it's all about not losing wickets.
Our colleague at Edgbaston, you've worked with many times, Phil Britt.
Oh, I know him well.
He's a member at Cheltenham.
Yes, I've met him there.
And he's genuinely, every year he says, November or December, we've got into November meeting and December meeting, tell me which day you want to come to and I'll take you to Cheltenham.
Yeah.
And he would, and I always forget because I get so embroiled in the football season. It's
Yeah.
really annoying.
Here's Cook in, Bowles. The ball's pushed into the offside, there's no run there. Yes, one day at the Cheltenham, the October meeting at Cheltenham, I looked up and there was Phil, about 2 rows above me in the crowd, and great fellow. And in case you're listening, Phil, I hope that all's well with you.
He's very good company.
He is.
We've used to travel to a lot of away games and we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, good commentator as well.
We used to go to a lot of non-league football games in the crossover periods. It was quite nice, particularly when you've had a 10:30 start in September and you go to a non-league football match in the evening. Places like Cheddar at the Theatre of Cheese.
Yeah.
Willand Rovers we went to.
Excellent.
Very good. Anyway, here's Porter continuing to Yates, who gets a thick inside edge through square leg. Allison is giving chase. They think about 2. I think they're wise to settle for 1. 19 without loss. Looks like we're going to get through 8 overs before this delayed tea interval at 4 o'clock. And then that will mean from 20 past 4 we've got 33 overs. So we're going to be finishing just after 6:30, but not because of a sluggish over rate, purely because we had a 25-minute delay for rain, and because the delay was less than half an hour, we don't lose any overs, which was rather handy.
Yeah.
So should be a full day's play, because I think any bad weather should be done for today. Tomorrow may be a different story, but let's hope the wind changes. As Davis now is back on strike and is driving without any timing up towards mid-on, up to Wesley. They've still got 3 slips and a gully in position. That may not be the case for long after tea, although that said, when you've got 602 runs on the board, you can keep an attacking field for longer, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jamie Porter, throughout the first half dozen years of his career, would always bowl from what was then called the Hayes close end, but he and Sam Cook have changed ends in recent years.
That one back of a length, left alone as it goes outside off stump, with a big stride forward by Davis.
But Jamie Porter, I do remember up at Edgbaston, a game which Essex, who don't have a great record up there, but they won last year in the fixture at Edgbaston. And it's amazing how often fixtures against Warwickshire come at September time. And Porter, in the process of the game up there last year, registered his 500th first-class wicket.
Another leave from Davis, slightly shorter ball outside off stump this time. That's a great feat. In the modern game, 500 first-class wickets is a far more significant number than it used to be. It used to be achievable in 5 or 6 seasons with the amount of bowling that people did, and especially with uncovered wickets, which we were talking about earlier in the day, weren't we? But these days, that's a substantial number of wickets in a career.
Oh, it is. He's been superb.
Yeah, fewer opportunities as he strides in once more to Davis, who tucks this one towards mid-wicket. In comes Allison, and there's no run. It remains 19 without loss, a mere 583 runs behind.
Yes, in that game, the obvious person for me to interview was Jamie Porter, and I was making my way across to ask if he'd have a few words with me when I bumped into Sam Cook, and I thought, well, this could be even better because he will talk about Jamie Porter as his great partner, and find it easier, you know, to say just how good he thought he was.
They've been a tremendous opening pair. He's driven here, but again no timing, fielded by Porter in his follow through. End of the 17th over, 19 without loss. We should get one, we will definitely get one more in before the interval, so they've got through these with some alacrity. Yeah, and in the county game, there can't be too many opening pairings who've done as many consecutive seasons together at one county.
No.
If you think in the last 10, 20 years.
Yeah, Porter made his debut in September 2014 and Sam Cook in September 2017. That was the year Essex, having got back into the First Division after a gap of many years, actually won the title on the first year of their return. And Cook and Porter, along with Simon Harmer, were hugely responsible for that particular triumph. So it's to be Sam Cook in, coming round the wicket to the left-hander from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and that's well left. He's working up a good pace here, Sam Cook, and 19 for no wicket. Should have had a wicket by now, but Essex have spilt admittedly a difficult chance. Been a very good catch if he'd taken it, Michael Pepper. But yep, Porter and Cook. And Jamie Porter had tried to get into the Essex setup, not necessarily to the team, but into the setup a couple of times, and failed. Go on with that story after this ball. Cook's in, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery and very well taken, but it's not going to be out. The umpire, Ian Blackwell, not interested. Essex heard a noise, but it's not the noise of bat on ball.
So they did the celebrity appeal thing, where they celebrate but don't actually appeal. Rob Yates was unmoved, Ian Blackwell was unmoved, and it's come off his hip. And I mean, Cook has celebrated like it's come off the bat, but actually you can see the reaction of the players behind the stumps when it's not given out. They accept that.
Yeah.
And he's just indicated it's off the hip, Blackwell as well. He's quite right.
No, they all try that trick, but it's been rumbled. The Cook is in. Bowls, and that's edged, and it's going down towards the third man boundary. Paul Walter is herring after it. Just looking to see, it's out of my sight now, but they've taken 2 runs. Evidently the ball was pulled in before it reached the boundary. Scored a 21 for no wicket. Yates up to 16, living a little bit dangerously though in this over. There's a good bit of fielding by Walter.
It's been an uncomfortable session for Yates. It doesn't come in full of form, but could do with time at the crease here. I'll be back after tea. I've got to do the
that's
4
quite
o'clock.
all right, Richard. I'll be doing a 4 o'clock as well. And Warwickshire so far intact, 21 for no wicket. They've seen off the first onslaught from the new ball. And when you're facing Cook and Porter in tandem, an onslaught's a fair description. We've got Jordan Cox now, probably very sensibly moved into leg slip, because Pepper's made tremendous ground to his right on a couple of occasions. And this one is hit back, and Cook gets a hand down on it and takes the way off the ball. Indeed, they've already fed the feed of the BBC Essex News into my headphones, so we'll be updating listeners on the quite a lively afternoon, actually, one way or another, with that huge partnership between Pepper, 107 not out, and Allison, 133. Cook bowls. Was fine judgment here from Rob Yates, perhaps too fine, because it goes right over the top of the off bail and ends up being taken by Pepper, moving sharply to his right. 21 for none, and we have just 1 ball left before a delayed tea. 25 minutes lost, well, not actually lost, because we're going to get the full day's play if it doesn't rain again, but 25-minute delay for a fairly brief shower. Here comes Cook to complete the afternoon session. And nudged into the offside, won't be a run. As Charlie Allison, arguably the man of the day for Essex, fields. And there we are, 21 for no wicket, 16 to Yates, 5 to Davis. We'll be back with you at round about 4:22. They measure it by when they leave the field. It's now 4:02. Unless you particularly want to hear my update into the BBC Essex News, then go and get yourself some refreshment and rejoin us after tea. We're just at a delayed tea because of a 25-minute stoppage for a shower. Nevertheless, if there's no further rain, the full 96 overs will be bowled. Warwickshire, 21 for no wicket in 8 overs, and as well as Sam Cook in particular has bowled, he had a very difficult chance drop behind that would have seen the back of Yates, and Essex are certainly bowling in a lively fashion, but at the moment Warwickshire are intact, replying to Essex's eventual 602 for 6 declared. It was 465 for 5 at lunch, Wesley having made 148, and then a new record for 6 wicket for Essex against Warwickshire was created by Charlie Allison, his third third 100 of the season, a superb 133, and terrific century from Michael Pepper, who made 107 not out, facilitated that eventual declaration on 602 for 6. It's not going to be easy to bowl a side out once, let alone twice on this pitch, but Essex should be able to get 13, 14 or 15 points if it's drawn.
Taking place at the moment in the club store is a book signing with Rothesay Butcher, the former Middlesex and England cricketer, signing copies of his new book, Breaking Barriers, Barbados to England and back.
You've been since me, I think.
Yeah, I said your test match next year, the Oval in June. Which one we got? We've got the Jubilee test, haven't we? One? Test match was the last test match of the summer. No, what that means is you may not start first.
Yes, I don't think I missed the home championship game ever. I know I had to miss it with some of them very it's sort of scraps. Oh, I think I did this weekend, the last one.
Yeah. Cheers, Martin. Yes, I wonder when, or perhaps if, we'll see Roland again.
Oh, he'll come back up.
Yeah.
He said, I'll be back up very soon. I was thinking, no, you'll be a while, because it'll overrun.
Oh, it will, yeah, we can understand that.
And he's going to leave at 5:30, so he should come on and do something.
Yeah, let's hope so.
And I keep on saying he will dance onto his own tune. So
Yeah. Still, I'd rather that than the two of us just have been lumbered with the whole
true.
shebang.
Very true.
think, you know, a single compacted into the first week of September. Now the Scarborough things sort of all split out. What they didn't have.
Great to see you, Nick. Thanks ever so much for coming down. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Bye.
Please welcome back the umpires for the evening session, Ian Blackwell and Tom Langley. Just for information, the rescheduled close of play is now 6:25. So it'll either be 6:25 finish or the minimum 33 overs that are remaining.
Okay. Interruption yet today. The forecast suggests not, but look at the radar.
Please welcome back your Essex team led by captain Tom Westley.
Welcome back. I advise you it should be 4:22 when you might rejoin us. Hopefully you've had a nice cup of tea and whatever, piece of cake maybe, and as you can hear the announcement, the players and batsmen taking the field, and this tends to be the way nowadays. The fielding side gets in the huddle, and while they're huddled just off the square, the two not-out batsmen, in this case Rob Yates and Alex Davis, stroll past them and are actually first out into the middle to join umpires Tom Langley and Ian Blackwell. Warwickshire 21 for no wicket, Yates 16, Davis 5, and this in reply to Essex's mammoth 602 for 6 declared. Wesley top scoring with 148, but not far behind young Charlie Allison 133, making his third ton of the season. And Pepper awarded his county cap in the lunch interval, finishing on 107 not out and having shared a partnership of 192, an Essex record for the 6th wicket against Warwickshire. And it's going to be a change of bowling straight away after tea, with Shane Snater, who didn't play in Essex's last match at Hove, with a very full beard, is going to come into the attack. And he's certainly bowled a lot of overs for Essex this season.
He is the definition of hirsute.
He is.
Because not just the full beard, but long hair and a floppy fringe.
He is the hirsutest of cricketers.
Yes.
And Paul Newton here with Richard Wilford, bringing you commentary on this as Snater runs away from us. 3 slips crouch, no gully now. And this ball he wafts at, and could easily have been a strangle there. Alex Davis, the man on strike, 21 for none.
23 wickets this season for Shane Snater. My colleague Mike Taylor, who's been tuning in and out of the game this week, points out the only frontline Warwickshire bowlers averaging under 34 this season are Bo Webster, 16 wickets at 26, and Michael Booth, 16 wickets at 25. Sadly picked up an injury after that good start to the season.
Snater in again. Davis clips another ball that is on leg stump, and they come back for 2. Didn't hit that with full force. Jordan Cox in the distance runs round the long leg boundary. A little bit surprised to see him fielding in that particular position, but he keeps it down to 2, 23 for no wicket.
But those are bowlers who've bowled a lot. Now, Wokes and Rushworth also have averages under 34, but their sample size is very small.
Yeah.
Because they've barely played a game. Chris Wokes just the one. But, I mean, quite a few bowlers around the country will be suffering similar fates.
Oh, very much so. Snater's in and bowls. It's played down to mid-on, and I can well imagine if you are a quick bowler and you suddenly discover, because it's not the first time there's been a Kookaburra experiment in the county championship, and you look at it and think, oh, not 4 games this year, please. And with it, you know, we had the driest of periods from April right the way through till very recently, and pitches have been flat and slow, and it means you've got to bowl a lot more overs as Snater comes in, bowls, rather turns round Davis there, but he's played it safely enough to Nick Brown, fielding in the covers now. I haven't worked out actually who exactly Nick Brown is on for in the Essex lineup. I would think it's probably one of the well, it won't be Wesley or Allison. I can see Allison and Wesley, despite having spent a long time out with the bat, is a hardy soul. Just wondering if, well, we know Pepper's there, so it's none of the Centurions in the Essex lineup. It's not Paul Walter, who made 86, and here's a lovely shot. Again, Snater really struggling to get his line away from leg side, and that was just clipped off the pads and went very quickly indeed to the mid-wicket boundary. 27 for no wicket. Davis now has 11.
Is Thane out there?
Yes, he's at third slip.
Cox?
Cox, yeah, he's down at long leg.
He could have had a bruised buttock after falling over.
Yes,
that shot that he got out to. I'm just trying to think of somebody who'd have a reason.
Or possibly a bruised ego after that particular dismissal. We must be getting close to finding out who it is, because we've mentioned at least half a dozen it isn't. Oh, that's a good delivery from Snater, and Davis a little bit fortunate to get away with that, as the ball evades the stumps and ends up a few yards to the left of wicketkeeper Pepper.
Almost a drag on there. Elgar.
Yep. Yeah, now that's a good call, because I think he'd be in the slips. Yeah, I think you'd be right.
Yeah, I've got a feeling by a process of elimination, we've had a crack, haven't we? We've had a crack at it.
Yeah.
I think Elgar may be the one who's missing. Sam Court's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Our flat balcony dwellers, the two of them were standing next to each other for a while during that session, but they've gone in now, maybe for a cuppa, getting ready for Pointless, which is, you know, less than an hour away. There's Yates' first delivery to face in this session from Cook. He just gets into line and defends into the offside. There are one or two dark clouds up above. The radar suggests, Paul, that we're okay.
Good.
We should get through this session. 32 more overs to bowl.
Yeah, if there is any further rain, I don't think it'll be long lasting. But so far we've got away with a full day's play, because there was a 25-minute delay, but you're allowed half an hour. So the umpires haven't taken any overs away, and we should get the full 96.
Cook sprints in again round the wicket to Yates, covers up middle and leg. They felt it was an LBW candidate 'cause it was a nice straight ball and it wasn't the full face of the bat, but he deflects it into the leg side where Cox picks up. I can see Cox there 'cause he's got the extravagant long blonde hair. He's gone for the bleach blonde.
Yeah, it's you definitely got it. It is Dean Elgar, who I've no idea why he's not on the field, but I mean, he didn't have to bat today. He was out for 33 yesterday. Don't recall him taking a blow at any stage.
As this one, he's played and missed at that. That was a good ball, back of a length, good carry. Goes past the shoulder of the bat. And that's just that extra bit of quality that Cook has got to extract something out of a surface that hasn't offered an awful lot. And that's a nibble from Yates. It just shakes his left hand, I think by way of quiet remonstration.
Yes, fine delivery from Cook. But every time Warwickshire survive one of those, they probably will get easier.
But he has been uncertain against Cook in particular. He's forward rather more convincingly here to defend.
To be fair to Yates, he's had the burden. It seems to me, I'm not a statistician, but it seems to me he has had to face Cook most of the time. And just at the moment, Cook has looked the more threatening of the Porter-Cook duo.
Little mound of sand that he circumnavigates before starting his run in round the wicket to Yates, who turns to face the bowler and defends the ball. So it rolls slowly up towards mid-on, where Wesley fields. 1 ball left in this over, no runs off it yet. Cook none for 6 in his 5th. Tidy enough.
Yeah, he's dependably economical, except for a few occasions this season when he's not been at his best. But he is, I was told he was looking pretty smart again down at Hove, and certainly he's bowled with great vigour and skill this afternoon.
Birdie shouldered, bowls on middle and off, and it's defended again by Yates. Just wondering whether that just offered. No, didn't really. I just wonder if it offered to seam out a little bit, but looking at the pictures, they're on a slight delay. Doesn't look like it did, but it's a very good probing maiden over. He's testing Yates, but he remains there on 16. Davis has 11. Warwickshire 27 without loss after Essex declared on 602 for 6.
Well, no Simon Harmer for Essex, which is extremely rare in all the years since Harmer joined in 2017. He's hardly missed a game, and obviously he will be missed, and the quicker bowlers, of whom there are quite a number, are going to have to bowl more overs than they've been used to as Snater's in. Bowls to Davis, plays the ball shade uncomfortably out to mid-wicket, and Charlie Allison. But again, Snater hasn't quite adjusted his line so far. This is only his 2nd over, but at least 4 deliveries in his opening over were middle and leg or leg stump tilted. Just needs to get his line over a little bit. He's got 3 slips and a backward point there waiting, but at the moment he hasn't been bowling to them as he would like. Comes in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls, well, that's outside off stump, but perhaps an overcorrection because it's a bit too far wide to coax Davis into playing a shot. He doesn't. He remains on 11.
It's a very easy approach, Snater, very light on his feet as he comes in. The acceleration is gradual. There's no shortening of steps as he gets to the crease. He's a good athlete in him.
Oh, he is. He's also a very strong man, and he's, as I say, shouldered a lot of the burden for Essex this season. Comes in again, bowls, and ball played back to the bowler. 27 for no wicket, still 575 behind. Essex having made 602 for 6 declared. But now it's Essex's turn to labour away in the field. And I think it is going to be some hard labour as well. In addition to Porter Cook and Snater, who we've seen, Essex have the possibilities of Noah Thane, who bowls medium pace. Good young cricketer, useful with the bat as well, though he wasn't needed in the Essex innings. That goes through outside off stump. Other bowlers whom Tom Wesley could call on, well, not forgetting himself, he bowls more than reasonable off breaks, and in a lot of people's opinion should bowl himself more than he does, and I'd be of that persuasion. But there's also the leg spin of Matt Critchley, so they've got at least 6 options who can bowl. Here's Snater again, defended by Davis, who's looked the more secure of the two, but I would say in Rob Yates's defence he has faced most of Sam Cook, who's bowled the 3 or 4 best deliveries we've seen in this innings so far.
Snater not giving Alex Davis anything easy to score off this over. Davis does like to get on with the game, particularly through mid-wicket and square. That short man pull shot he plays.
Snater bowls to him, works it to mid-wicket, there's no run there. And I've seen a fair bit of Alex Davis, and what I would say about him, very talented player, does have a tendency to get out just when you think he's going to go on and make more.
Well, that's been the story of his season, 5 half-centuries, but hasn't converted any of them.
Yeah, so
yeah.
It's a fair judgment.
Yeah, the maths bears you out. News of a 5-fer in Division 2. Mason Crane has reduced Lancashire to 132 for 8.
Goodness
129 runs behind Glamorgan. Crane has taken 5 for 18. Which, it's good to see him succeeding.
Yeah, it is.
But that's a very interesting game of cricket now. So, Cook to continue round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who would love a single to get off strike, but he defends it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Century for Adam Lyth for Yorkshire against Sussex. Yorkshire 232 for 2, lead by 10. Wharton is with him on 70. Good partnership there, developing.
Two good players, Lyth and Wharton.
Yeah,
they really are beginning to score big runs for Yorkshire, and that's good to see. Wharton, of course, Lyth's been around for a good while now, but Wharton, relatively new, is an ever-improving player.
Big, strong lad as well.
He is.
Gives the ball a whack. Cook into Yates, nicely in behind that one and defends. They're chipping in with the U's and R's regularly now because they sense they've got this moment of pressure against Yates, and they have. So they're backing up the bowler by having a little of a grunt and a growl and an ooh and an ah. That's how it should be. I'm not complaining about it, it's exactly how it should be. Put the doubt into Yates' mind. He was perfectly well in behind that last one, but there have been others that he hasn't been. Cook again almost uses the little pile of sand stroke sawdust, whatever it is these days, as his moment to turn, and he's pushed into the offside. He could see Yates' eagerness to get off strike there. That would have been a very short single to Snater, and he and Davis both think better of it and don't take the run.
So, hard work for Essex, but they will labour away and see if they can have a rather better time than Warwickshire did when they were in the field.
It's going to be hard to have a worse time.
Well, yes, you're right there.
6 wickets in 140 odd, nearly 150 overs. Cook back of a length, and that goes past the edge of Yates' bat. It's one of those deliveries that almost seems to gather speed after the bounce. Beautiful line from Cook, really probing the edge of the left-hander's bat.
Yeah, he has bowled a very good line today, which wasn't always true earlier in the season, but it's the first time I'd have been able to say that with any accuracy, because he has been Mr. Consistent, really, along with Jamie Porter. They both tended to bowl with splendid economy and to be prolific wicket takers.
He's giving Yates a bit of a going over here. And Yates, this next ball is angled into his pads. That's not quite the line that Cook was after, but it's dabbed diffidently down into the leg side, and Cook fields in his follow-through. And there's no run.
Yes, Dean Elgar, we don't know what the reason is, but he's not fielded at any stage in the Warwickshire innings so far. But great to see Nick Brown, who's been such a servant for Essex for more than a decade now, out there fielding in the gully as substitute.
Cook approaches once more. Yates covers up nicely. Not so many U's and R's because he got in behind there. Yes, we're used to seeing Elgar composed in the slips.
Oh, I like the way you've worked away at that one.
I had to wait for the moment to go for it, but you know.
I like the way you looked at me as you said it, just in case I'd missed the point.
It was more out of cheek, really.
Yeah.
In that sometimes the low-hanging fruit is the sweetest.
No, I quite agree with that. I think that's a very subtle and shrewd point. To the point where, talking of low-hanging fruit, I'm a bit of a crossword buff. I do the Times crossword every day. And my technique, because it's never going to be easy, is to take the, if I'm lucky, half a dozen clues on the first reading and get the easy ones out of the way, and then they give you a better chance of getting the more difficult stuff. So I'd never look down on the process of picking the low-hanging fruit. If they call you lazy, so be it. That ball goes through outside off stump.
Surely, is it a cryptic?
Yes.
Oh, I have terrible trouble with cryptics, even though people have explained to me how they work. But surely looking for the easier clues that you can get on the cryptic clue is the equivalent of doing the four corners of a jigsaw. It's a perfectly logical way to start.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And it then gives you some hints, particularly when it turns out that they're anagrams. Gives you some hints for other
Yeah,
ones.
I love anagrams, yes. Here is Snater in bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump. And you hear the chorus from the slips there, who are programmed. Whether there's any likelihood that the wicket might have fallen, they like to make the batsman feel as unwelcome as possible, or as doomed as possible. 27 for no wickets. Been on that score for a few minutes now. There was a rash of runs when play resumed after a postponed tea, after a 25-minute delay for rain. in mid-afternoon. But Snater coming in again to bowl to Alex Davis. Oh, he's beaten by this one. It's a fine bit of bowling from Snater. I was saying earlier he hadn't managed to bowl the right line, but that was absolutely bang on the line you want. Attacking the fourth stump, as they call it. Just outside off, and Davis playing at that, relieved not to have got the edge.
I was going to try and link comedy and cryptic crosswords there, only the person I was thinking of doesn't set crosswords for the Times.
Yeah.
But Dave Gorman, the comedian who does those great shows with PowerPoints, he does cryptic crosswords for 3 different newspapers now.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Good for him.
You may have come across his work.
Snater's in bowls and again beats Davis, who has a jab at that. This is a much, much better over from Snater than his first 2. And he now is testing Davis just as much as Cook has been testing Yates.
Bit of extra pace there as well, and as a result more bounce and carry, and we saw that intermittently in the first hour yesterday. Initially he had Dolby, but then Bamber did get a few that we noted were coming through to Kai Smith at shoulder height, and it didn't last forever, but Essex at the moment are giving themselves a real chance with this spell.
Snater bowls to Davis, who shoulders arm safely this time. Yes, Snater not of express pace, but he's a very strong man and he bowls a heavy ball. And he has actually beaten the batsman for, if not speed, for momentum on a number of occasions.
You see that next ball, not quite so much an effort ball, probably a few miles an hour slower.
Yeah.
Not quite the same length, and it's gone through barely at bail height, and it's dropping down to the knees of the wicketkeeper. It's interesting. There are pockets of pace in this surface, but it's not necessarily consistent.
Snater bowls and Davis comes forward, looks as if he's going to take a run, thinks better of it as Porter emerges at mid-on to field, and a maiden over, and a really good over that from Shane Snater. And he's now bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. And Warwickshire continue to be on 27 for no wicket, as they have been for 2 or 3 overs now.
Yeah, they've got rather stuck, if the truth be known.
Yeah.
And they've only scored 6 in 5 overs since the interval.
And, of course, they've got a bit stuck because they haven't been given an out ball in that time.
4 of the 5 overs have been maidens.
Yeah.
The first Snater over went for 6. Here's Cook into Yates, who pushes it out towards point, and there's no run. So, yeah, so occasionally, if you occasionally pick up somebody else's newspaper for the cryptic, in the Independent, Dave Gorman started compiling as Bluth, and he does quite a lot for them. For the Daily Telegraph under the name Django, and for the Guardian under the name Fed.
Yeah.
So you've got to be a pretty good crossword compiler if you're getting work from 3 national papers.
And having tried to compile the crosswords myself, I don't even enjoy it. You know, I love trying to solve them, but I wouldn't take on setting them.
As he tries to flick this through square leg here, Yates, but off the inner half of the bat, he doesn't get enough to squeeze it away from Jordan Cox. And there's no run.
Yeah, I think we have to be very grateful to crossword setters, even though there are times when I think that's a ridiculous clue for the answer that that comes up, because without them being so good at doing it, you wouldn't be able to have your fun.
It keeps my mum busy. She loves a crossword.
Good.
So I'll be grateful for the crossword setters.
Good for her.
We'll start a campaign to have them recognised. This is full of length, and again Yates drops his bat on it, but this has been an excellent spell from Cook either side of tee.
Yes, you do feel that, or shall we say suspect, that some of these bowlers may in fact have been spent on a sort of crash course at RADA to exaggerate their reaction to what's happening there in such a way as to persuade the batsman he's the luckiest man alive.
It's all part of the rich tapestry of a day's championship cricket.
Yeah.
He comes elbows pumping out wide into Yates. Pushes it towards point. Again, he was hoping that he might evade the fielder and get another run on the board, because he remains on the 16 that he had prior to the interval.
Yeah, on a similar theme, but at a different point. Nowadays, if someone hits a 4, the 2 batsmen will always be obliged to touch gloves. Back in the day, people have thought, what on earth's going on there?
That's a bit of an Americanism
Very much so.
that's come into the game. As Cook bowls round the wicket, driven nicely by Yates, and that'll ease some of the pressure. Snater will give chase, but that's a nice straight drive for 4 for Yates. He's to 20, and Warwickshire break the seal, 31 without loss.
Yes, that was a lovely shot, and it's a nice way to end the drought. Perfectly timed, handsome shot. 4 from the moment it left the bat.
John McEnroe was moaning about doubles players tapping hands between every point, even when somebody's just served an ace past them.
It's ridiculous.
Or they've missed a volley. As he covers up off stump again, Yates defends it, goes through the hand of Cook, and they get a single that wasn't really on. So 5 runs off that over, 32 without loss is now the score. Remember that even odder phase during COVID when we had all the different regulations and we had players going to clean their hands every 6 overs and all this sort of business, when they weren't meant to tap gloves or have a high five, so they were tapping boots in the middle of the wicket. They looked like Morris dancers.
Heaven forfend, yes. Yes, I have to say that Morris dancing, well, I watched Strictly Come Dancing, but Morris dancing, I'm afraid, I've always felt was rather ridiculous.
I thought you'd be a man of great tradition. There are Morris dancers around the great county of Essex right now who are
seething,
who are viewing you in a different light.
Yeah. Yes, it's all that shaking of the handbells that I'm not very fond of. Well, here's Snater. We changed the subject to cricket, and the ball is played to backward point, and score remaining at 32 for no wicket. Jordan Cox, the man at that backward point position with his sunglasses on top of his cap. Sam Cook performs similarly, often to be recognised by the glasses on top of his cap, as Snater around the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Not sure he's actually bowled at Yates before this over, because Yates had spent so much time facing Cook.
Yeah, that last ball, the last over, was the first time they've changed ends in this session.
So it will be a new experience for Snater to bowl at Yates for a change. And he's a good player, Rob Yates. He's made very good runs against Essex in his time. And if he can get through this searching, probing spell with the new ball, I wouldn't be surprised to see him post a good score, because it gets easier. We know that from what we've seen already. He's taken on the pad here, but it was going down leg side. Even Essex don't appeal for that, and score remaining at 32 for none.
I was trying to find an example of a cricketer who is also a Morris dancer. But I am struggling. I mean, it's disappointing to say that, but you know, I thought I'd do a quick search.
I'm kind of relieved, I've got to admit.
Yeah?
Well, you see, I love cricket, and it persuades me that it's a very worthy game played by intelligent players, as this next ball is played into the offside. There's no run there, but that's purely a personal bias.
Just imagine it's 5-11 on the opening day of a championship match at Chelmsford.
I'd rather not.
And instead of the bell, you have Morris dancers.
Yes, that would
ringing their bells.
That would drive me crackers, I think.
Oh dear. We've finally found his kryptonite here. Not bagpipes like most of us. Morris dancers.
Oh, I quite like a bagpipe.
There you go.
Snater bowls. Good delivery, actually, but well played by Yates, just defending into the offside. 32 for no wicket. Yes, we all have our own little foibles. Ronan Butcher returning to the box after his book signing.
Yeah, he's got his card reader with him.
Yeah.
Don't blame him. The best way of doing it these days.
Snater around the wicket to Yates. 3 slips. That ball strays onto leg side and will produce runs. I don't think it's got the legs to go for 4, but they'll be able to come back for 2 without taking any risk. 34 for no wicket. And We have 33 overs to be bowled in this final session. Warwickshire having maintained a very good over rate by dint of bowling lots of overs of spin, indeed exclusively so in the period after lunch. 34 for none. Well then, Roland, how did the book signing go?
Oh, it went very well actually. Got some good traffic to come in.
Good.
Even in the tea interval. The tea interval is not always the best to do book signings because it's quite a short period of 20 minutes,
exactly.
and a lot of people don't like to leave their seats for that period. You know, at lunchtime, at least you can leave for 20 minutes and still get back into your seat to see the first ball. So, but apart from that, everything was good. Good start here by Warwickshire. Yates on 23 and Davies on 11. So Davies will face Cook with this over attacking field, as you would expect with such a big total on the board. 3 slips on the gully, they all go down as Cook is in and bowls, and that's short of a length, and he gets right in behind that delivery, Davies, and fends it out to short mid wicket.
Yes, Warwickshire need 453 to save the follow-on, should it ever become applicable. Was Gooch with you at all for the actual book signing?
No, Gooch had to leave. He came back into the box here to see me before. So we had a good conversation before he departed. He's got to go elsewhere. Cook in bowls, and that's edged away and a good diving stop there, and in the process restricts the batter to 1 because that was heading towards the boundary, and an excellent reflex stop there at 3rd slip. So he gets a single, Davies. Now brings the left-handed Yates onto strike. Slips and field move over, still maintaining the 3 slips. Backward point, no extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Cook will go around the wicket to Yates in, bowls, a bouncer, and Yates is hooking that one down, trying to keep it down, plays it into the ground, doesn't time it that well, but he's going to get a single as it trickles all the way out to the man on the long leg boundary. So he gets a single with that. He goes to 24. The score moves on now to 36 without loss. Davies is on 12 and still got 25 plus overs remaining today, but with the way the weather is at the moment with this light, that should be quite easily attained without Cook. Bowls, and that's a good short pitch delivery, and he's fending that one off. If there was a short leg, he would have been in business, but he didn't have a short leg. Surprise delivery there by Cook. He really bent his back there, hammered that into the turf.
Yeah,
and Davis just fended it awkwardly to where a short leg would have been.
And on the field, substituting for Dean Elgar is an absolutely superb pad fieldsman in Nick Brown, who's made 2 good stops in the gully already. I'd be surprised if Wesley wasn't thinking of putting Brown in there.
Cook again, bowls outside the off stump. Good pace, good bounce, but good judgment also by Davies. Realising that the 3 slips in the gully in place, just comes across and allows that one to go harmlessly through to the keeper.
Cook doesn't often thump the ball in short, but he's very good when he does produce one, as he illustrated there. And I remember him taking a very good caught and bowled earlier in the season from such a delivery, but he likes to use the short pitch riser rarely.
Yeah, I mean, Davies is not the tallest of players, so this one is bringing him onto the front foot, just straightened slightly, but nicely played, defended into the offside. A good aggressive over by Cook comes to an end, and at the close of that over, Warwickshire now 36 without loss.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Wesley feels he can persevere with Cook. He can bowl a longer spell than would otherwise be the case by dint of he having bowled 4 overs, and then we had the tea interval, so he had a chance for a cup of tea and a rest. But my view would tend to be that Jamie Porter will replace him, if not next over from the Graham Gooch end, well, the next but 1 or 2 it often works that way. Porter, I think they both prefer to bowl from the Gooch end, and it always used to be Porter. Nowadays it's Cook, but Porter usually goes up and takes over from Cook. Snater's in. He acts as a middleman who relieves Porter, eventually, as I say, to replace Cook. And Snater gets a dot ball to start with, fending off one just short of the length. Yates just playing it in front of it.
Yes, and Snater, the slower of the bowlers at the moment. You can tell by where the slips and the keeper are standing. Very, very close. And even the way the ball comes off the pitch, it's not coming with any pace.
Snater again. Bowls and goes back to the bowler. The very definite impression that slip cordon has got a bit closer than when they started off. And you can understand why, because nothing is much more galling on a pitch where it's so difficult to take wickets than for the ball to bounce just in front of a slip fielder.
Yes, and also the much further back for Cook, who has a little bit more pace than Snater.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty quickly today, Sam Cook. Snater's in around the wicket. Bowls, good delivery, but comfortably defended by the left-handed Rob Yates up to Tom Wesley at mid-off. So Yates remains on 24 and Davis on 12, 36 without loss.
Yes, and that huge target for first innings by Essex, taking up almost a day and 3/4.
Snater again. Bowls to Yates. Back solidly behind this one. Returns it whence it came. Score remaining at 36 for no wicket. Essex have bowled very well, tight lines and lengths since the tea interval. But it really isn't a pitch that rewards the bowler.
Now you see that greenness that we saw yesterday is gradually disappearing, and the more brownish look is taking over.
Snater passes umpire Tom Longley at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Pitches this one up, and it wasn't quite where Yates was aiming, but it's played safely enough down to Jamie Porter at mid-on. And Porter may well be about to prove me right, because he's warming up there and looks as if he's due to replace Cook, perhaps even the very next over from the once Hayes close end, now Graham Gooch end. I have to say, Roland, that Graham Gooch will always be my favourite ever cricketer. I think he was absolutely tremendous. Here's Snater in, bowls, and a single deflected wide of Charlie Ellison behind the square leg umpire. 37 for no wicket.
Yes, tidy over there by Snater. No great worries for the batters, but just maintaining a good line in length. And yes, you mentioned Graham Gooch, a wonderful player. Really one of the finest.
Yeah. And I believe if you total his aggregate runs across red and white ball cricket, I think he's got about 67,000 runs, which is more than anyone in history.
No, he was a phenomenal player, as I said. You know, limited overs, Test cricket, first class cricket, tremendous player, and those results show just how good a player he was.
Absolutely, and I went down to the Castle Park in Colchester many years ago. Time I was still, when would it have been, about mid-70s, and I was back in my teaching career. Went back to my dad and I said, I've just seen the best young player I've ever seen at Essex today.
Borders has replaced, and his first ball is a nice half volley, which Yates doesn't get away, but he drove it straight to the only man in front of the wicket on the offside, which is a wideish mid-off. He didn't have to move left nor right. It went straight to him, but I think Porter would think that he got away with that delivery. It was full. It was inviting the drive. He's bowling around the wicket, having replaced Wood. Porter in, bowls, and that's defended. A good length delivery, comes onto the front foot, just drops it gently into the offside. Thought of a single, but having taken a couple of steps, realised the fielder from backward point was moving quite swiftly.
I always feel Porter's happiest bowling from what used to be the Hayes close end, the Gooch end, and he started quite well in this over.
He's got 3 slips on the gully as he starts his run in. Bowl to Yates, and that's short of a length, and Yates goes across his stumps and defends out on the offside. Again, fielder comes in from backward point, does the field in, so the score remains on 37 without loss, and quite a steady start by Warwickshire. The last thing they want is to lose wickets early and then lose wickets in this session. All indications so far is that both of these batters look quite comfortable at the crease as Porter bowls, and that's played off the back foot nicely and should get a single as again backward point comes into play, having to move around towards the cover region but cannot prevent the single. So Yates with that single, he now moves on to 26, brings Davies onto strike. Davies is on 12. He takes fresh guard for Porter, who's going to switch now to come over the wicket to the right-hander, but still maintaining those 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary as he's halfway through his run-up now, in and bowls, and that's nice shot there by Davies. Stands up straight and just punches it through the offside. Should come back for the 3rd run. It's pulled up just in front of the stand. A long return back to the keeper, but in the meantime they cross for 3. That was a nice shot by Davies. He goes to 15. Score moves to 41 without loss.
Yeah, he'd been on 12 for a long time, and as you say, it was a lovely shot. Jordan Cox, good work in retrieving, preventing it going to the boundary, and with a throw so long that the wicketkeeper had to take it about 15 yards beyond the stumps.
Yates takes strike now as this delivery is bang on target, and all he can do is defend back along the pitch, knocked on by Porter. That completes his first over, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire now 41 without loss, still trailed by some 561 runs.
Yes, just coming back to Graham Gooch. Obviously, I was very, very lucky because I was an Essex supporter to see many of his hundreds long before I got into broadcasting, and then doing the cricket for Essex Cricket Call in the mid-80s. There were 4 years of following every ball of the season. And one of the beauties of county cricket in those days, nowadays, if you're an England player, as of course Gooch was, you're lucky if you see them playing county cricket throughout a season. In those days, if the test match finished on the Tuesday and there was a county match beginning on the Wednesday, you played in the county match, and I always got the impression the players were happy to, and certainly in Gooch's case, 7 days a week was the least number of days a week he tended to like to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they played a lot of cricket then. I was fortunate to have played in the same side as Gooch, so I've seen him up close and at close quarters against the best in the world. You know, on the West Indies tour of '81, which, you know, they were a formidable side. Gooch, I think, scored 200s in that series, and in the West Indies, and it was fantastic. 2 very good hundreds.
Coming back to today, we have a bowling change, replacing Shane Snater at the Sir Alistair Cook end. The man who, if Essex have a trump card, he might just be it. It's the leg spinner Matt Critchley. Comes in and bowls. Well, he won't have a trump card from this particular delivery. It's only going to cost a single. It was nicely back cut, but smartly fielded in the distance there. Good long throw coming in, and they only get a single. 42 for no wicket, and Davis moves up to 16. But Critchley got 4 wickets in the Sussex second innings in a match Essex won, taking all 24 points last week. And he's as likely these days to take a few wickets as Simon Harmer, so much as he improved as he comes in now, bowls to Yates. This will again yield a run as Yates whips it. There's a bit of a misfield, but it's not to matter. Sam Cook there just slightly taking his eye off the ball, and it's 43 for no wicket as Yates moves up to 27.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there, kept low, but well watched by Yates.
Essex, who of course don't have Simon Harmer in this game. Slip and a back pad for Critchley, who now bowls a dot ball, as that ball is played in the direction of Sam Cook, but with no pace on it. Score at 43 for none. Critchley, the 19th over of the innings. 41 are scheduled to have been bowled by the end of play, and this is another single worked out into the expanses of the covers, taking Davis to 17. And it's always helpful to have a right-hand left-hand partnership, which Warwickshire have here. Field has to keep changing this way and that.
And the bowler, of course, has to adjust his line and length.
Yeah, very much so. Critchley gives this one a little bit more air. Nicely bowled, but no difficulty for Yates in steering the ball down to mid-arm. But good that Wesley has brought Critchley into the firing line early rather than late. And the last ball is just played a few yards into the onside. Not much evidence of turn in that over, but tidy enough over. 44 for none.
Yeah, just a nice tidy over. It wasn't no big spinning overs, apart from the first ball as he dragged down, which was short outside the off stump, but he had the protection on the point boundary, which allowed him to just restrict the batter to one single. It's 44 without loss. Davies 17, 27 to Yates, and Davies will take straight and Porter will continue. 3 slips and a gully. Those are the catches behind, and 2 fielders saving a single on the offside, a backward point and a mid-off. Discussion taking place as Porter prepares to bowl to Davies, who surveys the field, looks around to ensure he knows exactly where the long leg fielder is. As Porter is in and bowls and is driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Minimum of effort, over pitch delivery, and just perfect timing all along the pitch, straight back past the bowler for 4. The moment that came off the bat, that was heading to the boundary. Not a good start there by Porter. Nice half volley, but equally well put away.
Yeah, it's taking a bit of excavating to retrieve the ball, but the feat has been achieved. Lovely shot, as you say. Porter's stuck out a boot, and he is pretty good at stopping straight drives with his boot, but he was just a bit too late to stop that.
Let's see how he responds. He's in now and bowls, and that's driven for 4. Even better shot, this one to the right of mid-off. That one over pitched it again, and Davies not missing out on that half volley, comes forward and strikes it beautifully past mid-off and out to the long off boundary for 4.
Warwickshire's turn to milk the bowling on.
So the 50 comes up for Warwickshire, and with that Davies moves to 27. It's 52 without loss.
Yeah, he's begun to find his touch, Alex Davis. I was saying a few minutes ago he'd been stuck on 12 for a while, but he's really accelerated here.
Porter bowls. That's another half volley. Gets away with that one, but looking to hit it towards mid-wicket. It ends up at mid-on, but it was full. And just rehearsing the shot that he should have played. I think a drive on the on side of the pitch would have been a good option. Would have brought in perhaps another boundary, but Porter going full against Davies. He's on 25, waits for Porter, and this time it's short of a length, and he has to defend, and he does well. Plays it straight up to mid-on, can't score. Signals to the pavilion, perhaps wanting a drink. He's been up there for a little while, and maybe some gloves as well. As Porter makes his way back to the end of his mark, gets there, turns. Gully's been taken out into extra cover, and there's now 3 slips as Porter's in and bowls, and this one's short of a length outside the off stump, and Davies jumps into line and defends to that fielder at extra cover.
Just
who's moved up the gully.
Just asking Richard if he'd like to take over from me at the end of the over. Thank you, Richard. And yeah, very good start this now for Warwickshire. I think Essex had to make early breakthroughs to have a realistic chance of making Warwickshire follow on. 4:53 needed for Warwickshire to save it, and at the moment I've had my money on them doing so.
Porter bowls, and that ball comes back at the right hander, keeps a bit low, but again well played by Davies, playing it back along the pitch. Porter does the fielding, over completed, good over that for Warwickshire, and at the end of it there are 52 without loss. These 2 batsmen, Davies on 25 and Yates, he is on 27. There's still some 21 overs remaining in the day's play today, and Richard is going to come a calling, and it's a really nice part of the day. The sun is out, a lot of white puffy clouds, perfect conditions for cricket, perfect conditions for batting, and I guess the only downside is that when you look up at the scoreboard and you see that total of 602, you then realise just how much batting you've got to do.
Yeah. That feels a long way away, doesn't it? It really does. But all they could do is gradually work their way towards it, and that's what they're doing at the moment.
And doing it well.
So that Cook spell was a challenge for Rob Yates in particular. But since he's come out of the attack, it's looked a little bit easier, but Critchley will look to change that. Bowling to Yates, who defends off the back foot. He's got a short leg in, he's got a slip as well. Leg spin, something we haven't seen much of. Zen Malik was notionally bowling leg spin in his 3 overs, but a very, very inexperienced bowler. Critchley very wide of the crease to deliver this. It's full and it's driven by Yates. And the U's and R's there were definitely for show, because that was out of the middle of the bat up to mid-off.
Yes, they were hoping that he would have played a bit out in front of his pad and chipped it to mid-off.
Critchley in again, back of a length, clipped towards mid-wicket, fielded by Thane, who was going through a little bit of a warm-up exercise prior to that, so he may be getting his number called soon. Critchley will help us get through these overs with some alacrity. As he floats this one up, and it's driven it towards extra cover, where it's snaffled off the end of a previously used strip very neatly by Snater. There's a tremendous fielder for a pace bowler. He's got such an athletic figure. Critchley in again to Yates, and he wraps him on the pad, appeals for LBW, and it's been given. Rob Yates looks disconsolate, but he's been done there. There was a variety of pace and length from Critchley, and he makes the breakthrough. He could be the man who creates a bit of difference. And Yates is out for a rather testing innings of 27, trapped LBW by Matt Critchley.
Yeah, I think the problem for Yates there was that he played back to a full delivery, really, and the ball would have skidded onto him from that length, and really should have been on the front foot. I think when he goes back to the pavilion and he gets the opportunity to see the replay of this, he would realise that the ball was too full, really, to be playing back. It's turned in from outside the off stump. The umpire electing to give the dismissal, but really the wicket here really is that's a batsman's error in terms of the dismissal, really playing back to a too full a delivery.
I would say that was quite a tight one, and the reason I say is he's bowling from so wide of the crease, and that has turned a bit. You've got to make a judgment whether it is going to hit, and I think it was tight.
I think I would have given that, because he went on the back foot. If he was on the front foot and got hit there, he would have had more of a chance, because he would have probably got his front foot outside the off stump. But if you watch this again here, you'll see he's gone right back, and he's allowed that ball to just come in because the ball is too full.
It's fair to say he was very accepting of the decision, Rob Yates.
Well, he would realise and know that he's missed out on this pitch.
Yeah.
And that's
kind of been the nature of his season a little bit this year. He's just over 600 runs for the season now in the Championship, average around 30. And you've got opening bats at 30, 31 and 28 average. It's not brilliant this year. You compare that to Essex, who got Paul Walter is averaging in the mid-40s. So Dan Mosley comes in, batted at 3 throughout the T20 campaign, and now that he's been recalled to the Championship side, he's also batting at 3 there. A couple of half-centuries this season in what has been brief Championship appearances for him. Lost his place in the side earlier on, and this full delivery he drives up towards mid-on. There won't be any run as the fielding is done by Walter. And the end of a successful over. A wicket maiden for Matt Critchley. 52 for 1. First wicket is eked out.
Yeah, good breakthrough by Critchley operating around the wicket. And I can't help thinking that Yates really contributed to his downfall there. But I think Critchley will take it either way. This brings a new batter to the crease now, so Mosley's got to get himself in. At the same time, Davies has got to continue doing the job that he's been doing. And Porter will continue. So Davies on strike, and for Davies, he's got 3 slips. He's got a backward point, extra cover mid-off, so 3 fielders saving a single on the offside, and then on the leg side, whitish mid-on, a mid-wicket and long leg. This delivery is slanting into the right-handed batter there as he defends it.
Well, that was airborne for a long way, that, off a bit of a leading edge from Davis. And he looks at the surface with a little bit of doubt, but this is, you can very easily put yourselves under pressure here, and I think there's a little element of that at the moment about what's going on with the Bears.
Porter bowls, and this one again, he goes onto the back foot and just defends it, and it goes back along the pitch, and there's no run. 52 for 1. Davis on 25. Played a couple of lovely shots in the last over to over-pitch deliveries. Porter learning from that, and he hasn't gone full again. He's been just trying to hit the pitch back up a length and nip it either in or out. He's in now. Bowls, and that's short of a length again, but Davis is equal to the task as he covers up and just defends the ball to short mid-wicket. Can't score.
Yeah, Davis, his natural instincts are to attack. He's been fairly becalmed so far. Just that couple of straight drives in the last over that was a reminder of how he prefers to play. But they can get caught between 2 stools in a situation like this.
Yeah,
you do need to keep ticking over nicely.
He's also got to play the situation. Porter bowls, and he's driving this time through the onside. Should get 2 here. Don't think he'll get to the boundary. It's pulling up now inside, and there's a misfield, so they will get a 3rd. The return is not a good one, and in the meantime the batters cross for 3, takes Davis to 28. The score now moves on to 55 for 1.
Yeah, the ball got close enough to the rope that it was a bit awkward for Weston. He had to make sure that he didn't have any part of his body on the rope as he flicked it back. But saved a 1. And now they'll have a little think about what field they want for Porter to bowl to Mosley, who, like Jacob Bethel, hasn't got a Championship 100. He did get a first-class 100. He's made 2 centuries this season for England Lions. The one wasn't a first-class game because it was one of those ones where they allowed sort of 13, 14 players, which I'm not broadly fond of, and maybe he wasn't that fond when he wasn't allowed a first-class 100. But he did then subsequently get one against India A, so he now wants to produce in the Championship. I asked him a question on the Bears pod blast earlier this season, to which the answer was interesting, as
Porter round the wicket, no balls to him, and that's clipped away for 4. Beautifully passed off his legs. That's a shot of authority. He gets off the mark with that one. Nice half volley on the leg stump and put away with a degree of confidence. So he gets off the mark with a 4. And that takes a lovely shot there to start with. Really is, as they say, right in the briar patch on the leg stump, and beautifully put away past square leg for 4.
At 23, he's very much a product of the modern game, Dan Mosley, and I asked him whether he'd rather have a Championship 100 or a T20 100. Just a straight question.
Porter in, bowls, and he's forward, and just confidently pushing that to extra cover. That was the final delivery of Porter's over, and at the end of the over, the score is now 59 for 1, Mosley on 4 and Davis on 28.
I've kind of set it up in a way that you know that the answer therefore was that he'd rather get a Championship 100. And I thought that was interesting, but it's a real itch that he wants to scratch, is to get that first Championship 100. He's got close on a number of occasions. Last couple of Championship games he's played, he's had a real chance of going through to 3 figures. And you could argue that if he's still batting tomorrow, there'd be a great chance on this surface to do it, but it's very early days yet.
Yeah, first he's got to get himself in, get through this evening, and then look for tomorrow.
7 caps for England in white ball cricket, Dan Mosley. Distinguished himself reasonably well, went a 50 in one of the T20 internationals. As Critchley will bowl to Alex Davis, it's into his pads, and that's easy pickings for a single through square, 60 for 1.
Yes, I was present at those games in the Caribbean when he played, he and Jacob Bethel.
Yeah. I mean, Dan Mosley would be one of the most exciting prospects Warwickshire have brought through in more than a decade if it wasn't for the existence of Jacob Bethel, who, because Bethel has just got that bit of star quality that you can't quite put your finger on in a cricketer, hasn't he? He's very watchable, is Jacob. But Dan Mosley here looking to drive Critchley, who fields it in his follow-through. Almost yorked himself with that.
Yeah, I think the other thing that warms you to Bethel is that he's a very athletic fielder as well. So when
driven firmly and parried by Critchley. I mean, he's a quite brilliant fielder, Jacob Bethel. Some of the catches I've seen him take in the deep have been quite remarkable. And again, and he's coming down the wicket here, Mosley, and he hits this long and proud and back for 6. Well, positive intent early on from Dan Mosley. He's up to 10. It's 66 for 1, and as they say these days, Roland, he's going to play his natural game.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Good use of the feet. Obviously caught the bowler by surprise. He's got mid-off up, mid-on up as well, so took the opportunity to just lift that ball over the infield and all the way for 6.
So 10 to Mosley, and he's forward and pushes it firmly back to the bowler once more. He won't want Critchley to get a grip on the game, having taken the wicket of Yates in his previous over. Fielder at mid-on's got a bit deeper now. He'll field it as it's driven up to him, Walter. Slight misfield, but won't lead to any run. Just that one shot for 6 off that over. Dan Mosley has 10, Alex Davis 29, replying to Essex's score of 602 for 6 declared. Warwickshire is 66 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Good use of the feet. Obviously sending the message that if the ball is in the slot, he's prepared to put it over the infield, which he did.
Bowling from Graham Gooch and Noah Thane.
So Thane will replace Porter. So Porter didn't have a tremendous amount of success, so Thane, he will start off. I think I was also present when he made his debut, Thane. Now he gets his opportunity, but he's going to start off with just the 2 slips. He's got a deep square leg as well, so if my memory serves me right, he wasn't afraid to bowl the short ball before. But he's got 2 slips. He's got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg. Thane in now and bowls, and that's down the leg side and whipped away out to deep square leg, just a single as Snater comes off that deep square leg boundary, returns to the keeper. So Davis advances by 1, goes to 30, 67 for 1.
Wouldn't surprise me if he did test the middle of the track to Davis. We know Davis likes to pull the ball, and sometimes it can be his downfall, as his strength often is.
Yeah, he will certainly do that, Thane. He wasn't afraid to, even on debut, to put the ball into the pitch, but he's no ball into Mosley with just the 2 slips and 3 fielders, a ring of 3 fielders on the offside. One again backward point, extra cover mid off. He's got a short mid wicket as well. He's rung the wicket, Thane now in and bowls, and that's a shortish delivery, and he gets on top of it. Mosley steers it out to backward point, and there's no run. Sun disappears now for the time being. The light's still very good. Obviously those white clouds are getting a little bit, they're not so spread as they were before to allow the light through, as Thane is in and bowls, and Mosley stands up to a short delivery and just defends up to mid-on, and there's no run.
There's a sense that Dan Mosley is busy at the crease at the moment, and he just has to assess risk and reward here. It's good to be positive and keep the scoreboard ticking over. You don't want to get stuck down, but also you don't want unnecessary risks. Don't ask me to define what unnecessary risk is, but you know what I mean.
Thane bowls, and that's short of a length. He's going to get a run here as Mosley comes into his wicket and just tucks it off his hip out to deep square leg and gets an easy single, and he now moves on to 11, scores 68 for 1. The field changes again for the right-handed batter.
So now I don't want any numbers because that would be wrong to ask, but did you get writer's cramp during your book signing?
Not in the time allowed.
Not in the time allowed. Good cue though. Was it a good cue for you?
They did well. They
good.
came through some good young kids, some kids, which was encouraging. Thane bowls, and Davis has to defend a good delivery, just angling in back to the right-handed batter. He skidded along the ground, but he kept his eye on it and just played it off the middle of the bat to short mid-wicket.
You know, when you're young and learning about the game, cricket biographies and autobiographies are so useful. They really are. I remember speaking at Taunton to Vic Marks about his book of the 1982-83 England tour, which was called Marks Out of 11, because he was always 12th man. It just lights up the game for me.
Thane in, bowls, and Davis is squared up by a ball that bounces a little, but he negotiates it well. It goes out to extra cover, and that was the final delivery of Thane's over. And at the end of the over, 68 for 1. Davis 30, 11 to Mosley.
And Bob Willis did a couple of books, which I think he probably did with Pat Murphy, who's such a great, prolific biographer of cricketers. And I wouldn't say Bob Willis's tour diaries were cheerful, because Bob liked to moan, and his feet were always in an absolute mess, and he couldn't sleep in hotel bedrooms and all these various things. But again, they were a massive learning curve about understanding what goes on with cricketers and the mindset and the hard work, and some of the circumstances. Some of the travel was not exactly glamorous, and I think it's great that tradition continues, that there are still fine cricket books like yours being written. Critchley is starting you over, and Dan Mosley is whipping him wide of mid-on. Who's not going to catch that ball up, Paul Walter. Lovely timing from Mosley. It's his third boundary. He's to 15 and 72 for 1.
Yeah, that's as good a shot as you'll see today, really. The leg spinner bowling wrong the wicket, just drifting into both middle and leg stump. That's a difficult shot to play. And he's on driving it to the left of mid-off, who really had no chance of getting around to cut that one off.
He's almost eased that through, Mosley, who comes down the wicket now and drives it along the deck, and it's fielded in his follow-through by Critchley, who now is having to go a little bit into defensive mode. Although that said, he probably doesn't mind some attacking shots being played. He won't mind Mosley using his feet.
He hasn't really changed the field. All he's done is change personnel. You know, sometimes that plays in the mind of the batter, thinks there's a change. And this one is a bit too way off his legs.
He's a great counter of fielders, Mosley. He did it again there. You actually see his glove pointing at the fielders. He likes to know where everybody is. So he moves to 16, 73 for 1. A few people have drifted away in this session, but still plenty here watching this.
Yeah, I like Mosley's approach. He's come up there, he's looking busy, as if he wants to get on with this game. He's not, you know, he doesn't seem as if the situation is going to be a problem.
This one pushed into the offside by Davis. There'll be a comfortable single there, 74 for 1. It's nice to see there's a gentleman a few rows in front of us who's scoring ball by ball. He's got his scorecard for the day on a clipboard.
Well, he certainly was not in the shop at tea time. He's not leaving that
because he can't miss a single
delivery. He's not leaving that seat.
You might have to. You might have to go and up to him and ask him if he'd like a book. Floats this next delivery up, and again it's driven by Mosley. Walter is at long on now, and that'll be another single to Mosley. He's 17, 75 for 1. I am conscious of the time that you may have to leave us shortly. It's 5:30. Roland has an early evening appointment, hopefully for pleasure, for enjoyment. No, there's a wry smile there. A social engagement, there, isn't it?
No. Well, it's partly, but
okay. Don't combine work and business, Roland. It's never good. Work and pleasure, rather. Work and business is the same thing. Never mind. Davis pushes forward to this final ball of the over, and they'll get another single out towards the cover rider, and they've done well milking that over. Critchley 4 overs, 1 for 18. Warwickshire 76 for 1. They're still 526 runs behind. But other than the fall of Rob Yates, they've made a decent enough start.
Yeah, that last delivery was a nice piece of timing by Davies. He just opened the face of the bat. Ball came off the bat, went 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It was just a little push. You know, that tells you the quality of the pitch, that you don't really have to hit the ball hard. You know, if you time it well, you will get your reward. So Thane will get another opportunity to bowl at Davies, and
I think there was the 13th man on there who's just trudged off. His Porter has just come back on, maybe with a change of shirt.
So the mid wicket moves a little bit closer in now. He's at short mid wicket as Thane right arm over the wicket and bowls, and Davies drives pleasantly but picks the fielder out. Snater there at mid off, just hitting that ball through the line of over pitch delivery. Ended up at mid off, can't score. He stays 32, 76 for 1.
Unfortunate fate for Emilio Gay at Chestnut Street. He became the second batter in the championship today to be dismissed for 99.
Well,
that's tough, isn't it? Sam Curran got him for 99 off 108 balls. Great counter-attack innings. Attractive batter is Emilio Gay.
Thane bowls. Oh, that's a nasty delivery, and even at this position here, unexpected. But it shouldn't be unexpected from Thane. He likes to test out the pitch. That was short, and it surprised Davis. He played it quite awkwardly, but in the end quite safely. It's a good bounce of that.
I'm loving the fact you've still got a fast trigger reflex, because for quite genuinely, you were kind of going up on your toes to play that then. Because you go, oh, your body went up.
Yeah, just saw the length, and I guess it was a natural thing to see. Thane in, bowls, and that's a nice shot, but he won't score because, again, it ends up at mid-off, over pitch delivery, and if it wasn't for the delivery before that, I think Davies might have moved into that one with a little bit more speed, that last delivery, and perhaps driven it to the either left or right of mid-off. But I guess the short ball before kept him somewhere back and just came out at the last minute. There was not the positive forward movement. Thane is in, bowls, and that's short of again, and Davies gets up on his toes, and he needs to get on his toes. He's not a tall man, and just plays it back along the pitch to the bowler.
I once attended a fast bowling masterclass. It was at, they did this big cricket event, cricket exhibition at the NEC in Birmingham. Must be 15 years ago now. And there were various talks. Do you know who did the talk about how to play fast short pitch bowling?
Don't tell me a bowler.
No, it was a batter who is connected with your book.
Oh, batter.
Connected to your book?
Not Hubert. Nope.
No. But you're right. It's somebody else who was amongst the forewords in your book.
Okay. Desmond Hayes?
It was.
Desmond Hayes.
It was a most engaging session.
Well, I mean, I think he can talk quite well on facing fast bowling.
Yeah.
Short leg is now being put in place, and the slip taken out, and he's gone to a short third man, and Thane bowls, and that's short and wide. I think Davis was expecting that, and allows it to go through to the keeper. So, yeah, short leg is in place. It's just a one slip, and then Clark here in front of our commentary position for that uppercut. So Thane will come in once more to Davies. Bowls. Oh, that's a good one. It's a bouncer, and on this occasion Davies shows the option of ducking under it. It goes over his head and through to the keeper. That brings a round of applause from the spectators who enjoyed that delivery, but it was safely negotiated, and it's a maiden over for Thane, and at the end of it, score remains on 76 for 1. Davis on 32. Mosley is on 17, and I'm sure, Richard, you will take us through to the
close of play. Yeah. Catch up with you tomorrow, Roland, weather permitting. Let's hope that it's good for us. Thank you very much. Yes, now one thing I'll say about Alex Davis there, he ducked under that bouncer, but he did leave the bat up in periscope fashion, which can get you into trouble. Desmond Haynes was very much of the view that short pitch bowling needed to be played square on. Don't get facing, so you can sway and rock out of the way. That was very much what I took away from that class. So, and he should know. Critchley to start a new over. Mosley will defend it out on the leg side, and there's no run. It remains 76 for 1. Mosley has been very positive about his intent so far, 17 off 16, without taking unnecessary risks. He comes down the wicket here and clips it just wide of the substitute fielder Nick Brown at short leg, a specialist in that position. Bears will have to remain conscious of his presence, so I know that he can cause them some difficulty. As he approaches once more, and Mosley drives it straight back to the bowler. He's played largely very straight so far. These two have added 24 since the departure of Yates. And we have 14 and a half overs left, so we'll be looking to finish around 6:30, particularly if Critchley stays on. So he floats this up, and it's the reverse paddle from Mosley, and it just evades slip and will go for 4. Well, that is what I would call an unnecessary risk, and he's just got it on the inside of the slip fielder. Mosley's up to 21. It's 80 for 1, but it's keeping things lively, and Paul Newton is back.
Yeah, I did say that I felt that if Essex had a trump card, it would be Matt Critchley, and well, he's got the 1 wicket to fall, but he could easily have had another couple. Trouble both these batsmen.
Yeah, I think Mosley's played it pretty well. So this one is tossed up, and he flicks it through mid-wicket. He's up to 22, 81 for 1.
Yes, played well so far, Mosley, but he was a little fortunate with that incident a moment ago. Might well have been snaffled.
Yeah, but less the guile of the bowler is more interesting selection of shot in the circumstances of the game.
But that's how he gets quite a few of his wickets, you know, through batsman error. They think he's going to be easier than he is.
Oh, he's a very experienced bowler there. There's Critchley. Drags this one down though, and it's slapped through the offside by Davis. Chase around the boundary edge, and there's plenty of time for them to get back for 2. Which takes it to 83 for 1. So his 5 overs have cost him 27. But he has got the wicket of Rob Yates, and I think in this game the quid pro quo. If you go for 5 and over but you pick up wickets, nobody's going to have a problem with that.
No, absolutely right. Yes, what wouldn't Essex give for a couple more before the close in these last 14 overs? So, the one man to go, Rob Yates, and the one LBW decision of the match. And Mosley just retaking guard here.
When we conferred about the prospect of there being LBWs in this match, because mostly when the seamers, it's looked like he's going to clear the stumps if it's straight enough. We did, in the end, I think, plump for the, it would have to be a spinner. So,
yes.
I think we're still right.
Yes, no, I'm sure we are. And the ball that got the wicket was well pitched up, and as Roland was saying, you know, he should have been forward, not back to it. Well, Thane continues from the Graham Gooch end. And that's quite a decent delivery. He's bowled well so far. That ball takes the inside edge into the onside. Cox busily runs after it to retrieve. 83 for 1. And Thane 2.1 overs, 1 maiden number 2, which is in sharp contrast to early in the season. He's a young player, his first season in the side. And I think he's done very well. He made a good 50, and the only Essex batsman really to play well on the second day up there. And although he's what you call perhaps more a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder, I think his bowling's improving. I think he's got potentially plenty of bowling to do in this game, with no Harmer to call on. And he bowls, and the next ball's played into the covers, and there's no run.
He might not have as much pace, and he may not be as incisive, but if he can bowl to a plan and consistently and not concede runs at too bad a lick through the first few years of his career, then he's going to make himself a very, very useful player.
Well, absolutely right. And Martin next door in the press room was telling me he's got 15 wickets for 330 odd this year. That's no bad average, actually, at 22 point something or other. Here's the next ball, and it's played into the covers for no run. And what characterised his bowling in the early part of the season, when Thacker had signed for Essex but then Welshton and played in the IPL, and Essex brought him in, and he would go for 5 and over, and his problem was he could bowl a wicket-taking ball, but he couldn't maintain a consistent line and length. But certainly so far he's done more than enough to suggest that he's improved in that regard, in which case he could become very useful indeed as he bowls, and shorter ball. Mosley gets up on tiptoe to guide it straight into the pitch. No run.
I'd say Thane's average is double that. I just wanted to check my notes in that it's 15 wickets at 44. He's conceded 660 runs.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I'm merely looking it up because I was conscious. I thought I got my notes wrong because I'd made notes on.
Yeah, I must admit I was surprised to find he'd been that economical. So he hasn't, but nevertheless the 15 wickets are quite useful. And as I say, if he can, and he looks if he is going to, if he can become more economical, as we've just seen as the ball takes the edge, very well fielded on the tumble by Charlie Allison, whose fielding as usual has been excellent.
Mosley trying to clip him through mid-wicket there, got himself turned round and got a thick outside edge. So he's induced a false shot there, and for a player who's gone for 5 and over all season, he's bowling to a lovely line.
He is. No, I've been, as I said, it's not the first time I felt that he's improved. I thought he'd improved at York, and he does have a record of being able to break a partnership, as batsmen probably tend to relax and think, oh, he's only a young whippersnapper, as he comes in around the wicket. Bowls, that's beautifully tucked away off the pad by Mosley. Nick Brown makes good round to his right. They come back for 2 and will complete 2. Good bit of fielding though, saving the boundary, and score to 85 for 1.
Nick Brown making a rare appearance on the first team field of play this season, having not been selected for any games. There seems to be an absolute determination from Tom Westley to have him to field in every position other than wicketkeeper.
Yes.
He's been just about everywhere so far. He'll come in from being a boundary rider now to be at short leg. I have to think that's not ideal, because you've got the pulse racing having chased around the fence, and now you've got to be in a stationary fielding position.
Good point, but I'm told he'll take the gloves tomorrow. But no, he's it's a grand lad, is Nick Brown. He'll do whatever you ask him to, and do it to the best of his ability. And there couldn't be Critchley to continue. But it's a interesting period of play, because there have been moments where another wicket might have fallen. We had the example in that over, though it didn't go close to taking a wicket, but Thane turning round Mosley, the ball going the opposite direction in which he was intending it to land. And Davis now prepares to do battle with Critchley again.
Critchley over the wicket to the right-hander, and he leaves that on the basis that he thinks it's going to turn away, and indeed it does. And there's no addition to the score, of course. Leg break bowler as your main spinner is always interesting in the absence of Simon Harmer. This one is a bit full, and he's just able to lean on the ball into the offside and collect his 35th run, Davis. 86 for 1. Light's going to hold, I think, to get us through to the end of what remains. 76 more balls in the day. Finishing around 6:30. That's only because we had a 25-minute rain delay. We didn't lose any overs for that. Fresh guard being taken by Mosley. There's a backward point, quite short. Short leg, slip, short extra cover, relatively short mid-wicket. And Davis drives it up to a long on. Well, actually, he's not quite long. He's 2/3 of the way back, Paul Walter, for another single. So 25 to Mosley, 87 for 1. Nick Brown goes to short extra cover. And now he's told to move to more of a point position. He's keeping the helmet on. I always enjoy somebody who's not in a close catching position still wearing a helmet. There's no reason why you can't do it if you want. That's very wide outside off stump, so Alex Davis just watches it go by.
No, I mean, obviously he feels that it doesn't deter him in the least. Others wouldn't feel so comfortable under the helmet.
This is back cut by Davis. Good stop at point. On the backward point. Parries it. And Brown goes over to complete the work. And that was good from Porter. Got 2 hands on the ball.
Yeah, don't often see him fielding at backward point.
There's not a lot behind the bat. He's nowhere to hide down at long leg while he recuperates from a spell. Final ball of the over, and this is launched into the leg side by Alex Davis over mid-wicket. And a couple of bounces before it's gathered in the deep by Cook. And they'll come back for 2, so 4 runs off that over from Critchley. They don't really want him to settle. 6 overs, 1 for 29 he is. Warwickshire 89 for 1 with 12 overs left today. They still trail by 513. The most extreme example with the helmet, I always hark back to those days when Paul Smith, who was always a colourful character playing for the Bears, great all-rounder.
Yes, certainly.
But he used to field at short leg with that long bleached blonde hair at the back.
Remember him well.
And there was a pair of batters in. He was short leg to one and deep backward square leg to the other, and he didn't take his helmet off. He was running in between positions with his helmet on. And it was quite a weird sight, but
I seem to remember he had an interesting life story on and off the field.
He's had some tough times, as Paul. And I think he's lived life to the full. He's got some really entertaining stories about his cricket life. And so I mentioned that fact Bob Willis, when I read his books, he's not the most cheerful author, but Paul is a big defender of Bob Willis's Warwickshire career.
Here's Thane continuing from the gooch end, and well, there was not a million miles from a strangle there as Pippa threw himself to his right. It wasn't, I don't think we can put that down as a chance, but it wasn't that far wide of his outstretched right hand.
There was one similar today when Alan Dolby was bowling that Kai Smith couldn't gather, but it's not a chance. And it's not a great ball, but it's angled from round the wicket across beyond the pads of Dan Mosley. He just didn't get much bat on it.
Well, he does, if York is anything to go by, he does deliberately put in a ball that can produce a strangle, because he got at least one wicket by that method up there.
I don't think that was it.
But here is the ball played away into the onside for a single.
But we saw Warwickshire deliberately bowling the tactic and setting a field for it as well. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Essex put a leg slip in for Thane to a left-hander.
No, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. 94 for 1 on the board. not the end of the over, even though there's a lot of chopping and changing because it's swapping over right-hander and left-hander. So far, Warwickshire have always had that combination at the crease.
Nick Brown regains the helmet and makes sure he adjusts various elements of protection that are very wise in a close position.
Yeah, he is very, very good in that position as Thane is in. And bowls, and this ball is played not quite out of the middle of the bat, but safely enough down to mid-off. There's no run.
For Mosley, the challenge in this next part of his career is to turn a good start into big scores. Yet to make a championship 100. But he's got 30 on the board. I mean, I was again to Roland about it a little while ago. He's so acutely aware of this need to get a first championship ton. He's got too much potential and ability not to be scoring hundreds. But he's got to find the discipline to get over the line when the opportunity arises.
Thane to Davis. And turns this past Nick Brown and out to Shane Snater near the square leg boundary, about 15 yards up. And they get a very easy single indeed, which will bring Dan Mosley into strike and score to 95 for 1.
Brown doesn't keep the helmet on this time as he jogs to a more mid-wicket position. That was one of those when you know as the short leg that the ball is going to be coming close to you. When that ball was short and flicked away by Davis, and as you turn away to protect yourself, you're quite grateful when you don't feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. You brace yourself for the moment of collision as this next ball is played to Brown at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Mosley, who's come in and moved very quickly on to 30 off just that number of deliveries. He certainly isn't intending to let the bowlers dictate to him.
Well, he's been positive from the start, particularly against Critchley. Lovely straight 6. A couple of other boundaries that he struck off him. One was a miscue that just evaded slip.
Same bowl.
The wicket again, sorry.
Same bowls and played back to the bowler, no problem.
I got overexcited when you went into your packet of mints, and I thought, no, it is still Paul Newton who's going to be giving the information here. There's 11 overs left in the day, and Essex won't want to waste them now. Any more wickets they take this evening, it's good territory for them.
Absolutely. No, they'd if you offered them 2 more tonight, they'd bite your hand off.
The significance of Mosley's innings as well is that Warwickshire want some batting points, and they were for a while only going at 2.1, 2.2 and over when Cook was bowling so well in his opening spell. But Mosley has given them some momentum and got the run rate up above 3, I think. How many overs have we had bowled? It's about 30, isn't it?
Well, I think, yeah, you said there were 12 to go before that last over, so I'd imagine they bowled 30, I would think. Yeah,
it was 41 to go.
41 at the end of the session, yeah.
So, yes, it's Critchley to Davis, who is walking forward and just jabs at the ball.
Can't help laughing at some of the cries of despair behind the wicket there, and the ball came straight out of the middle of the batsman's bat.
Yeah, I don't think Davis will be put off by that one, particularly, as he's cutting this next ball, and again, it's a good diving stop as he rolls along for Porter. I don't know what that signal is. He shows 10 fingers to somebody. I think it's more that I got 2 hands on that. I got it cleanly. Backing up his bowler well. That's what you want to see.
Yep.
Critchley once more, floats this up a bit. It's going down the leg side. There's a strangled appeal because that would have pitched outside leg stump, so there was nothing doing. Critchley wasn't terribly interested. Bowling in his sunglasses. If only Simon Harmer was here, we'd have double sunglasses.
We would indeed.
As he comes in once more to Davis, pushes it out into the offside. And no run. 2 balls away from what would be his second maiden, Critchley. Warwickshire have moved the ball around quite nicely off him, but they did lose Rob Yates, who never looked entirely settled in his innings today. As Davis pushed it into the offside. There's a misfield there by Nick Brown, who's fuming and turns and puts his hand up by way of apology and then puts his hands on his knees. I mean, he's out there as a specialist fielder on Dean Elgart, and he's fumbled.
Yep, not like him, to be fair, but was a bad mistake.
But I like the fact that he owned his mistake, as they say these days.
Yeah, I don't think he had a lot of option.
Well, he could have just ignored it, couldn't he, and just not said anything. But I like to see the apology.
Oh, absolutely. And Wesley has moved himself to only just off the cut strip.
Yeah, very short mid-on, as Mosley hits it the other way, and it's a diving stop by Critchley. It would have been cut off anyway, behind him by Thane. But just the single off that over. Warwickshire 96 for 1 after 31 overs. That's in reply to Essex's score of 602 for 6. So we've seen only 2 wickets taken in around 180 overs. And it's that sort of surface with a Kookaburra ball. But Essex have done a good job of trying to put some pressure on. Certainly Cook's opening spell was exceptional. Put the ball in the right place as often as he could, even with the limited assistance that's available today.
Cook, as I rather suspected would be the case, is returning at the Graham Gooch end, and he'll come thundering in down the slope. Thane, I think, did a decent holding job.
Bowled well.
Yeah, it's about 4 overs for 9 or something like that. And but Cook now, I think, rightly given another chance before the close, see if he can dislodge this promising-looking second wicket partnership.
Yeah, interesting. He's potentially 5 overs from the Graham Gooch end. I'm not sure he'll bowl all 5, but 13 overs in a session might be a bit much. And he is. You said that you've had some concern over his fitness earlier in the season, but it looked like he was back at full throttle lately, and the impression I've got today is he is at full throttle.
And don't forget as well that his first 4 overs were before tea, so
they were.
Although it was a consecutive spell in terms of overs, but he had a chance to put the feet up in the middle.
Do you reckon he took his boots off?
Yep.
Just flex those toes.
So Cook is making his way in as I speak. And up and bowls. And that's not very comfortably played by Davis there, and a little bit of juggling, nicely taken. The ball had gone into the pitch first, but nicely taken at back pad by Nick Brown.
Yeah, some of the U's there were because as Brown captured it and he made as if he was going to throw at the stumps, Davis also happened to overbalance at that point.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
And so the U's were, if he'd thrown that, and it's a big if because he didn't, but if he'd thrown that, that could have been a little bit awkward.
Now, Tom Wesley, interestingly, is looking as if he might be going to have a bowl. But in the meantime, Cook comes in and bowls to Davis, who possibly changes his mind a little during that. But nothing wrong with that as long as you don't then make a mistake, and he doesn't, as he steers it down to Thane at backward point. No run, and the score remaining at 96 for 1.
If Wesley isn't going to have a bowl, he's taken a sudden interest in calisthenics.
He's certainly, yeah, I think he perhaps is going to come on to replace Critchley. Hard to think he'll be already thinking of taking Cook off again. Cook comes in, bowls, played a little jerkily into the offside, but again straight into the ground by Alex Davis, who's done a thoroughly good job for his side here. And during that opening partnership, it was Rob Yates who never quite looked certain. You never felt he was totally in, whereas Davis played with assurance, really, more or less from the word go. Just the 2 slips now, Walter and Critchley. Cook bowls. Backward point. Noah Thane, only 15 yards from the bat, so another dot ball. Typically tight over, good line and length from Cook.
Understandably being played with considerable caution and care by Davis. I shall restore myself in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Cook begins his run again. Bowls, and that keeps a little bit low and squirts away for a single just past the grasping hand or rather not grasping, as it was the turn out of Nick Brown there, back padded, but in fairness he's forward short leg, and this would have gone much closer to a backward short leg. So 97 for 1, but Davis never looked anything like as happy against Cook as he had against the other bowlers. He nonetheless has moved on with that single to 40, and now Mosley on 30 will face one more ball from Cook in this over. 8.5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 14. Speaks highly of his economy rate and accuracy, for which he's rightly renowned. Now we have got Nick Brown, as Richard was surmising, at leg slip here for the left-hander. Dan Mosley. Cook bowls and it's whipped away past Nick Brown and down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, it was a deliberate ploy, but it didn't work, and very nicely countered by Mosley. That brings up Warwickshire's 100, and it may well turn out to be the first of many, as it's taken them 2 hours 7 minutes to do so, and exactly 32 overs. So pretty much 3 and over. Mosley is going as a runner ball, really, 34 from only 33 deliveries. Davis 40 from 87. Slightly spoilt Cook's figures there, none for 18. But having set the trap with the leg slip, Cook, I think, felt obliged to bowl a ball down leg side. Well, if Wesley is going to bowl, it's not yet, because Critchley's in, bowls, and this ball's played back to the bowler. Maybe Wesley's warming up with an eye to tomorrow. Oh, he's still furiously flailing his arms around as if it will be tonight. Critchley again gives this one a bit more air, and the ball is hammered into the offside, a misfield from Snater. It was hit pretty firmly, so it wouldn't have been the easiest of stops, but he did rather let it through his hands, took the pace off it. They get a single and score to the partnership is thereby reached of 50 partnership. Score 102 for 1. And Mosley, having had a good look round the field, slip and a bat pad, sweeps at the next ball, and it's gone away for 4. Critchley proving a little bit expensive now. Mosley seems to have taken a liking to him. But generally, he's just on the attack, and fair play to him. He's succeeding. 38 off only 34 balls. And he just flicked that nonchalantly away to the backward square leg fence. Settles over his bat again. This is driven firmly, but nicely stopped by Noah Thane. Should have stopped it, but did so.
106 for 1, and Dan Mosley
106 for 1.
He's 38 off 35 balls, including a monumental straight 6 off Matt Critchley.
And Critchley bowls again. Well, that one definitely turned. It was arrowing for the stumps, but it's well played by Mosley. Plays it to this very straight mid-on. The skipper, Tom Wesley, about not an old-fashioned silly mid-on, be about 18 yards from the bat. Critchley bowls again, off the back foot, played up to back pad, and back to Wesley again. Does a nice, neat bit of keepy-uppy for taking over with his hand, and the two batsmen touch gloves. Another over gone without losing another wicket, and Warwickshire 106 for 1, and I think it's 8 overs remaining. Wesley continuing to flail his arms, even though Cook will bowl the next over from the Graham Gooch end. Has to be a chance Wesley will bring himself on for a couple of overs here at the Sir Alistair Cook end from where we commentate. And Richard's back from his update for Midlands listeners.
30 seconds of sheer gold. He lied. But yeah, So Cook to continue, still Wesley whirls away. Cook into Davis, back of a length, Davis onto his toes to defend out into the offside. And in comes Cox to do the fielding. Cook in his 10th over. So Mosley remains very positive. Davis looks very determined. Essex will want to wheedle out two more if they can before the close. And then we await whether the weather forecasters are right about tomorrow, because it could be a difficult day to see much cricket, but equally it could all sweep away into the sea and we could have another full day's cricket like we've had on the first two. Never trust the British weather. Cook back of a length, guided down to third by Davis. The chase is on, they will come back for two. It's picked up on the slide by Thane, who then overthrows his wicketkeeper. It's caught by Nick Brown, 5 yards behind him. Two more to Davis. He's 43, 108 for one.
Yes, never trust the British weather, and even more, never trust the British weather forecasters, would be my mantra.
And if you go through about 3 different apps, you'll find 3 different forecasts. But
yeah, no, that's absolutely right.
They do all seem to be quite keen on the idea of there being some storms, but we'll see. This one back of a length again, but on much straighter line and good pace about it by Cook, and it's defended down in front of him by Alex Davis, who would probably be recorded as having been involved for the entirety of this match so far, although he did very briefly have a little break in the field yesterday. I think he only was off for an over. May have been a call of nature. But notionally that would mean that he hasn't been on for the entirety of the first 2 days. But if he goes on to make 250 and this is a one innings match, then Wisden can decide. As he tries to turn the ball square, and he goes rather straighter than he imagined, up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Championship 100 for Ben Compton for Kent against Leicestershire in the last few minutes. A few hundreds around, as well as the 299s that have been today. So unfortunate. Hasib Hamid's on 99 at the moment, so I'm trying to see whether it can't happen to a third person in one day, can it, Paul?
I don't think it will. Although I have known Hamid out on 99 before.
Particularly sad for Scriven at Leicestershire. This is again a shorter ball. Tries to tuck it in front of point, but he finds Thane, and there's no run. But batting at 10 for Scriven to get to 99 and then lose his wicket, that's very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, they're having a fair old season, Leicestershire, though. Looks like they'll be in the Premier League, as it were, next campaign.
Oh, God, they'll call it that. They'll take your idea.
Hmm. Oh, well, I better patent it.
I've got to continue making a placard for you tonight back at the hotel. So this next delivery by Cook, angled in towards the off stump of Davis, just punches it out into the offside. And there's no run. No, I started making, because I had to get my book finished, but I started making a placard yesterday for you. Newton says no to Kookaburra chaos. But then I realised that as employees of the BBC, we can't campaign. So
well, of course, it's merely a statement, that it's not a campaign. It's merely informing everyone that I've said no. But if you do make this placard, send it via carrier pigeon.
Yes.
Any number of them land on my roof every night.
Do they? Do they all bring messages? Are you working as a spy?
Well, I'd rather you didn't give the game away.
Oh, sorry.
But Wesley, I was certainly right with my espionage in his case, because he is now replacing Critchley, and I think this is a good move. Critchley did the useful thing and got the initial breakthrough, but he'd become a bit expensive. These two had looked to have mastered him, and Wesley has quite a good record of taking a wicket here or there, never bowls for long. He's probably worked out that this is about the right length of spell that he enjoys.
I mean, you say espionage. I felt he threw a few clues. He was stretching like a good one, and now he's going to practice some deliveries. It'd be funny if he bowled a couple of practice deliveries and then thought better of it. It's not coming out the hand right.
First ball, from Wesley. It's played down to Matt Critchley at deep mid-off. Very deep mid-off, but not long off. And score remaining 109 for 1. And after this, there will be 6 further overs. Light holding up perfectly well. It's rarely a real significant factor as early in the summer as this, but I think that will change as we move. Mind you, it's not really going to affect the championship until September. Wesley's in bowls, and this ball is shaped into the offside by Davis, picks up a single square. Of course, by September, the lack of light is partly gainsaid by the starts being at 10:30.
Do sense it's starting to come in, don't you, the light?
Oh, yeah, but
this
no.
last week or two.
Yeah,
just,
no, you're quite right there. I mean, it was light till nearly 10 o'clock. Now it's sort of back to about 9 o'clock as this next ball is stroked pleasantly through the offside infield. Snater comes in from the fairly deep, well off the boundary, but they get a single. And we've got Nelson for 1 on the board. In fact, 4 ones together.
Steady. Might have to lift a foot.
This is where umpire Shepherd used to come in, very, very useful. 1 foot raised off the ground. How he kept it up, I'm not sure, but this one, well, as an appeal for LBW, it was never going to be upheld because Davis was on the front foot a long way down and outside off stump.
Yeah, that was the biggest of those many factors to outline, but nonetheless it beat the bat, and I think it's always worth a little bit, because it wasn't a full appeal, it was a nice little yelp and question. You know, how is it? Yeah.
Wesley with a slip and a bat pad. Bowls nicely flighted. Davis not to be tempted. Just gets everything forward. There's not a, it doesn't have a long reach as a small man, but nevertheless got right over that. Wesley trots in again. Bowls and push back to the bowler. And at the end of a very reasonable over, not one that threatened to take a wicket, but I think it's just a single off it, and 111 for 1 up on the board.
Look, he's not too shabby a bowler. He's got 62 first-class wickets. They've cost him 45 apiece, but if he's bowling, it's often because things aren't going Essex's way, and every now and then he's broken up really important partnerships, and that's what he's seeking to do now.
Yeah, I mean, the logic goes that if the ball was doing anything to help, the pitch rather, was doing anything to help the bowler, Simon Harmer would be bowling, not Tom Wesley. But on the other side of the coin, if Wesley weren't the captain, he would definitely get more overs than he gives himself.
So Cook will continue round the wicket to Mosley. Mosley, a slight step forward, and then it's aerial, the shot, and it was possibly still in the air when it passed Cook. It would have been a ridiculously difficult return catch if he got a hand anywhere near it. But that was mistimed by Mosley. A false shot. Remains 111 for 1. It's a little bit of a landmark. It's a little bit of an anniversary for Tom Wesley. I just happened to look up his bowling figures and note that it's 8 years ago this week that he made his Test debut.
Yes, that's right, in the South Africa series.
So yeah, tail end of July in 2017. Cook in again to Mosley. That's a rather better looking shot. Guides it down towards third. There is a chase on. A chase that the ball is just going to win tantalisingly, is it? No. It's a slide and a stop. And Mosley will come back for 3. It looked for all the world like the ball was going to win that race. Hard for me to see because of the frame of the window.
Yeah, Charlie Ellison
never gave up, did he?
No. He's had a good day, because that's not the first time he's saved a boundary with a bit of excellent fielding and chasing.
3 more to Mosley. He's 43, 114 for 1. He might have had a bowl, Allison, before the close of play, but I think they might spare him that on the grounds that he spent a lot of the day playing a terrific innings. So
I don't think they do bowl him, actually. Well, I've not seen him bowl, I'll put it that way.
No, they haven't bowled him this season. Oh, there's a fair point. As Next ball is defended by Davis. Paul Walter hasn't bowled much this season in the Championship either.
No,
none for 46 in the Championship this season.
Yeah, he's another one who I feel, although he tends to prove expensive when he comes on, but then again, if someone's bowled that rarely, they probably will prove expensive. You know, batting and bowling are all about rhythm. And of course the other, Ben Allison, who of course has left Essex and gone to Worcestershire, now he does bowl.
He does. He's having a good season actually.
Yeah.
On some difficult surfaces, and that's a beautiful cut shot there from Davis. That's a rare drag down from Cook, who looks rather ruefully at his right leg as he turns to go back to his mark. But that sat up, and Davis hit over the top of it beautifully wide of point, and it whistles to the fence for 4. Takes him to 48, 118 for 1.
Yep, good progress here from Warwickshire. And there are just little tidbits every now and then where the ball's in the air not far from a fielder. But on no occasion so far has it quite gone to hand, apart from, of course, the one that Pepper did well to reach, really, but couldn't hold on to, off Rob Yates.
Cook bustles in once more, turn through square leg this time. Davis with good timing. Cox will be able to haul it in, but they may well be able to get back for 3, and Alex Davis brings up his 50. Real captain's innings in the circumstances in the game, having called the toss correctly and put the opponents in and see them get 600 on the board. You want to pay back your teammates. 51 off 102 balls with 5 fours, and a very tidy, watchful innings so far from Davis. His 6th 50 in the Championship this season.
Yes, well described, well played to Alex Davis. And I think if there is to be a period of much joy for Essex, it would be tomorrow morning in the morning session, assuming that any play is possible. We know there's a bad forecast, but I wouldn't be cancelling anything just because there's a bad forecast. And the morning session can be a bit more helpful.
Final ball of the over is into Mosley, full outside off stump. He drives it into the offside. There's no run. Mosley will go and get the new gloves that he requested during that over. Alex Davis will come and have a sip of a drink as well, and we've got 5 more overs of cricket this evening. Yeah, I mean, you've got to wake up tomorrow wherever you are at the right time to consider whether you come into the cricket and have a look at the weather.
Yeah, look out of the window, and I always say, and it's based on experience, it's not wisdom, it's just based on experience, mind you, it can come to the same thing, that never cancel an expedition on the basis of a bad weather forecast, because I've known days when you'd say, well, we're not going to see a ball bowled today, and actually the full day is played. I remember one occasion when Essex were playing at Leicester, and you got no chance of seeing a ball bowled. There wasn't any interruption to play all day, even though it was very overcast, but the belt of rain that the forecasters had referred to stopped at Northampton and wouldn't go a mile further. Here's the start of a new over from the skipper, Tom Wesley, from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the first ball is just defended by Davis, back to the bowler.
When you say never postpone an expedition based on a weather forecast, I want to pop a little asterisk next to that, if I may, Paul.
Yeah.
If you're a polar explorer, I think you may want to look at the weather forecast.
Yeah, well, I'll allow you the odd asterisk, as this ball is played into the offside for a single, and score up to 122 for 1. And Davis has 52, and Mosley has made an impressive 43.
But yes, definitely don't give up on a day's cricket based on all the forecast.
No, exactly.
No asterisk needed.
And, you know, even if there is a bit of rain around, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't have a good day. You just say, oh, well, we got off quite lightly, you know, in the end they played the equivalent of 2 sessions. So the next ball is played just past Nick Brown, and a very alert non-striking batsman Alex Davis called Mosley through, and it was good judgment that, because the ball didn't go more than 4 or 5 paces past Brown, who got a hand to it, and they get the single. That's good cricket.
So far we've seen 725 for 7 in this match.
Yes. As Wesley comes in and bowls, and that's played back to the bowler. And what I would say is, I dread a sort of aggregate score like that, because I hate draws, and I hate games where it's just too difficult for the bowlers. But considering it's been such a batsman's paradise. We have seen some rather entertaining cricket. Wesley's in, bowls. That's pushed into the offside and no run there. And you have to play what's in front of you. And, you know, the batsmen have actually performed very, very well in the game, even though everything has been in their favour.
And the three Centurions, what they didn't do is give it away.
No, that's right. And that's praiseworthy for sure.
Yeah.
So many English batsmen do. Wesley's in and bowls, and that's a bit of a half-tracker, but he misses out on that, Davis. He was looking to smack it away to the backward square leg boundary, but he didn't get hold of it properly, and it limps its way to Nick Brown on the edge of the circle in white ball cricket terms, and they don't get a run. So end of the over from Wesley, and Warwickshire are 123 for 1.
Is Cook continuing here, or are we going to see a change? I think Critchley.
Change. Yep.
I think Critchley's going to come on. I think Cook was a little bit weary and expensive in that last over. So he'll come again tomorrow, so too will Porter, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Critchley and Wesley bowl the last 4 overs.
Yeah, I think for all sorts of reasons, Cook in the second spell didn't look like getting a breakthrough. Better to save him for the morning, because he has bowled quite a few overs this evening. And you also want to, I mean, bearing in mind we're in overtime, you want to get back to the sanctuary of the pavilion at the end of the day as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that latest spell was 3 overs for 17 from Cook.
Yeah, whereas it was in sharp contrast to his previous 10 or 11 overs.
He will want to get through plenty of overs whilst this Kookaburra ball was nice and hard. It's seen a bit of service now. It's seen 37 overs as Mosley is slapping this wide of mid-off. The chase is on for... It's off. The chase is off for JB Porter, because that has got plenty on it from Mosley. He's up to 48. 127 for 1.
Yeah, he's got the what looks like a heavy bat, you know, when he hits the ball, it travels.
I was watching Jacob Bethel do his warm-ups before the T20 game at Worcester, because the net was right down in front of us. I was hoping the net was sturdy. The size of his bat. Mosley is driving in exactly the same spot, but Porter is able to scramble and keep it down to a single this time. It's a good piece of fielding, that. 49 to Mosley, 128 for 1. So they stop him short of his 50 at this point. He's shown real intent against Critchley. As Mosley since coming to the crease. 22 deliveries left for the evening. If Warwickshire get to the close, only 1 down, they're going to be very happy with proceedings.
Oh, absolutely.
This pair have added 76 now for the second wicket.
And some good runs on the board.
This is driven through mid-wicket by Davis, and that is going to be too far for the fielder as well, as Allison was running along the rope, but again Davis has timed that very well. Once it got past Walter at mid-wicket, it was going all the way. 56 for Davis, 132 for 1.
Yeah, and that is on the full. I think that rather slipped out of Critchley's hand.
Seagulls are in.
Yeah, indeed.
Critchley, better delivery outside off stump. Pushing forward, it's dabbed out by Davis to Brown, who's fielding just in front of point with the helmet on. And the big shin pads. Davis slapping this with a cross-batted shot. It goes under the arm of Brown. There'll be another single. The 10th run of the over. 133 for 1.
Hasn't just had the happiest of times in the field, Nick Brown, who is actually a very good fieldsman. But I guess it's the first time, when I've been watching anyway, that he's been on the field for any length of time, and he's never actually been in the team itself.
Critchley into Mosley again, who repeats that drive through extra cover. The chase is on for Allison this time. Can he cut it off? He can. That's a very nice piece of fielding, particularly late in the day, but 2 more to Mosley. And that is his 50. Dan Mosley bringing up his 50 off 46 deliveries with a 6 and 7 fours. But that's a really good innings from Mosley.
Really has been a pleasure to watch. Great bit of fielding from Allison there. Reminded me of a one-day game, a T20 game where he won Essex the match. He'd already scored good runs, might even have been in the 50-over competition a year or two back, and literally, I think it was Middlesex Essex were playing. The Middlesex would have won the game, but Addison somehow rescued what looked a certain boundary and kept them down to only 2 runs, by which Essex were able to cling a rare victory. Wesley. I think this is the third last over, isn't it? As this ball's pushed into the offside for a single by Davis.
Oh, come on, pull out your secret weapon, Paul. Come on, I enjoyed it last night.
Yeah, funnily enough, I got home and antepenultimate, the word to which you're referring, which is ANTE, meaning before, the ball before the penultimate. It was an answer to a clue in the Times crossword. I couldn't believe it,
Hey, look at the way our things have joined together today.
Absolutely.
We talked crosswords earlier. Brilliant.
Natural rapport, yes. So this is the antepenultimate over, the third last. As soon as I saw third last mentioned in the clue, I thought, right, I'm going to get this one. As here, an attempted slash by Mosley. Slightly loose, missed it, taken by Pepper. Certainly doesn't want to get out this late in the day, having laid such a good foundation. Wesley bowls to him, and he gets an even better chance to square cut, which he takes. There'll only be a single, and score along to 137 for 1. Runs have come pretty quickly lately.
But this is part of what Dan has got to learn. Having not yet made a championship 100, he's given himself the platform for a big score now. Don't give it away right at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it was just that one rather loose shot, ball before last. Here, Davis, very watchful as he's been from the word go. Plays the ball defensively to Snater at short mid-wicket.
This session means, by the way, all 6 sessions in the match have had more than 100 runs.
So it has been quite entertaining, though you'd like to have seen the bowlers have a better chance, as Davis steers this one into the offside infield, Thane Fields. No, it isn't Thane, beg your pardon, Porter Fields. And Wesley coming over the wicket now. Bowl to Alex Davis. And Davis steers the ball into the offside. Once again, there will be, or on this occasion, there will be no run. End of the over, 137 for 1. And now we're down to the penultimate over.
A couple of members down in front of us decide that's it. I don't want to watch the last 2 overs. I'm going to beat the rush.
Yeah.
I'm going to beat the rush under the underpass and down towards the city centre car parks. That's what they're going to do.
Well, I've known this particular group of supporters in front of us for, as I was saying earlier in the day, a good 40 years, and they're experienced pros. They know when the right moment to make their exit is.
I might miss a Matt Critchley hat-trick.
Yes, I think they've weighed that up and thought, but no.
Fella at the front needs a new cushion. Can we talk to him about that? Yeah, and he certainly needs a new bag to transport it in. As Critchley comes in to bowl to Mosley, who tries to flick it off the back foot and gets it beyond Snater for a single. He's to 53, 138 for 1. It's a rather ragged red plastic bag that he's put a very old cushion in. And I think maybe, I mean, not this season, it'd be foolhardy this season to invest in a new cushion. But for next year, I think he needs somebody to get him a new cushion.
Yeah.
If you recognise the description of that person from the description of the cushion and the raggedy plastic bag in red, then buy them a cushion with love to make for a more comfortable day at the county ground. Critchley in, pushed into the offside by Davis, and there's no run. See, I'm not appealing for anything that benefits me, Paul. It's to benefit the stranger.
Indeed. You're such a compassionate man.
I like to think so. It's probably falling on deaf ears. I might have to repeat the call tomorrow. Oh, that's turned, and there's an attempt for a stumping, and he's got him. He's overbalanced as Alex Davis, and Critchley makes a crucial breakthrough late in the evening, and Davis is absolutely beside himself with that. He's gone for 58, and that is a hugely valuable wicket towards the close of play. A second for Critchley, and Warwickshire find themselves 138 for 2.
Yeah, and I think Wesley's been right to try him from a different end, even though it didn't immediately work. Good bit of wicket keeping by Pepper. He was very quick with the gloves, and he's got several stumpings this season with very smart glove work. It's taken him quite a while to be trusted with the gloves, because when Jordan Cox was signed, he was expected to wicket keep, but he was carrying a long-standing injury when he left Kent, and it was known he wouldn't take the gloves until about August last year. And of course, he was going to wicket keep for England in the winter had he not been injured. Sadly, his injury this season has rather forestalled his Test career for the time being, but he's very much a Bazball type of player, so I'm sure they won't have totally forgotten him. But that meant with Rossington having previously been Essex wicketkeeper, but he had a very long-standing, I think it was thumb injury, so he departed, and one way or another it led to Pepper, who less than a full 2 seasons ago was very much third choice, becoming first choice. All right, he couldn't quite hang on to a very difficult chance from Rob Yates, and I've seen him take more difficult catches down leg side, but he made up for it to a certain extent with that bit of stumping there. He needed to be lightning quick, because it was just a brief moment where Davis overbalanced. He was quick to react, but not quick enough.
Interesting on this surface with this ball that a night watchman is coming in, but he is, and it's Ethan Bamber, who would have been due in at 10 in this Bears team, which is a little bit lower than he's been, but there's an extra batter in the side with Vance Janney. But you've got to bear in mind, Vance Janney, very inexperienced. Zen Malik in his first season as a pro, Kai Smith, a very young batter, so they need to protect a little bit. You fancy those youngsters, Webster and Barnard, the other core members of the middle order.
And actually, those who you pointed out leaving 3 minutes ago haven't timed it so well tonight. They've missed that wicket, and we've been mentioning how Essex would love 2 wickets before the close. Well, take a bit of the guilt off the gingerbread if one of them was the night watchman, but let's see.
This is very full to Bamber, who just jabs down at it. 2 more balls left in this over. In theory, if he's a totally classy night watchman, they would try and push a cheeky single off the 6th ball.
Well, Cox and Thane are stationed at first and second slip.
He can certainly have some company here, Bamber. This is just back of a length, and he dabs it out. He actually just waited for that. He played it late, nothing wrong with that. But, the necessary U's and R's of encouragement for Critchley, who stands at 2 for 48. So I said earlier, it doesn't matter if you go at 5 and over, but if you're picking up wickets, because
absolutely,
there's plenty of runs on offer here. Wickets are hard to come by. They're the precious commodity. As Bamber sees out the over, pushing forward defensively. End of the over, 138 for 2, 6 balls to go. Dan Mosley will talk to Ethan Bamber, and Ethan Bamber should be saying, if you can push a single, Dan, I'll try and take care of business.
So we come to the final over of the 96 as the clock ticked past 6:30, and just waiting. Yeah, it's going to be the skipper to continue, Tom Wesley. He has figures of 3 overs, no maidens, none for 7. It very rarely proves expensive, and it'd be interesting to see if Mosley even has any inclination to attack him here, even though it's been a very entertaining innings from Mosley. But
I think push a single.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Me, little nudge into the offside here and get Bamber on strike.
Yeah, quite right. There's a slip, a back pad. Wesley around the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls, and Mosley steers it out to Snater. The usual groans as though there was so nearly a wicket there, but nothing could be further from the truth. Wherefore the groans, you may ask, as here is Mosley preparing to face Wesley again. 5 balls left of the day, unless, of course, a wicket did go down, whereupon everyone would leave the field immediately. This is tossed up, and it rather does Moseley in the flight there, but he does get the back down on it at the last moment and digs it out.
Yeah, much to his relief, I think.
Yeah, no, I think so. It's well bowled. In some ways, he's played such an attacking innings that it's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world where you sort of say, oh, right, I'm shut up shop now. As Wesley is in and bowls again. That's much more convincing. Plays the ball firmly back to the bowler along the ground. 3 balls left. Maximum, shall we say. A little bit of late sunshine. Wesley bowls and Moseley has probably done his work for the day because he's got the single. As Paul Walter runs round from mid-on toward mid-wicket. And the score 139 for 2. 453 is the figure Warwickshire need to effectively ensure this will be a draw. It's the save the follower mark. So still more than 300 to reach that. And Moseley 54, the night watchman Bamber just tasked with seeing off these last 2 Wesley deliveries.
It's going to be claustrophobic though, because there's slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point, then a short mid-wicket, a short mid-on.
Yeah, silly almost everything.
Yeah, and like, look, if he's a true night watchman, he smacks one of these 2 balls for 4. No, it's kind of the way, isn't it? Keith Piper used to have a magnificent style of being a night watchman. I once saw him get 4 boundaries off the final over of the day, having come in as a night watchman.
I get the impression, though, Bamber's not looking to be extravagant here. Let's see what happens. Wesley bowls to him, and he leaves this like a proper pro, and taken by Pepper. So we have just 1 delivery left. Wesley makes his way in. Bamber absolutely surrounded and defends, and he even has the temerity to pick up at least 2 runs as he leans forward. And in fact, they don't. Oh, they just settled for the single there. They could have had a second if they really wanted it, but the ball went off a thickish outside edge all along the ground. And that, gentlemen, is it for the day, with Essex put into bat 602 for 6 declared, Warwickshire 140 for 2.
So that's 392 for 4 today. 4 wickets on each of the first 2 days. And Essex need to take a further 16 in the next 2 days in order to have a chance of winning the game. So the challenges are there to be had. They congratulate each other in the field. Matt Critchley taking the 2 wickets. He was expensive, but he produced the 2 key balls to get the wickets, trapping Yates LBW and then getting Davis to overbalance coming forward, and the neat stumping by Pepper on what's been a red letter day for him. County cap, century and stumping. And Essex still on top of the game, but Warwickshire, if they got in 1 down, would have been pretty happy with the second half of the day. As it is, they won't be too disappointed.
No, I'm afraid it's that story again of Alex Davis playing really well, but getting out just when it looks as if he gets so many more.
Yeah, he looked acutely aware of it as well. That's his 6th half century without converting. His highest score is 78, and there's an opening bat. He knows you've got to be getting 2 or 3 hundreds from the position that he's got himself into, particularly on this surface with the Kookaburra as well.
Thank you very much indeed to Richard, and it's been a great pleasure sharing the microphone with him throughout the last 2 days. I shan't be here on days 3 and 4, but Victoria Polly, who is the sports editor at BBC Essex, will be joining Richard Wilford. And many thanks to Roland for his several contributions, and good luck to him with his book. Thank you very much.